Hello everybody and welcome back once more to APAC. It feels like such a long time since I've been able to say that, and it's so good to have you guys along here as well for the ride. It's Hail Monkey Man and Rhino, our little European invader on the end of the desk as well. We're gonna see more from him about that later, I'm sure. Yeah, we're getting straight on that front. But we had a absolutely massive day yesterday. There were two best of sevens that went the entire length, and both unexpected in unexpected ways. So I'm keen to see how those teams, they're probably my focus, the winners of those matches today, and they will be what we're starting off on. Hale, any big takeaways from yesterday that you want to see kind of continue as a storyline into today?
Oh, we have one pure APAC roster that is holding the weight of responsibility for representation. Three Rats, I feel like, has definitely a run to make. They were the first one on the docket that was able to survive over what was kind of the standout disruption style team out of Senza. And then on the other side of things, the full Japanese super squad that we had hyped up, very much anime pro tag style, they fell and they tripped at the door. 3 1s also. I put that into my magic, D20 die. I'm gonna be rolling this later to see if we have as many 3-1 upsets. I'm just gonna let you know.
I think that's probably unlikely since it is best of sevens. So.
Well, 3-1 throwing, okay, and then they got to 4.
Okay, yeah, all right,
yeah.
Okay, I see that.
It's on my
Rhino?
t-shirt. Yeah.
Fair enough. That is absolutely fair enough. I mean, we saw so much action yesterday. It was amazing to see. Something I'm super excited for today is the fact that we can guarantee one of those Finnish squads is getting top 4 in APAC.
Yeah.
Let's go, boys. Huge result for us.
Here we go.
As, the invaders come through. But either way, here we go. The prize pool. We are now into our top 6. So minimum walking away with $1,200. And, of course, Luminosity and Elevate in those semifinals already top 4, guaranteed themselves $1,800. So, lots to play for today, guys.
Yeah, and particularly with Luminosity and Elevate, they're already locked into the 7 points, which is probably where their focus is right now. These are the two teams that are really, really locked in for a LAN here. I'm sure the others would like to think so, but these are the two big competitors of the region right now. And 15 points of first place there, the $4,800 prize pool. Whew, definitely looking good, but the 15 points to get them towards LAN, that is where it's at. I think, actually, you said yesterday, Hale, that no team that had placed worse than 3rd or 4th have ever made it to a LAN in this region.
That's very true, and that's exactly what I was going to be bringing up, is that that 5th through 6th position is not safe at all. It is 2 points better than what we got to see Kinotrope as well as Senza in with yesterday, but otherwise, that you want to be able to at least get to top 4, but top 2 is definitely the gambit. As we get into our bracket, this was the pathway from success and failure yesterday. We started with those elimination matches. Rhino, you and I got to see that highlighted immediately, and it was 2 Game 7s in a row, and that was for your first on docket here for this desk, and it was barn burners the whole way through, man.
Oh, it was just absolutely incredible scenes to watch. I mean, Senza really looks like they were going to take down 3 Rats, and then the comeback after going 3-2 down was so impressive from 3 Rats. They stepped up. LCT stepped up out of everybody, no doubt about that. And then on the other side of the bracket, just heartbreak, really, for that Japanese super team. As we mentioned, Kinotrope 3-1 up. Looks like they were cruising, but rounds came back in the match and they managed to win it out 4-3. I mean, yeah, that one's going to feel pretty rough, but congratulations to rounds. They were the better team on the day.
Oh, I'm enthusiastically not ashamed of being biased on that one. I wanted to see the Japanese guys get through for sure. Kinotrope dropped that one, and it is on them on that one, I think, as well. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board, but both of those teams going out there did earn their 3 points as well, and a little bit of that prize pool, so they're not going home empty-handed. And of course, from the upper bracket, nobody is out yet. and we are going to be looking straight into our first match here as well. Zero Sec versus 3 Rats is going to be the first one. There's your top 8 for the day, and as we said, already sending home 2 of those, Senza and Kinotrope, down that bottom left side on the lower bracket there. Rounds and 3 Rats still alive, but they're going to have the tough task of Zero Sec and DEKUBOPDUMNEM. The winner of those, of course, have to just continue their run up against Luminosity and Elevate, so it's not an easy task even if you make it through here. And look, I would normally send that off to Rhino if we were going to start talking about DEKUBOPDUMNEM, but Hale's in the background before the stream talking to me in Finnish, so I don't know. It's something about eggs. Something about eggs. That's,
I think I'm going to leave those eggs in the basket. I think that that my Finnish accent was not as complete as I professed that it was going to be, so I'm going to continue to practice. But that's going to be a neat matchup because we get to see 5 out of the 6 players be Finnish, and then you all do have Mother, which I am just not going to get a rolling R. Sorry to disappoint everyone out there. But coming out of Nina, that's really kind of rounding out that other round squad, if you will. So that's going to be a cool matchup. But 3 Rats, they've got some like heavy lifting and momentum, and we got to see LCT really pop off in a big way that they're going to have to do again when they go against Zero Sec.
Yeah, I'm gonna practice that. I'm practicing that.
Yeah, the Mother, yeah. 3 Rats, as we already said, they've got such a weight on their shoulders, though. They've almost got the dreams of the region coming through in that game. So Zero Sec, they're going to try and be the spoilers, but I know for a fact that 3 Rats are coming in. They want to maintain their position.
Yeah, it is the first matchup as well. We've discussed a little bit of that DEKUBOPDUMNEM rounds one, but that's going to be our second of the day. First of all, though, let's send it into this one in a big way. Zero Sec versus 3 Rats. I'm expecting this to go neck and neck. 3 Rats, the last representation of a full APAC squad here in the region before we get into the bigger teams down the line. So, guys, take it away, Hale and Rhino.
Oh, thank you so much, Father Gex, as we are blessed to be able to get to see our first matchup of the day. Again, I'm Hail Monkey Man with Rhino, and we're going to be seeing 3 Rats again first on the docket. So they've been up first now twice between yesterday's Catterday and today's Championship Sunday for this regional. I feel like there's obviously the ton of pressure. They feel like they have to have that major overall APAC representation. On the other side of things, though, we can't ignore the fact that Kevin is still trying to push not just for a top 6, but maybe even top 4, and obviously into that grand finals at the other end of this, Rhino.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's also worth mentioning that Kevin is backed up by 2 wonderful players in Breezy and Darku. So this is not going to be an easy match for 3 Rats by any stretch of the imagination. However, I do have to say that if they're able to carry the momentum from yesterday that they were able to get with those last 2 games, LCT popping off, Balleries doing amazing work, and then obviously Croado playing that perfect 3rd-man position. If they're able to bring that through into today, then I really think that 3 Rats have got a chance here. But Zero Sec, they're gonna also have a bit of a chip on their shoulder after yesterday.
Yeah, it was a 4-0 drubbing for Zero Sec by Luminosity. And Luminosity obviously looking very strong, trying to get into that collision course with Elevate. But 3 Rats, it's more about, they got to start off fast. We saw LCT do some great lifting, really get Balleries into a much better headspace, and Croado kind of not panicking when it comes to extending from that defensive 3rd position. That's got to be on lock today, and it's got to be from the word go, because this is a punishing team. Zero Sec be getting goals off 0 seconds, or a last second surge into making the squad in the first place here, Rhino. This team, they've got to be able to find it, otherwise Zero Sec may have their number.
Yeah, it's game 1, match 1 of the day. Zero Sec versus 3 Rats. It's a huge matchup in the lower bracket quarterfinals. The difference between a top 6 finish and a top 4 finish is this best of 7, and we will be getting things underway very, very shortly. Hale, do you want to throw out a little prediction, a little something?
Oh, okay. All right. So you were so bold with the fins, but you're making me do first. Okay, cool. So
That's correct,
I wholesale believe that Three Rats has what it takes to get themselves a top 4 position. I do believe that if they can be able to start off quick, they're going to do it. And I feel like this kind of molds itself into a surprising 4-1. I think that I feel like, and that could swing for either way, but I believe in a Three Rats supremacy, if you will. But it's going to take a lot of LCT enabling his team, not from the perimeter, but from the midfield. But if you get this, the way that Zerosec was trying to play early on, they were snuffed out by Luminosity because they got so dominant into that challenge game that they just love to play so fast. Maybe if that develops a little bit faster, they'll be able to have a better outcome.
Maybe, and it will be very interesting to see how Zerosec reacts from that game yesterday. I mean, a 4-0 jubbing from Luminosity is not something you really want to be going into day 2 off the back of. So the confidence may be low. It's all going to be about this game number 1. It's going to be about how we see these two teams take to the field. And they are doing just that. 5 fresh minutes on the clock. Game 1, match 1. Get excited, APAC. Day 2 of OQ1 here at RLCS 2025 gets underway right now.
Every single match is elimination alert, which means you gotta be ready to go. Life support for every single squad, no matter what you're doing. Running on down. So the first minute of play will be indicative of who will set the tone early. It looks like Rounds is actually, whoa, sorry, this is the other teams? Okay, cool. We'll fix that one for you here in just a moment. But either way, you do have Breezy, Kevin, and Darku in the blue for the side of Zerosec. In orange is your Three Rats, and it looks like they're immediately under fire as they try to get their footing.
Certainly does. Is Breezy going to take this one into the middle? Darku wins that one for Zerosec, and cleared away by Baller. This one back down. Croado able to send this one away, but Kevin's right there, and this is exactly what Zerosec wants to do. They want to cut this half off. They're doing a great job of it. Baller over to the right-hand side. Take this one up the side wall. Now look for a shot. LCT goes ahead, but it's a good save by Darku. There's a second man coming in. It's Croado. What a save, Kevin, keeping the scoreline level.
Corrado was one of those players that definitely found themselves kind of lackluster in the overall rotation, but when they were so strong was when they found that challenge game in midfield. Something about that has to be found in early steps here in game number 1 and in this overall best of 7. Darku's going to be sent to retreat. LCT looking at the perimeter as Baller wants to get him, but it's just stuck in traffic as they go nose bumping. You see LCT kind of the lone man on the pole right now as Kevin is taking their time, placing their shots. They come up a pixel short, and that goes off both pipelines.
Yeah, and this one going to be dealt with by Baller trying to clear this one away, but Breezy again off the sidewall, trying to get the best of Darku, but can't do that either. As now it's going to be LCT off the backboard. Kevin, send this one away, not really far enough. Baller, that one's going to drop in a dangerous position. Good save coming through from Zerosec, but I tell you what, Three Rats, they are building into this game right now. They were under pressure a lot in the first few moments. That's a nice shot. There's another chance for Breezy. Kevin makes a bump, and that's going to be Breezy with the first goal of the day.
I was so sure that the third man was coming through to secure this backline. Croado gets cut down, and LCT, they took the slightest narrow path to try and get to the outside of that ball. Just before they can make that connection, shot was on target. So you do get Zerosec on the board first. It took a little bit, though. They had to fight through this counterplay. Oh, and LCT going for a big 50-50, keeping Baller reeling backwards.
Yeah, and that's a chance at the back post. Kevin not going to be able to find it. LCT sparking the counter-attack. Baller good 50 in the midfield. As now it's going to be Kevin working over from the left wall. Gets a reset, gets past one. What more can he do? Croado there to intercept, but he still wins the 50. Breezy sends this one back. Darku not going to win that one against LCT, who will take this one forwards unchallenged. Takes a shot backboard. Good save by Kevin. Darku will try and bring this one away for Zerosec, but we mentioned before the game that this game was going to be so close. It was going to be so tight. 2 evenly matched teams, and Hale, we are seeing that in front of our very eyes.
Very, very much so. And, you know, game number 1 is all about trying to get that tone set, and you're going to have the follow-up. Croado makes sure that all of LCT's efforts are not wasted. This fantastic draw and dribble to get it beyond Darku, forcing Breezy into a rough position. Love that follow-up, and I love that we get a tied 1-1 ball game.
Yeah, beautiful work from Three Rats. They able to get the equalizer. 2 minutes remaining in this game number 1, and Hope you guys weren't expecting a quick match one, because this one we are strapping in for. Kevin drops it down. Ballery's going to take it forwards. Good challenge by Breezy, but it drops awkwardly. Cleared away for the moment. And it's dangerous in the backlines for Zerosec. They're not 100% convincing on their defensive line, but it's enough to clear the ball away. And three rats, my apologies. They start moving forwards again.
Three Rats yesterday, you get to see a lot of Corrado kind of cosplaying as a bulldozer, and that's exactly the way they want to play, and they're continuing to do so today. Yet, look at that very concerted effort not to go too far up from that back third, and they're the ones that make that great recovery line, because that was an open punt to get it through the uprights. Another good challenge, but there's a lot of boost lacking for the side of Zerosec. They have to take this one to the perimeter. 70 seconds approaching. Ballery's right on top of it, and they are just weaponizing Corrado, but he gets caught in the same rotation as Ballery's, who's just trying to go man for man as we go to the final minute of play, and we're still not separated at all on the scoreboard.
No, we're not, Kevin. That's a nice put into Breezy, but he just can't get the shot on target. So Ballery sends it around the side. Three Rats, very measured approach to this game. They know their positioning, other than at one moment, just a moment ago, where Corrado got in the way of his teammate. But either way, Deku pops that one up. Kevin takes over, gets the reset. Good save by Ballery's. And this one is going to go right the way down to the wire. 30 seconds remaining. What? They're all square. One goal could win this first game for either side.
It's a great testament and a great start for whichever squad is able to get it. Just constantly having to take these fights upfield. LCT doesn't get the flip reset, just kind of lays it up for Corrado. That is a consistent amount of waterfall. LCT gets there just a step too soon. Ballery's wanted to commit as he was at that midfield line. Thinks better of it. A wise decision considering the counterplay that Zerosec is finding. We are now at 0 seconds. Kevin with a drop down touch pass. Corrado actually gives a chance to Kevin. Oh, it fell at the goal line. It could have been a catastrophe, but the disaster class passes and we go to OT.
Hey, you see Corrado's touch there and you just feel your heart in your mouth. You feel so worried because that's really setting up Zerosec in a perfect position, but they're not able to take charge. Kevin is not able to get the power on the ball that it goes over the line before dropping to the floor. Ballery's looking for LCT. Breezy sends it over to the side. Ballery's once again taking charge, but a big pinch sends it back towards the Three Rats goal. And Zerosec, they want to get this over and done with. Good save by LCT. Kevin's next up to bat off the backboard. Double touches. Who's going to be there to pick this one up? It's off target. Real chance there for Breezy, but still we go on in OT.
Yeah, Breezy wants that one back. That was such a pure and open shot for the opposite side post, and they just could not get it on target after all the extra effort. So Zerosec is going to go hunting one more time. The Three Rats, because of that extra life, are going to be going all the way upfield. You feel like Corrado is trying to really get themselves in a good position in this early game. And with the first minute now of OT accumulated, Ballery's still hoping to get to the same pace as his two teammates. A nice challenge by Corrado, and everyone from Three Rats starts to posture from their own back half.
And over a minute already played with OT. Ballery's taking it past one. Breezy's going to be equal to it, but following in is Corrado. Off the backboard, gets a bump too, but Kevin still manages to get Bonnet on ball. As now Deku not able to challenge Ballery's. Ball into the middle. LCT just pushed forwards a little bit too far, and it's a scrappy overtime. It's going back and forth as we've already mentioned. Deku over to the left side. Ball in from LCT, cleared away by Kevin. There's just not been that clear-cut opportunity outside of the one that Breezy missed over to the left-hand side. And that's going to probably concern Three Rats more than it is Zerosec, because they can make chances.
Yeah, this is also, I think I've counted now 3 separate times we've had long clears out of Zerosec that have found an open space that Three Rats had to scramble back to. It looked like the same first 2 games that they had in their best of 7 yesterday. That's a wonderful challenge out of Ballery's that sets up an opportunity for LCT as they bring it to the near side. Ballery's opposite side post. And they can work off a challenge and at least delay the counterplay out of Zerosec, and they find an extra opportunity. That's wonderful to give both Corrado and LCT a look at what's happening. Corrado punches for it. LCT combines with them, but more of a momentary gap there as Ballery's tries to give him an extra chance.
It's a good turn. Kevin up there to challenge, and next man up will be LCT. There's a bump on the back lines. He just has to shepherd this in. No one around to challenge, and Three Rats win game number 1-2-1 after 2.5 minutes of OT. It was hard fought. Zerosec will feel that they gave that one up after Breezy missed an open net. but it's 3 Rats to take home game number 1.
You know what? You leave that in game 1 mind space, but Balleries, they had such a quiet game, really just kind of a guide for moving that ball around the outside walls, mostly on this pitch, but then getting that big bump onto Darku was so pivotal to allow LCT, who it looked like they just went fishing, trying to be able to bring that ball down on the line and drag it kicking and screaming over the goal line. 3 Rats will get this first game, and you know, it's as close as we were thinking it was going to be.
Yeah, we really hyped this game up on the desk as being a really, really tight contest, and that is exactly what we've seen already in game number 1. 3 Rats and Zerosec playing incredibly close, playing very much at the same level, and that makes for a fascinating series. Could be anyone's on any day, and hail, today game 1 goes the way of 3 Rats, but as we say, in a different setting, in a different circumstance, well, maybe game 2, Zerosec will be happening.
It's good to see at least a few highlights from our previous game as well, and it was the early attack that I love seeing. You had the bare skin miss on that initial save by LCT. So I'm wondering what level of consistency we're going to get out of Zerosec, because it felt like they didn't exactly have kind of a long-standing surge to their offense. We saw surge in the beginning of game number 1, but then late term we got to see a couple. One time in OT and then another one by Kevin, at least a time or two. But everything kind of fell sideways for them, with 3 Rats really running up and down the pitch, kind of unerred for the most part, finding a lot of chances. They
were. And they were really hounding the Zerosec goal for times there. But it's fair to say that Zerosec were doing the same in the opposite direction. The start of that game really felt like it was Zerosec favored. And you feel like if they're able to bring that into game number 2, they're a little bit warmer now. You know, they've settled into the series potentially. They know what they're up against. Zerosec are still very dangerous. So if they get an early start here in game number 2, I wouldn't put it past them to take it home.
Up we go, over to Forbidden Temple. Gonna see how this one kicks off all over again, because it was Zerosec that had that early flare, a lot of extra velocity, but 3 Rats feels like they've really been working on their defensive posture and not having to do any last gasp style defensive efforts. A double commit on Zerosec, though, will kind of take away their long-standing position, but it's going to be up to Darku, see if he can hand something over to Kevin. That's a big clear, and that's on target.
Yeah, Breezy going to be able to save it away. I thought Breezy was a little bit further pushed up the field than he ended up being. He got back quickly. Now, Crawado on the left-hand side tries to get this one across. Breezy's put to it. Kevin's way down the field. Gets a demo onto Balleries. It's a 3v2 for the moment. Needs a double touch. Doesn't find it. Is there a second man? Yes, there is. But Crawado's on the 16 to make Dave. Almost a minute gone in game number 2. And once again, Zerosec the ascendancy at the start.
The lone Japanese player remaining in the overall competition here for this top 8, trying to be able to kind of carry the banner here for you know, the likes of his Kino Trope brethren, and Corrado really showing up in these first couple of games when 3 Rats need him the most. What an upfield swing. Kevin looking for the double. They do find the touch, but a couple of defenders keep that back net clean.
Yeah, 3 Rats a little bit lucky there. Backboard not defended, but they are able to see that one away as the shot came in. Hit the crossbar. Balleries to get this one around the side, and now passes to LCT, who pops the ball into the air, but she's going to read that all the way. Crawado, the left-hand side. All of Zerosec back in their defensive path, making sure that they have something to say about this, but it turns out they don't. LCT flying through the air from midfield, pass from Crawado into the top left corner. Great work from 3 Rats, and Zerosec a shell shot.
That was a nice bar roll, because you had that shot. There was a bit of expectation off of the defender that one would end up bouncing off the front face, and instead it goes straight bar down and in. So an early lead here for 3 Rats. They were able to find themselves a counterplay that tied up that game number 1. I love seeing the way that they've now kind of brought the pace to Zerosec, and I was thinking some of this might actually develop the way it has been so far. Zerosec, they've been being left reeling right now.
They are. They had, again, the majority of the first minute of offense, but since then, 3 Rats have come back in. That's a great pass, but once again, missed wide left. These kind of cut plays not working for Zerosec. They're not able to get a majority of that car bonnet onto the ball and get it sent true towards the middle of the goal. Big demo by Croado, but Breezy still has possession. Take a shot here, should be cleared away by Balleries and will be. With 2 minutes 23, Rats, dare I say it, look a little bit comfortable.
Yeah, they're starting to settle. I like the way that these rats are nesting, and you know, Zerosek is going to have to call an exterminator because this is a whole colony starting to form. Kevin has had some extensions upfield that have opened chances for Breezy and Darku, and same to be said for everyone. LCT looking for a floor pinch, but it's not at all catching the defense off guard. And you see another double commit. That's happening a lot more. Zerosek feeling frustration of the way that they're not getting ample opportunities to get some of these shots.
And I think that's right. When it's a double commit like that, you normally say, oh, it's communication, you know, they're not talking to each other. Hang on a moment, shot into the right-hand side, it hits the post! Breezy close, there's another chance, LCT sends it away. The equalizer so close for Zerosek, they're going to get another chance, but that one's wide again. And just a matter of pixels either side of the post, and we have a tied-up scoreline. 3 Rats are going to be thanking their lucky stars that Zerosek's radars are not calibrated yet.
Yeah, hitting everything except the back of the net. Well, there you go. Okay, it just took a little bit of a swing. Finally shooting something from midfield and just kind of chucking it yard. And Croado was left chasing Ghost. They just couldn't catch up to the power of that flick.
Yeah, Croado in exactly the place you don't want to be when you're 1v1 facing up against an opponent coming from midfield. Halfway between the goal and the ball. It's such a difficult position to defend from. And Croado proves it there. It's a good shot by Deku in the end. The equalizer does come through. You felt it was coming. Zerosek had been building a sustained offense, and finally they do get the ball over the line, though I can imagine it probably wasn't in the way that they expected. As this one coming off the backboard, Balleries trying to clear it away, and now 3 Rats under a lot of pressure.
They're slowly getting bled dry of some of the boosts that they need to kind of have that longer standing defense against Zerosek, who's really feeling that confidence starting to brew. Darku is going to steal this back corner boost, and 3 Rats is at least going to take this one calmly out of their back half. Croado hoping to chase. They're wanting to at least rotate and, you know, tit for tat, take the back 100 from Zerosek. LCT looking to pick their shots, really find the most momentous occasion to maybe get this one a breakout play. But 15 seconds to go, OT could be looming again.
Yeah, could we see the name buff come through as we get down to 0 seconds very shortly? Breezy to send this one away. LCT off the backboard. Deku sends it away to Breezy. Flicks the ball up, has a chance. Backboard double touch, not finding the target. And overtime will come through once again.
Another sweaty moment at the last possible moment in regulation for 3 Rats. That every single time now between games 1 and 2, which is just a couple times really if you collectively think about it, they've had themselves in a position to maybe get scored on, and for OT to not even exist. Instead, LCT finds themselves a challenge. Croado getting feisty with it as they jump early. Balleries comes up. Oh, and right off the next crossbar again. You don't have a third follow-up, but they don't want to overcommit.
The woodwork has been working overtime in this game. Post hits, crossbar hits, all over the place. Bit of a double commit on the backlines from 3 Rats, but Balleries will be the one to take charge and send it clear. To the corner, will steal the 100 boost, and how important could that be? Deku into the middle will be cleared away there by Zerosek. See what happens in the next phase of play. 3 Rats trying to collect this. No, Breezy wins that 50. Well defended by Balleries for the moment. LCT has to make sure this clearance gets beyond Kevin, and that bump comes through nicely to make sure that happens.
That's a very creative off-ball play, making sure to go for the player instead of the ball, and everyone was already reading the possession. Balleries has a free shot, I say, as Kevin fills the gap where that one could have been going, and LCT is working again. He's been doing such micromanaging, trying to get directly onto these possessions, seeing what he can work upfield with to open up space for Balleries and Croado to have so much extra time to work.
Yeah, for sure. LCT not wanting this ball to cross halfway. That one's off the ceiling. Will it drop? No, over the bar. And now Deku just trying to challenge this one. LCT read it well enough. Balleries takes out Deku, so Zerosek are a little bit low in their offense. As now Croado makes his way down the right, but with no boost. Can't follow that ball through, and we see a very similar overtime to what we saw in the previous game. Breezy takes this one through. Gonna miss wide left. Gets bumped away from the play anyway. So now Kevin comes back through. But yeah, Hale, it really feels very, very similar to what we saw in game number 1. The difference is Zerosec have not had that clear-cut chance that they were able to craft in that last one.
Which really is kind of giving them good vibes, because the longer this goes, it feels like 3Rats might have a chance. But Darku, they force Ballerese to just take the narrowest angle on that near side post. And they're going to get another opportunity forthcoming as they get this pass going as well. But that one starts to feel a bit worse. Counterplay, wide open, doesn't even need an extra shooter. No! Ballerese comes up big as they're balling for a 2-0 in this series.
Look at this. The length of the field, pretty much. A lovely redirect from 3Rats, and they're able to see it over the line again. OT Merchants 2-0 go 3Rats. And Hale, again, Zerosec are going to feel really frustrated that they weren't able to get that one through. They had chances, they had offensive pressure. They just couldn't break down the 3Rats defense, which has been so solid.
As soon as you said that this OT was was feeling similar as Game 1 OT, there was some very, very angry squints from at least a couple players out of Zerosec, because there was another great chance. That near side shot, I think that went over off the front hood of Darku, had an opportunity. There was at least about 40% of that net ready to go, and just couldn't get it a little bit to the right. And instead, bounced off, became the counterplay that Ballerese came up with. And again, it's a massive OT moment. It's feeling like we're going to end up having kind of the same feature. Depends if it ends up being a triple feature of going to OT if we do so in Game 3.
Yeah, I'm looking at the bottom of that graphic specifically. 9 demos on the side of 3Rats. They're really trying to disrupt Zerosec, trying to make sure that they don't have enough players on the field to make those plays, to make those defensive movements. And it's working out for them. They've won 2 games in a row. That bully ball is working out for 3Rats, and it's down to Zerosec to try and think of an answer.
Yeah, this Zerosec squad lived on the defensive side for a while, and you did get some great work out of Kevin, who was trying to promote them to go forward. They know that they have some very mechanical players in both Darku as well as Breezy, and they had 4 demos of their own. But when you get the same kind of work out of Ballerese, who has recognized that they don't have to be the main scorer, they're just trying to keep LCT kind of in the mix, see where he can maybe shake things up. And then Corrado apparently is just treating this like NASCAR and is just running it down as hard as they can. So love the confidence we got out of 3Rats. They were down 0-2 in their first series of the day yesterday. Now they're up 2-0. Just don't want to surrender this kind of lead.
Yeah, and that's the most important thing. It's maintaining the level that they've got now and making sure to adapt if Zerosec do adapt as well. That's the biggest thing for me. Is you would expect Zerosec to change the way they approach this game. You'd expect them to make the adjustments, and it's all down to whether 3Rats can make those changes as well.
We'll go to game number 3. Zerosec needs to find themselves some level of success. Kevin trying to get creative again, and I feel like the one thing they just got to keep honest with is the way they get their shots. This one's going to be online. Ballerese, though, buried direct center online, as Zerosec just can't get it through that wall.
Yeah, and Deku going to try and get this one into the middle. Hit away by Ballerese nicely, and actually he's not got a lot of boost. That's going to miss. Is LCT going to catch up to the play? Yes, he is. 3Rats take advantage of an over-aggressive Zerosec. And now, inside the first minute of play, we've had a goal. 3Rats, they are really starting to feel themselves in this server.
Yeah, the biggest thing that I want to see out of 3Rats, will they build upon this? Because so far in the previous 2 games, 1 goal differences, obviously through overtime. We've only had 1-1s in regulation. Oh, Ballerese goes high to go low. Bit overly adaptive, and yet it works out. LCT with a follow-up. They get an extra.
Let's have a look at this one. Off the backboard, Ballerese gets a second touch, saved away, but the double commit from Zerosec again. We've made a point of those so much this match, and they've hurt Zerosec so many times. 3Rats able to get that one over pretty much a 0 defense. There was not anyone on the goal line. LCT will take that one to the bank every day of the week. 2-0, but still 4 minutes on the clock. Still time for Zerosec to come back in this game 3.
Yeah, the problem with getting 2 goals that early is maybe it's too soon. There's a lot of time to work with, and 0sec, well, I mean, it's in the name. They're used to having pretty much nothing. Oh, wow, Kevin is able to make an extra effort after that went sailing over his teammate's head. Balleries was hoping for yet another one, and maybe LCT getting an early hat trick here. 90 seconds finally ticked off the clock. All 3 coming forward for 0sec as they try to sweep upfield, but it feels like they've just been living on this back half. Croato gets baited out by Darku, but they make a great touch.
Again, this one now with Balleries down the left-hand side, trying to get that 3rd goal, and weirdly, you feel like they kind of need it because 0sec, they are potent on the offense when they get themselves rolling, and you don't want to give them that chance. And I tell you what they're not potent on right now is their defense. Breezy's mistouch capitalized on 3-0.
That's unfortunate. They were trying to gather a control. That's one of those things that you really tell to your players. Don't try to always boom the ball away. Get some level of possession. Well, unfortunately, the ball goes skirting off the side fender for Breezy, and then that ends up punishing the likes of 0sec one more time. In the battle of the number and then the name of a team, it's 3 Rats that currently has a 3-0 over 0sec, trying to already punch a number to get to 3-0 and maybe match point through this 3rd game.
Here we go. Chance for 0sec. Drops down. Is that going to find its way in? It is. Derku at the most ridiculous of angles with that one over the top. And let's just look at this touch. Absolutely gorgeous. And that's a sign for 3 Rats that you need to stay alert, stay focused, and not let this 0sec back into the game.
Tiniest bit of panic as well. Balleries was outside the net. They actually had a teammate coming over, but they didn't know where the 3rd man was for 0sec, so they actually go for that chance after Darku just creates chaos. It was Kevin yesterday that was the arbiter of chaos. This time around, it's Darku that's really been effective as many times as they've been able to get upfield, but has not been in surplus. LCT will have a chance. This goes now beyond the midway mark for game number 3. LCT wants to give Balleries, who has been much more confident, an opportunity to skip to that flip reset, but Corrado just kind of watches Darku pause that ball.
Yeah, LCT into the middle, and 0sec will build again. As we mentioned, 2-0 up inside the 1st minute is great, but you got to hold on. And now 0sec, they are trying to make it difficult to do just that. As team bump, Kevin, that's not ideal. Just about gets back in time. We could have been talking about another complete disaster in the backlines for 0sec, but not going to work out this time for 3 Rats.
100 seconds remaining. 3-1s yesterday have me really concerned about what this is, but 3 Rats have been very confident. Corrado, bit of a backflip to set up a chance for LCT, and that may end up being kind of a teammate bait situation, but Balleries makes sure to bail them out for the moment. And it doesn't look like we have the same level of panic that happened a few times yesterday for 3 Rats. Yeah. Well, and they seem so much more mindful and in control. 1-2 upfield. LCT, it's not quite the open net, but at least was a shot. Love the bump, but Balleries already in position.
Yeah, it's all well and good when there's one defender and you get that kind of bump, but when there's 2 moving back, you kind of get your bump and then see the other guy and you're, that's a shame. I thought I did a good play. Unfortunately, not able to happen for this time for 0sec. And now, less than a minute left. 2 goals to find. Not impossible, certainly if they score now. Kevin over the bar. Good save by Balleries, but it's not away. It will be from Croado, but picked up on the halfway line by Derku. Tries to move around the side. Cleared away by Croado again. LCT is going to take possession. Keep this ball in the 0sec half is the game plan for 3 Rats.
An obtuse triangle of 3 Rats comes warbling at the 0sec defensive side and really just creating enough havoc for 0sec to have to continue to answer man-to-man. And that's exactly what 3 Rats needs and wants as these guys continue to chase after this ball. Breezy wanting one massive flick if they can, but 10 seconds starts to become really mathematically improbable for 0sec to come back to it. Can they get this one? They do. So there will be one last gasp for 0sec to bring this game back.
We know how important kickoff strategies are at the pro level. They will have been working on something. It's time to use it. 0sec, can you take us to OT? Here we go. They just send everyone forwards. They just get everyone moving. And that ball is up. It will drop 3 Rats down into the ground, winning game number 3 and taking series point.
pincer formation. They gave Kevin the open chance, but it was a huge bump to not allow them to even touch the ball. And, you know, I was saying yesterday, there was doubters, there was haters, there was people that were like, are you sure, Monkey Man? 3 rats in a great position. Now, the series is not done, so I may have called my own number a bit too soon there. However, they're in a great position right now. Zerosec, there's a lot to build. They have to build because the only way they're going to get through this series now is off a reverse sweep. Look at the way that we've seen improvement from every single game from the start of this series. Balleries really starting to shine right now.
He is. I mean, when you get at least one in all of those different metrics, it can only be positive. You played a very good game, a goal, 2 assists from 5 shots, and obviously the saves and the demo is important as well. Less demo-heavy game for 3 rats, it's worth saying. They're maybe getting a few more bumps, but less demos. So Zerosec not even really being put off their game, and 3 rats still being able to come through and get the victory. You can see a few of the highlights here. And to be honest with you, Hale, until the final minute and a half, it did not look like it was dangerous at all for 3 rats.
No, this was a absentee ballot mailed in for Zerosec for the majority of Game 3. It felt like 3 rats were kind of playing against air for a while, but then they suddenly started to manifest. So it's not like this team is not here, is not competing. They definitely have been able to at least scare the 3 rats. I mean, heck, the first couple of games, Rhino, were overtime. This one, though, had a bit of a blitz formation, and the rats definitely were running it down. They built brick by brick, but Zerosec was starting to turn this into something a bit more dramatic, a theater, not just of the mind, but definitely of the eyes to everyone in front of us. But now they've got to really have, you know, they got to spill the most dramatic tea into the harbor, and it's got to be 4 in a row. That's a long way to go to try and get that Game 7.
It is. It's the hardest way to do it. You're giving yourself the biggest task in Rocket League, coming back from a 3-0 deficit in a best of 7. So tough to do. But on the flip side, you have only lost every game by 1, 2 of those in overtime. So Zerosec is still going to be confident. They're still going to believe that they can go toe-to-toe with this 3 rats team. They know they just have to lock in a little bit forward. I would argue they're probably in 3rd gear right now. If they push that into 4th, there's more of a chance happening. So game number 4, series point for 3 rats. If they win this game, they'll be going through to the semifinals to face Elevate. Zerosec want that honor as well. Let's see what happens here.
An LCT versus MaxU matchup. You know, color me intrigued. We'll get to see if that one actually does come around. But we are in Utopia Coliseum, the nighttime version, by the way, best one. Is the first half minute of play. Looking like 3 rats are in their best form, but Zerosec trying to find themselves a dagger. This is a loose ball play, and LCT finds a great touch.
It's touching the backlines from 3 rats. Not seen many of those today. It's Croado. Is that on the left-hand side? Breezy, whoa! Almost gets taken
Scary.
out, but is able to get through. When you just cut to someone's POV and the car goes right past, that's a little bit not ideal. He takes this one over to the right-hand side, trying to get past Kevin, does do so, wins the 52 up on that right-hand side, but with a minute played, neither team in the lead. That could change right now, but pushed away by Breezy.
So far, it's about positioning, kind of jockeying around. This is a remnant of what we saw in games 1 and 2 with the way the 3 rats have been able to get upfield, but haven't quite scored early, and it's allowed us for this first minute to settle. And if you're Zerosec, I think that's the best moment right now. The fact that they didn't surrender the surplus, the collection of goals that happened in game number 3, that gives you kind of good tidings, but it's about how you operate here forward. Got to get downfield and start executing. Balleries, kind of a loose ball, not a lot of boost to handle with it, so they call for reinforcements in the form of LCT, and Balleries has to bail them out. Corrado begins again.
Yeah, and here we go. This ball into the middle, and there's a chance for Durku. He doesn't quite get the bump in time, but Breezy's still sniffing around on that left-hand wall as now Croado comes through. Supposed to be Kevin. LCT, no boost. Again, we've seen this story before. At the start of the game, they're camped in 3 rats half. They just cannot get the ball over the line. It's happened again. 2 minutes already gone. And 3 rats, well, they are holding on, to be fair. Zerosec in the ascendancy, but I feel weird saying that, Hale. It feels like Zerosec should be scoring any moment now, but based on previous evidence, I think 3 rats might actually be able to turn this around.
I mean, you, me, and that near side post that gets bullied by Zero Sec way too often. The back of the net is just screaming to be shot into, and Darku makes sure to answer the call right at the midway mark of game number 4 when Zero Sec needed this lead.
Right on halftime as well. 2.5 minutes to play. Zero Sec to get into the lead, and this is the mentality that they're going to need now, is just take this game by game. You don't want to look at the top, at the scoreboard. You don't want to understand that you've still got to win 4 games. All you've got to do is win this game. Once you've done that, you then have to win the next. That's the mentality they have to do, 1 game at a time. At the moment, it looks like that's the way they're doing it. Cleared away. LCT going to chase this one down. Breezy going to have to put this one over to the side. Does do so. Back in from Ballaris. And this one, big booming clearance. Corrado tries to stop it in the midfield. Brought through by Durku. He's got 2 to beat. Backboard double, not quite. Ballaris, great save.
Fantastic save, and it was against Darku as well, who it was the first goal going into this game. LCT just barely kind of whiffing, scraping the underside of their car over that ball. Could have been a tying goal into that margin, but we're in a different margin of difference right now here, Rhino, as LCT goes to the outside angle and has that cut by Kevin. We've not seen 3Rats find the ample amount of offense that usually has given them these greater chances. They've got to develop something here late term if a sweep really is in order. Don't want to give up some of that momentum. LCT, again, cut off at the pass.
Well, that's exactly something we saw yesterday, isn't it? If you're in a commanding position, have a commanding lead, and then you start giving up momentum, just don't know where your opponents are going to be able to take that, how far they're going to be able to go. But that one should be Ballaris getting the leveler. And it's a lovely pass from LCT across from the left. Spots the gap, gets between 2, and Kevin cannot get back in time. He flies across the goal. Ballaris puts it into the opposite corner. 1-1, 3Rats back in it.
The most impressive part of that play, how fast Ballaris got there, but it was the soft backflip to get it on top of the hood and then get that behind the flying defender who was crossing from pipe to pipe. That was wonderful. And what a mechanical way to just go Super Saiyan 2, trying to make it work off the front face of that crossbar. All bricks here in Utopia Coliseum getting chipped at least a little bit. Ballaris to LCT, this counterplay, and Breezy again has to come up big enough.
Yeah, and that's a boost steal coming in there from Ballaris, but Breezy over to the side, does pick up the 100 now, gets bumped away, 3Rats building, nice pinch as well. Cleared away by Zero Sec with 30 seconds on the clock. Surely we can't go to another OT. That would really concern Zero Sec, you would think, based on how this series has gone so far. LCT blocks this one off to pick it up in the midfield. It's actually going to be Darku. Backboard, double dunk, not going to find it. It's another chance on that far side, this time for Breezy, but Ballaris sends it clear. Now looking to try and get maybe one chance before that 0 seconds ticks down. Get away to the side wall from Darku. The ball will surely drop any moment. Corrado keeps it alive. LCT comes through off the backboard. Oh, not going to happen. Why do they keep it up? Ballaris takes a shot. Top right corner. It's going to drop. Couple of pixels south of the border. And that is 3Rats taking it 4-0. But not to be.
Every single overtime has had at least a moment in regulation just prior where the game could have been crushed in regulation. Twice for 0 Sec. This time 3Rats had themselves a chance. LCT, it's a softball play. The follow-up by Ballaris. The man continues to evolve into the monster that 4-0 sweeps 0 Sec.
Monster is exactly right. 2 goals from 4 shots. What a game from Ballaris. What a game from 3Rats. They were able to bring it through behind 1-0 early on. Well, I say early, it was half the game had been played. Start to wonder about that at that time, but they managed to swing the momentum back in their favor. When 3Rats attacked, they looked so crisp, so clean, their communication perfect, and they're able to see it out against 0 Sec in a sweep.
Wild things. just, you know what? I had a lot of good faith and good vibes. The way we saw the comeback into yesterday's Game 7, it felt like 3Rats were really adapting, learning, finding their footing in this competition. But with the way that this matchup went, at 0 sec, they were kind of muted offensively and then really tripped over themselves at times when there were definite chances to find it. But 3Rats continued to just level up each game.
I love the fact that we just saw that goal from Baller as well. The soft touch off the hood. It's just so gorgeous to see. Knew that the defender was going to fly across the goal to try and save it in the far corner. Just subverted all expectations and finished into an empty net. Well played, Baller. Well played, 3Rats. They are through to play Elevate in the semi-finals. And not to forget, they also confirmed themselves top 4 in the region.
So that's going to be the big thing too, because we will see this go not just top 4 and pure APAC team. That storyline continues to persist. So all the weight of that still on their shoulders, and they're carrying it pretty well. But we get to have a brotherly love rematch that continues to always happen of Maxu versus LCT. We got to see Elevate yesterday, and that's now going to be a confirmed collision course between those two guys. They were always teammates for what seemed like forever, and then eventually that separation occurred. So seeing that now, walking into Elevate, how are you feeling? We got vibes of Elevate for a little bit yesterday. That's a team that is a powerhouse, but the learning style that we got out of this squad, it feels like 3Rats is not something to trifle with.
And I think it can't be underestimated as well, the fact that 3Rats have played a professional match today. They've played against 0 sec just now, and so they're going to be warm. They're going to be feeling that momentum. They're going to be riding that high going into that game, and I don't think that can be underestimated. Elevate are a fantastic side in their own right, no doubt about it, but will they be able to stop the momentum? Will they be able to stop the vibes that 3Rats are bringing? That's going to be the question for Game 1 a little bit later on.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be huge, because there's such a difference between going from playing into, you know, your multiplayer matches or kind of just playing against bots. If you decide to do any of that free field, you can actually, you know, play together in free plays. So maybe they're doing a little bit of that. Yeah. But having that competition that you've already gotten through, a 4-0 sweep, they've got to be riding such a high. The thing for 3Rats is to not let it get to your head, to keep kosher walking into that next matchup of Elevate. But you know what? It wasn't the LCT show this time. Balleries just continuing to stack up. So impressive the way he continued to just do and improve for every single game. Yeah, he really stepped up today. I thought LCT was fantastic as well. Don't get me wrong. I thought Corrado held it down well. But the star today was, of course, Baller. I mean, some of those goals that he was able to get over the line, just so impressive. The composure that we talk about with this man, the way that he's able to read the game so beautifully, you just can't argue with it. So, yeah, Baller absolutely had a fantastic game, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do against Elevate a little bit later on. Well, we're going to be thrown to a short break here, guys. We have more matches here for the RLCS 2025 Birmingham Major Open number 1. So we'll see you guys in just a little bit as our next match will be on the way. Don't go too far. Grab a snack and kick back. More RLCS APAC on the way.
Hale is he's sent a few brain cells away and has decided to get out the toys on stream. Are they even going to fit there? If you can get them to...
Hold on. Okay, this is going to take a lot. I may have to do it over the course of this match.
Well, by the end of this next matchup... Oh, he's got it now. All right, nice work.
Got it.
Well,
yeah.
you're already playing better than Zero Sec. That was a tough matchup, man. I was hoping for game one Zero Sec from yesterday to appear. It didn't come out. That was rough.
Yeah, that was a bit difficult to handle. There were some tough matches. I mean, there was definitely 3 overtimes that went through. So it's going to be one of those where you look at the sweep and you're like, all right, well, was this a full drubbing? At times it looked like it, but it also felt like it was more of a muted offense than obviously Zero Sec wanted to be able to put up. And Rhino, we got to see so much good out of 3Rats learning throughout that series.
Yeah, we did. And I think learning is the biggest thing. Obviously, their next opponents, they are going to have to take all of their learnings through into. But yeah, they started to figure out Zero Sec's plan. They started to figure out exactly how they wanted to attack. Once they did that, it was easy to disrupt, easy to shut down. So Zero Sec, we often saw, took quite a lot of the offense in the early goings of the games, first minute or two. But then by the end of the game, you just saw 3Rats battering down on that goal line. So tough for Zero Sec to defend, and they always succumb to the pressure. So well played to 3Rats. Their adaptability is the thing I want to focus on moving forward.
Funny you said that, Hale. I've got on my notes here, it says full drubbing there. That was what I had. Yeah, okay. That was... we are moving on, though. Zero Sec are going home with nothing there. They come up with some points here. They're going to take home the 5 from today and the $1,200 out of the prize pool. And we get to see who else is taking that home out of our next one. Rounds versus DEKUBOPDUMNEM coming up with Match E in just a few moments, but this one, it is the Finnish masterclass here in APAC of all places. This is the most unexpected thing I've seen out of an APAC broadcast in a while. But yeah, Rounds was impressive to me. I know they're coming from the lower bracket, but for me, that's kind of where my faith is lying. They came up against a massive team in Kintrip, and they did it in style.
Yeah, they did, but it was a very comeback kids style. Oh, yeah. So I have at least an ounce more of faith into DEKUBOPDUMNEM, which I just said for the first time the right way. Let's go. So, thank you. Appreciate it. There is maybe the unwritten story that Rhino had mentioned yesterday, because it was a 3-1 win by Deku, which I'm not going to say again, in the GSLs. So they have a little bit of extra on top of this, and it did require extra efforts by Rounds to escape Kinotrope. So I gotta feel like Deku still is a little bit favored here, Rhino. I mean, but you know more about at least 5-6 of this entire lobby.
Yeah, I think it's tough at the moment, really, to determine who the better team between these two is. Obviously, the group stages, Rounds fell to Deku. But I saw something yesterday in Rounds, and I think I agree with Gex a little bit, that I don't think I'd seen so far in this qualifier. The way they were able to fight back against Kinotrope, yes, there's an argument to say that Kinotrope did kind of drop off towards that game number 5. However, it's all down to Rounds being able to actually take advantage of that, and they were able to do so. Deku coming off the back of a pretty bad battering against Elevate yesterday. They did get a game, but that's all they've really got to cling on to, so it's all going to be down to the mental. I don't know who takes it. I think I'm lying with Deku at the moment, but could go either way.
I think for me, it comes down...
by the way.
That's the Finnish one, right? Got it. For me, it comes down to what really brought Rounds through in the end, what the change was for them, and if they can come in with that attitude today. But we're going to find out quickly, because you guys... We're moving on. We're moving on to it. We're going to say goodbye to one member of our desk. Big sign off there. And fortunately for Hale there, he doesn't have to pronounce DEKUBOPDUMNEM again very soon. So he's done it once for the season. He's just going to default to Deku from now on. He's nailed it once. He's done. He's peaked. Yep. He's done.
I think that's our agreement on the desk.
Yeah.
You do it once, you don't have to do it again. That's the way we're working it. Yeah, DEKUBOPDUMNEM are doing very, very well this season. There's my one, by the way, as we start to work towards the semifinals. But yeah, I mean, there is a real chance that Deku are able to get through into those semifinals against Luminosity. Rounds really have to show us more than they did in those group stages. They have to show up today, and they have to prove that they are the best Finnish team in APAC, which is a really weird sentence to say.
It is indeed. I'd like to point out for a second, Rhino, you're not Finnish.
That's correct.
You might be... Europe's a pretty big place, man. You're not close to Finnish.
No. But I'm wearing a blue blazer and a white shirt, so I'm representing the flag here.
Fair enough.
Okay, we're settling down with the Finns. Yeah, I mean, I get to go all out EU fanboy for this game, which is super exciting for me. So Rounds and Deku, no one really in APAC is going to be mad at me for picking either of these teams, which is fine with me. We'll see what happens, but yeah, I mean, I know more about Rounds. I've seen Rounds play more, but Deku I've seen their results, and
Yeah.
that some things you look at on paper and you go,
I mean,
wow, that's pretty impressive.
they simply came out of the top bracket, right? That on paper means they should be the winning team here. That's how the seeding's gone. That's how it should work. However, rounds was also not the preferred out of that matchup with Kinotrope, and yet came up on top as well. So, underdog story they seem to like here, and I'm interested to see exactly if they can pull that off again. I would rather, if they can, not see it done the same way. It needs to be a little cleaner. Faith there for rounds, but it really does come down to what caused that win in the first place in that last round. If they can bring through the confidence there, but Rhino, you might be a little way off of earning your Eastern European citizenship yet, but I respect the backing here. Are you going with DEKUBOPDUMNEM just because they have the full roster? Is that what's really swinging here? Rounds is bringing in a MENA player.
But Mutter's really
MENA,
good as well. Yeah, See, this is a heart versus head situation. My heart says go with rounds. My heart says I want to stick with the guys that I know most, but my head and the logical side of me is saying Deku. So I'm going to go with my heart. You might as well support the underdogs. You might as well support the people that aren't as likely to win on paper. I want rounds to go ahead and do it. I think it would be a huge upset, and I'd be really up for it.
Awesome. Day 2, and we're already getting Rhino to flip-flop on the desk. I love the power I've got here. This is a dynamic.
Only for EU teams.
I'm
only flip-flopping for EU teams.
True. This is only possible because they're both EU teams. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely.
But no, I think for me, definitely seeing, I'm always willing to welcome back the MENA brothers from before the RLCS days as well. So great to see that we do have that representation in here from APAC. I mean, they've got their own invaders in their region. They've got the imports as well into MENA a little bit there as well. So why not? Why not share the wealth, I guess?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think... I will say that I think he has been excellent, Mutterer. I think he's played so well for rounds. Pardon the pun, he rounds out that squad really nicely. Renshiro and Finzi have been a duo for so long. I see you holding back that laugh there. You know I don't deserve it, but you want to. You know I don't deserve it,
You said
but you want
excuse
to.
the pun, but I won't. I will not do it. You'll be hearing from my lawyers.
Damn. But yeah, I mean, Mutterer, he finishes that... I've done it again. Finishes that team so beautifully, and I really think they do have a good look going into this one. I just think Deku have that little bit more of a rapport, that little bit more team chemistry, but as the season goes on, I really expect to see rounds improve.
Well, like Mata, we're coming in hard and fast. The metal music playing in my head right now, and we are pushing in with rounds against DEKUBOPDUMNEM here, and I'm getting more comfortable with saying that as time goes on, I will admit, but I want to point out to everybody that's not even a finished word. It has no relevance here. I abjectly hate that they've brought that in here, but here we are. Deku, you're going to have to convince me with the gameplay, not your team name.
You hate puns, you hate the team name. Gex, you're just a hater on stream right now, man.
I'm the villain in APAC, everyone knows it.
Yeah, man. We're about to watch an EU stream and you're being the villain on stream. You understand how crazy that is? No, we're about to watch this game. We're getting into the lobby very soon. Rounds versus DEKUBOPDUMNEM. And I tell you what I want to see, just some good old-fashioned Rocket League as we get into this one. And this should be an absolute barnstormer.
Oh, we talked a lot about Renshiro last time, but Finzi came out looking really good there. Mota stepped up as well. Everybody on that team really did, but it's going to be Jaku stepping up early here for rounds. It's that's an insane finishing touch.
That is their substitute.
It is indeed. It is indeed.
Jaku coming through, not playing instead of Mutter. That's a real interesting change. I don't know what caused that, but I tell you what that does mean. We've got a full 6-man EU lobby right here. Pauses getting on the board, the Finns representing, and we're all square within 20 seconds.
I wish I knew more about the sub coming in here, because we just both put our bets on rounds. DEKUBOP comes in with their full roster from yesterday. They're all practiced, they're all heated up, and now I don't know where to go. This may change the team chemistry completely for rounds. It may not change it at all. Maybe they're exactly the same. Maybe they're better off with Jaku. Who knows? It doesn't seem likely to me, but Jaku's been on the front line from word go here. They have sacrificed 1 goal back to Deku, but they're going to have to get back their lead if they want a chance in game number 1.
Here's what I will say. They will be able to now come in their native language. All 3 Finns in the server. That is a huge, huge change because they would have had to have used English when they were working with Matar. So, I mean, the fact that they now are able to be a little bit set in their ways in that language could really change the tide here. I'm pretty sure it was Matar playing when they played against Deku the first time. So maybe they're also just doing it to confuse their opponents. There's a chance that they are bringing Jaku in purely to kind of be like, well, you don't know what roster we're bringing out, and so that's going to make it difficult for you to read what we want to do.
Rexer now with the ball, going to go high off that demo from Renshiro. There's a good chance, but it's again Jaku leading it out. I mean, it's a name I've heard shouted a couple of times. I think Rounds has already played with Jaku once. Feel free to correct me on that if you know different in chat or otherwise, but I'm pretty sure I have heard that Jaku has already been playing for the squad, so has time on the team, is probably well part of the rotations here, certainly is being a huge part of Rounds right now. The only possible downside now here is not only do they share a language, they share a ping.
Well, yeah, that is something that is a little bit problematic. Dansku fires into the left-hand side of the goal here. Rexer gets that one off the backboard. And just a double commit, really, from Deku, opening the door for their third man to come through. Renshiro unseated with 0 boost in the tank, and Deku take advantage 2-1.
Well, it seemed inevitable at some point. Deku kept pushing up, and while Rounds have had their chance, even on goal line, it seems like Deku have had pretty confident defense on every single one. Dansku with a very close shot there, and a kickoff strat coming out from these Europeans as expected. It's back the other way though, and Renshiro cleans up to even up the game.
Yeah, that is Renshiro who gets on the board. I was about to say I've done some research and that it was actually Matar that played in that first game, but I am not 100% sure that it is. I went onto the start page and all 4 of them are mentioned, so who knows? But at the end of the day, I think Jaku has played with this roster before. I don't doubt that at all. And he will be coming in here with that expertise. And obviously Renshiro, the man who we did hype up to be the guy for Rounds, he's their main kind of front man. However, it has to be said, yesterday against Kinotrope, it wasn't really the showing that we expected to see from Renshiro.
Yep.
He had to get the help from Finzi, he had to get the help from Matar, but today he looks online.
Finzi, double commit with Jaku there. That's kind of what I'm looking for the little chinks in the armor that bringing in your sub does have as an effect. And it's not a slight against Jaku at all. That's just the nature of being the substitute in the team. The trust between players isn't as developed as your main roster. But also, I think if he was there playing for that first week, they're already top 8. They're not going to get that chance as much again, Jaku here. So if he's going to play out in a main weekend like this, he's got to make his impact now because it's his best chance to do so. That's an unbelievable shot to go high. I don't actually know how DEKUBOP has not scored that.
That is insane. How does that not go over the line? As Dansku going to try and make amends, going to try and fix that mistake. Ball down, but hit away by Rounds again, and they are frustrating DEKUBOP now at this point as that one goes over the top. Will be Finzi off the backboard. Is there a second man press? No, there isn't, but a double commit coming through from DEKUBOP. That bump could be huge. Renshiro keeping this one in the corner. Cleared away by Rexer. Has to get over Jaku when he can.
Jaku could have gone for the pre-jump there, the risk. I mean, he was already committed up. Would have liked to see confidence out. Oh, that's gone straight to Rexer, though. And oh my goodness, Porsos is going to pick up a well-earned assist on this one. Look at the pressure from Dansku. DEKUBOP are firing as a team now, and that is brutal for Rounds.
It's always so fun to see those goals go in when all 3 members of the team are deep in Rounds half. You just know they wanted the triple commit. They saw something in Rounds. They saw the way they were defending, that they wanted to pressure at that specific time, and they got their just rewards. Cleared away by Finzi here. Pauses drops this one over to the right-hand side. Jaku inside to Renshiro. Gonna take a shot, but intercepted immediately. Fantastic challenge from Deku. That's more of what they have to do in this series.
Yeah, really, really fast. Rounds, though, pushing again, and this is as close as I wanted it to be for sure, but we saw last series that a close game doesn't make a close series. Somebody has to make a separation here. DEKUBOP barely out ahead, and Rounds still making their way upfield. Denied now by Rexa. Another chance. DEKUBOP, can they get the pass off? Dansku comes through, pauses to put it towards the backboard and put away from it by Jaku.
These early challenges, though, from Deku are killing Rounds right now. They are suffocating them in their back line, and Deku just wanting to make sure this ball doesn't cross that halfway line, not giving Rounds a chance to get back into the game. The ball will remain up. Will it hit the corner? No, it won't. Deku take game number 1 in the Finnish rivalry, let's call it.
Yeah, the Finnish masterclass, I think I called it earlier, which is...
That's right,
it's just, we're in APAC. What is happening here right now? I feel like we've jumped regions. Definitely interesting. I don't think we've quite got the viewership I would expect if we were in Europe right now.
Yeah, no kidding.
Big shout out to everybody who is in the chat as well. I know it's early days back into APAC, but for our loyal viewers out there, a huge shout out to you guys. You make this possible for us. But DEKUBOPDUMNEM, they want to give you guys a little credit as well. They're putting on a show for you. Rounds did not lack on it either, though. They really did fire back there. They tried to get it off the ground at the end there to send us to an overtime, but wasn't to be. DEKUBOP just seemed to have them locked to their net for that last few seconds.
Yeah, but I want to point out Jaku here. 528 score in the game, goal, assist, shot, 3 saves and a demo. That man did everything that he possibly could for Rounds in that previous game. Down a little bit maybe, but at the end of the day, DEKUBOP, their team cohesion just seems that little bit better. It seemed that little bit more together, and we can have a look at these team highlights just to prove that point. Rounds got out of the traps early. Jaku getting on the board early, which is going to settle those nerves. And yeah, the series continues with Rounds just going 1-0 down, but we know they have the ability to get back in this series.
I mean, Jaku was incredibly involved in everything there. The 3 saves, which obviously the saves are generally solo effort, but the goals, he was participating in everything. Every good attempt he participated in, not just the stuff that sunk. So it seems odd. I mean, I know that there's reputation behind Jaku to even have him as a sub at all. So bringing him in, he seems to fit into this roster well. They just have to click that little tiny bit better, and they could come up on top here. So a close series ahead of us, but we saw one last time as well, and it blew out in a series score despite those games.
Yeah, we've also not seen an OT in game number 1, as was presented to us in that first series. That's so close. It will be pauses. 6 seconds in, and you got very excited with this from Dansku.
I just can't believe how high that went. Dansku scooped that and went to the ceiling just about there, well above the crossbar, but cleaned up very, very nicely. What a reset to really get some power under that. I'm not sure it was planned to be exactly that case.
Hey, it worked out. Doesn't matter if it's planned. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, as this one out of the way, although I guess it was being good at the same time. That waterfall is interesting. Jaku's going to be able to send it away. Looking to get a second touch. Beats his man too, and Dansku's going to have to try and collect this one. Was on 100 boost.
Rexa, you're early.
That's fantastic. That is a pre-jump and a half. Rexa tries to get this one into the middle. Pauses. Tries to get it on target. Saved at the near post by Finzi. On 0 boost, and Rounds can build a counter.
A very good one here as Dansku misses the mark. It's looking like it might center here, but gets away. Just a little bit of a drop ball there by Rounds. Definitely a big chance for them, and they didn't even get it in front of goal, let alone a shot. So Rounds going to have to fire back early here if they want to build their own confidence back into game number 2. They've already dropped a game and now down in scoreline as well. Straight back to their own half. Jaku going to offload this to Renshiro. The outlet pass looking very, very good with space and control for Rounds right now.
Yeah, this one moving towards goal with all the pace of a snail, as Deku going to be able to clear this one away relatively easily, but Rexa gets challenged right there on the spot. No second man really committing from Rounds, and I just am a little bit concerned that maybe that match that they had in the group stage is affecting them a little bit. They're not quite committing as hard as they have done in other games. That second man is a little bit late onto the scene. There's a chance here. Should be two, will be two. Dansku on the board, and he has been a shining light for this DEKUBOP roster.
And this is kind of the fear I had here, that Rounds, after losing that game one, might lose a little bit of their pep. I mean, it's what we saw at a 0-sec as well. After getting beaten down a little, they started to malfunction a little bit. I don't know if that's the case here. DEKUBOP seem to be getting a bit of a step up as well, but a high quality of play nonetheless across the board right now. Rounds need it to be even higher if they're going to step up to a challenge here. Pauses challenged by Finzi, indeed, into the midfield.
Yeah, now Jaku doesn't read that from Regza, but Renshiro moving up the right-hand side, takes it past another. Finzi off the backboard, finds the double, bottom left. What a save, Regza! Keeping them out, keeping the score at 0 for Rounds. Good save, moving backwards from Jaku. But you just got to give credit to that save. It was a wonderful shot from Finzi.
Renshiro tried to go for the safe touch, but they had defense back. If he full committed to just getting back to that ball and making the second shot count, I think they would have sunk something there. They're trying to play maybe just that little bit too safe. You need that overlap sometimes to make the goal count. You got to risk it for the biscuit.
You certainly have. As that clearance, Finzi is going to be credited with a save there. It was more of a 50 as this one comes back in. Dansku up on the goal line. It just misses, hits the post. And the woodwork getting some more action as that challenge might just find its way. No, Regza keep this one going. And I tell you something, Deku, they are feeling themselves right now. They are very attacking, very aggressive, challenging for everything. Rounds cannot keep up.
They're just finding each other, and sometimes you just see this look in a team's eyes and you know that they have something special going on for that match. Even one game sometimes, but it just clicks, and you know it. Everybody in the stream knows it right now. DEKUBOP, they are clicking.
They are. Absolutely. 1.5 minutes left. Deku in full control of this game too, as Renshiro to bring this one through, but once again the early challenge, and this is something that we talk about. We big up players like Renshiro. We talk about star players on each side. And teams hear that. People listen to that. And so that's a freebie for Dansku, his second of the game. But as I was saying, you know, people pay attention to who the star players is. They shut them down. All of a sudden, you've got an easy ride. And Renshiro has not had a free, unchallenged shot pretty much all series.
Yeah, it's been very, very brought to a fight by DEKUBOP on every moment here. They are desperately trying to earn the respect out of me to stop calling them DEKUBOPDUMNEM. It's not happening, boys. That one's a lost fight. Sorry.
It will never happen.
It will never happen.
Simply won't. As Jaku going to try and collect this one. Now it's down to Rounds to try and get some momentum into the next game. Finzi going to do that for them. Looks to get that shot on target. Going to displace Dansku, but sends that over into the corner really nicely with a lot of power, so it's difficult.
Oh, no! Please!
Was it,
please!
was it broken? I don't know if that was a full rule one.
I'll give them the benefit of the doubt on that one. I think that there was a bit of contact and it did come away naturally, so...
Okay. I mean, yeah, people in this region dislike the Finnish sides anyway, so we don't want to give them another reason to hate on them.
That's a reason to love. I think everybody respects when you hold to the rule one. They looked like they were prepared to me, but we'll have to see evidence of that later.
Weren't they, actually?
Yeah, well, they were. Pass off by Pauses.
Chiro. This one off the top. First unchallenged shot that he's had all season. And, series. As that one's going to drop. Deku, much more convincing in game number 2 than game number 1. 3-0. And now they are really motoring.
Well, I said that I wanted to see it open up and the confidence given. The confidence has been given. Deku stepping up big. I don't feel like we at all saw this level of gameplay out of Deku yesterday. I mean, they were main roster yesterday, right? Right? Can somebody just... I feel like I'm going insane. Can somebody confirm that was main roster yesterday and this is the one that has... It's DEKUBOP are just dominating the substitute.
They are. They absolutely are. And it's really interesting to see, as we say, because we really... You know, based on what rounds performed like yesterday against the Japanese super team, we really expected a better look coming out from them today. But they've decided to play safe. They've decided to play defensive. They've decided to play in their own half and play on the counter-attack. That is not working. Can they adapt? Can they change their plan? That's what I want to see now from Game 3.
Hell, you come onto the desk and say that. He just wrote in our chat, I hate Rule 1s. Them's fighting words. Them's definite fighting words.
I'm not the most hated on the desk anymore. What a day. That's the moment that gives it. That's the one. I appreciate you, Hale, for taking that mantle away from me.
He's taking the bullet.
Yeah, you can't hate Rule 1s. I mean, that's Rule 1, isn't it? That's the whole point.
Yeah, I want him to go on Twitter and say it, and then I don't even have to fight my own battle. They'll do it for me.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. He's going to have his back against the wall very, very quickly, I would think. But Deku, 2-0 up, looking hot to trot. Can we get 2 sweeps in the first 2 games of the day? It would be pretty surprising, I think. Definitely didn't expect it to come out of the 3-0 set game. Definitely didn't expect it to come out of the Deku rounds game. So maybe today's the day of unexpected.
Yeah, well, I'd love some unexpected. Well, I don't know. Yeah. We may have gotten expected outcomes yesterday, but I don't think we got there in ways that were expected either. So definitely something to still be seen, solidity found, and it's always been a question in the minor regions of consistency, hasn't it? You want to see it come out, and it's definitely developed. It has come a long, long way since Season 1 here in APAC, but even bringing in the EUs, you still see it drop off occasionally, and we did see it there. The one thing I will say is that it was more of an expected scoreboard. You saw there that Jaku did have a little bit of a drop on score there, but if he can bring it back in, maybe we see a different result.
For sure. And I think it's going to be down to Jaku and how he gels with the team. We saw in Game 1 that he's able to make those rotations. He's able to understand where he wants the other players to be in the team. So he's not completely out of his depth here. I think he's absolutely deserving, of getting the chance to play against Deku here in the lower bracket quarterfinals. They are just taking advantage of this fact. They're taking advantage of the fact he's a substitute, and Deku, their comms are so crisp, so clean. They're able to get through with very few double commits, I say, as they get one there, but Pauses will signal his teammate away. And this one is going to start for game number 3.
An early start there into their opponent's half from Deku, but it's not going to last. Straight back into theirs. Now on defense, they will find their clear. And Rexa carrying it upfield. Good 50 out of the corner. Looking for support, though. And Dansku doesn't quite get there in time. Actually, a setup there. Where's the second from rounds? Speaking of lack of support, Renshiro going up for a second attempt, but they dropped the first one, and that was looking likely.
Substitute on the field as well. Mutter back in the play. They've got rid of Jaku after that second game, and maybe this is the change that rounds were looking for. Maybe, just maybe, this is what will bring it over the... No. Okay, Dansku going to score. And, yep. No, you know what?
Silence
the point I was making completely invalid.
Silence, Rhino. Deku's coming through. They've got to take your words out of your mouth.
Yeah, they want to shut me up as quickly as possible, and fair play to them. Here I am trying to create storylines, trying to give the people a little bit of something to cling on to. And Mutter is on the field, but unfortunately the scoreline is still in favor of Deku.
Rhino, how much have you improved since yesterday? Because I said then that the best casters get the best casters. It's already coming up notches, man. You must be improving by the minute. Crazy.
I had like 1 or 2 casts last night. Yeah, I really felt it yesterday. So yeah, maybe this is what's happening. But yeah, no, it's one of those things that it feels better with Mutter in the team. I do still see rounds trying to make this one away. No disrespect to Jaku, no disrespect at all. However, this one is just going to drop down. Pauses gets on the scoreboard. Deku get on the board again, and that one is from midfield. The bumps and demos on the backlines are brutal.
I mean, even without that, that's a crazy shot from Pauses, though. Look at the control. Uses the ceiling. The resets are clean. The shot is clean. Everything about that was a beautiful play. It was a bit of a, there is the masterclass scenario there from the Finn. But DEKUBOP, now being challenged by Mota. I feel like it was the wrong choice. If you were going to play Mota, you had to play him the whole series, and now he's looking cold compared to the rest of the teams.
Well, there is also that aspect as well, and it will take him a little while to warm up into this one, you would think. He's been thrown in at the deep end. And now Pauses takes a shot, cleared away by Finzi, but this one coming in from deep. And what a save by Mutter. He's warm now. Fantastic meat of that one.
That was an incredible save. He was going to make it cleanly the first time around as well. I think a little bit of panic there out of Finzi. Knew he could make a touch, but it wasn't the right choice. Put them in danger, and Motter gets them back out of it again. Dansku with the challenge. It's going to go wide to the corner. Now a chance for Rounds again. Can they take control of this in their opponent's half? It has been all counter-attack play from Rounds so far, and they need to have some pressure on DEKUBOP.
I did not like the fact that Renshiro went for that play there, just sitting on the backboard, because Deku have challenged so many things. It can change in an instant where that ball is on the field, and you just can't take those kind of risks when you're 2-0 down. But at the same time, maybe he feels like he has to. Maybe he feels like this is the game where Rounds must try and get back into the series. Over the top, looking for the dunk. Finzi, the savior of Rounds again.
Rounds is looking good again now. There's still errors to correct, I agree, but it has been better since those first 2 goals. But again, DEKUBOP find their answer. They come back, hammer one off the crossboard, and it's Dansku himself who gets it up, back down to Regza for the shot.
Yeah, maybe I hadn't taken too long to watch Rounds play when I made my earlier statement that it looks better with Masar now in the team, as that one comes back to haunt me a little bit. Thank you very much for that, Rounds. As now Renshiro, Rex are going to take this one left-hand side. The funny thing is that DEKUBOP will not stop. This is a real kind of grudge match between 2 Finnish sides. Both want to show dominance. Deku will not let up. They will continue to score as long as they can, as many as they can, just to prove that Rounds don't really have a say when they play against this team. But hold on a minute. The Saudi comes through. Upper 90. Bump play. Rounds maybe back in it.
I think it's what I was saying before. He came in late. You play him the whole series and he doesn't have to make the warm-up in this game, but he's found it now. Mota coming through with a solo play, admittedly. The team didn't have to work particularly hard for that one when Mota's popping off, but he's warmed back up and he's having the impact again.
He is, but Brexit going to try and take this one around the side. Double demo on the backlines. Mota and Finzi taken out. It's Renshiro versus the world. And Renshiro wins, and Motor just about comes back in time to help his friend out. And with a minute on the clock, DEKUBOP are still in Rounds half, and they do not want to leave at all. It's almost like they've got a rental property here. They're kind of just collecting the money that they're owed.
The holiday house is sitting in APAC right now, and they're just collecting income. And there is a response though. Rounds, they are picking up. Slowly but surely, but what a mistake from DEKUBOP. Where is anybody?
That's going to be a little bit of a concern, but it's also going to be a wake-up call. They can't just all go into Rounds half and expect them not to get a counter-attack or be able to break them down eventually. There is more to it than that. Dansku will prove that Deku are still in this series, still leading in this series. Pauses wins the kickoff. And Dansku comes through, top left-hand corner with the bouncer. Nothing the defense can do. A kickoff goal to deny Rounds their momentum, 4-2.
No, you weren't half wrong about the wake-up call, but I think Rounds are singing lullabies right now, begging them to go back to sleep. They need any chance possible, and this goal will have to be immediate if they are to have a chance here in Game 3. It felt like it was over from the second goal scored in this game, with DEKUBOP just being dominant out the gates, but maybe without that period of time there, we would be seeing this be the game for Rounds. It's just too little too late, though. They might have one more available to them. Another demo, still trying to keep it in possession, but the game is already over. DEKUBOP have taken them to 0 seconds, and no matter what they do, Rounds can do nothing more than find a goal.
And they do! And Renshiro finds the top left corner, and it's arguable to say that's not insignificant. This is now a 1-goal game. Rounds are going to get belief off the back of that. They scored a 0-second goal against a very difficult DEKUBOP side to break down. So They just need to take that confidence going into the next game. Obviously, now they face Series Point. Deku only needs to win one of the next 4 in order to go through and face Luminosity. But you have to consider that rounds are now going to be in the same position that Zero Sec were earlier, and they can take things game by game. Win the next game, you then play the next game. You start to work it like that. So rounds are not done yet. They're not dead yet. There is so much still to play, but Deku wants to deny them as quickly as possible. I imagine they'll come out of the gates quickly.
My concern for rounds there, though, is that yes, you might be able to take something out of that last goal and go, hey, it was a 1-goal game. It's fine. We're back into this. Except that so was game 1, and they got thrashed after that. So this is back to starting point for for rounds, and they needed to be well ahead of that by now. They needed a chance back into this series, I think. And I think Deku just have this in the bag at this point. While definitely there are wins available for rounds, you are not going to stop DEKUBOP from taking at least one from you in the next 4 games. There's no way.
Yeah. Wow, declaring no way. Interesting. I do see Regza there with 6 demos on the game, by the way. Rounds are being bullied in their own half. They are. It's difficult to
the principle.
Get the ball up the field when you're not on the field.
Yeah. No, I thoroughly agree. It is. The problem is that the availability is there to commence the bullying. You know, they're not being challenged in air. Those demos, those bumps, the full commits into those halves, it's tough. It's very, very tough to be able to push out here, to have that contest in the midfield and start to play the current game meta, shutting down ego challenges. That's just not even available right now to rounds, it seems like.
No, it absolutely is not. And that is purely because Deku are doing that. They're the ones doing that to them, right? So they're the ones challenging in the midfield. They're the ones doing the ego challenges. They're getting in the face of rounds. They need to get around the press. We'll see if they're able to in this game number 4. Deku 1 away from a date with Luminosity.
Forces to the backboard. And it's a shot on target. Dansku is going to get blocked away by Finzi. Now, back to that midfield again. Regza going to get in behind it. And chased here. No boost to avoid the demo either, but he does somehow get away from that. Another chance here. Rounds sitting, gathered in their net. You can see they don't have confidence.
And that's a real concern for me. Going into game 4, surely your mindset has got to be, we've got to really give it to these guys. We've got to get in their faces. We've got to try and make it difficult for them. Another demo, this time coming out from Pauses. As Finzi takes this one down the left, will get a double touch as well, plays it into the corner, and Rounds able to escape out of the half. This one, Pauses. It's the reset, goes up the other end. He's going to set up a teammate, doesn't need it. Oh! The clearance from Finzi straight into the side of Regza. Deku take the lead in quite extraordinary circumstances.
Yeah, that is such a beautiful read by Regza. Not to ignore the work put on, but Pauses there as well. Ran the field with control over that, and a beautiful, beautiful play out from all of DEKUBOP. But Rounds, that's not going to help him.
No, it's not. But here comes Motor for this one. It's away by Dansku on the left-hand side. Looking for the maybe ceiling pinch off the backboard. Hello. But no capitalization off that one because Finzi once again making the defensive play. 1v1, Motor wanting the bump play again! Call it the Motor at this point, twice in 2 games. That's beautiful.
We were asking for the carry from Motor yesterday. They didn't need it then. He only brings it out when it's necessary. Motor coming in here, he's subbed back in and showing why, for good reason, coming in. But is it too little too late? Game 4, they would need to win every single game left in this series to win it outright now.
But never say never. Reverse sweeps exist in Rocket League. There is a chance.
I think I already said
And if there is a non-zero chance, they are still in the series. This one into the middle. Motor, we're looking to go again. Renshiro takes it off the sidewall, has a lot of boost to work with, plays the 50, and now Browns, they are getting further and further into Deku's half, and that challenge from Renshiro is good as well. They're getting in their faces, they're doing what I wanted. Now this is Rounds playing Rocket League.
When will the cows come home? Sorry, I've been told I'm not allowed to say never. That's not the one. Renshiro now up. I just don't see it being possible with the class that DEKUBOP is playing at right now. They are really, really coming in here and just giving us a show, and it's being challenged. I love that challenge. I don't think these teams are far apart, but teams that aren't far apart shouldn't be able to take 4 games back-to-back against each other.
Absolutely, but there is a question I wanna ask you to kind of rebuttal that point. Did you think that Rounds were going to be able to bring it back against Kinotrope yesterday when they were 3-1 down and Kinotrope were playing the way they were?
I will give you no, but I also don't necessarily attribute all of that to Rounds. I think there was a big ball drop there from their opponents, and DEKUBOP don't look like they're dropping a ball anytime soon. This is very, very sustainable from them right now.
It is, but the minute that you start getting that question mark in your head, the minute that you're not playing with all of the freedom of, we've not lost the game yet, we're all good, you know, the minute that they do get back into it, the moment that you feel the momentum swap,
Rounds.
Suddenly that plays with your mind. And you never know what can happen. Dansku going to try and make sure that doesn't happen. Good save, Finzi.
Yeah, that was looking very, very threatening. A little bit of fear for Rounds there, and for us that this series might end without a game the other way. I think would be misrepresentative of how close these two teams are to each other. Certainly, game number 2 was a bit misrepresentative of that, but as a series, I would expect at least a game across here, and it's looking like it might be tough for them. Still, no advantage either way right now, and it's midfield for Finzi, who sends it forward. Can they get an attack started? No, straight back downfield. DEKUBOP nearly fall to a redirect, but they survive once more.
Yeah, and this one will make its way over to Regza, who wins that ball, gets bumped away, but cleared by Finzi only as far as Dansku, who know how powerful he is in the air, gets the reset, gets over the top of one. Not a lot of boost for Renshiro, but enough to send it over to the side, and I think that's Motor sending that one back towards goal, as Finzi takes it forwards, just takes a pot shot at some point. Rounds, you got to keep doing that, just put shots on net, disrupt Deku's defense. Maybe something will come of it, but for now, it's still 1-1.
Now it's gone very high. Regs back in control of it as he uses the ceiling. We've seen him do it before. Now looking for Porces. Shot on target. Oh. It's a double commit, but I can't blame this one. They've got to get back on it, though. Rounds in dire straits. It's just barely a miss. DEKUBOP trying to form their attack. That one could have been a shot as well. A big pop. Third in late, and Rounds might find their clear finally. No, they're too late on it. Dansku gets the opportunity, and he will not choke it. Straight under the crossbar.
And the Finns will be roaring in their VC. It was a tough game number 4. DEKUBOP had to dig deep into their bag of tricks. But eventually it's that man again, Dansku, who's been so positive for Deku in this event. Regza gonna just try and maybe take some time off the clock. Gets a pinch across. Motor's got to go coast to coast here. He does get past one. The ball will surely drop, and DEKUBOP sweep Rounds.
That is a ludicrous series out of DEKUBOPDUMNEM. They have earned me saying their name right, at least this time. I will remind you, that has not been earned outright yet. But right now, DEKUBOPDUMNEM definitely on top, and they're going to be pushing forward. If they can continue to play like that, they may be able to get that threat back on to one of those upper bracket teams.
Well, the upper bracket team they need to get that threat on is Luminosity. That is who they will be facing in the semifinals for a chase in the grand final. Yeah, that is an incredibly tough ask. But the way they're playing, the momentum that they have, proving that they are the dominant Finnish team in APAC. Again, silly sentence, but they will be going into that semifinal with a lot of wind behind their sail.
Let's take a look at that scoreboard for the last game there. We're going to see Motta coming in. It was a game of warm-up before this, but back in warm this time. Look at the stats coming out. Might not have topped the leaderboard, but just was participating on every front there. Got the one goal, got the shots, got the saves, and got the demos. He was trying to open it up. It just wasn't enough for Rounds. DEKUBOP dominated on challenges, and it was challenges and challenges and challenges. There was nothing left alone for Rounds to just have some space there.
I mean, a 2-1 game by DEKUBOP when they've had 14 shots to 2 is absolutely ludicrous in its own right. They have been hammering that round's backline. They've been hammering the defense, and they only see it through by 1 goal after 14 shots. That is ridiculous. Good work from Rounds, by the way, to keep that defense as long as they did.
Yeah.
But yeah, from minute 1 to the end of the game, it was Deku who were the aggressors. It was Deku who were getting the shots, and it was Deku who take home the series victory.
Yeah, a well-earned victory. That Rounds didn't make it easy for them. There was that one game where it was slipped a bit, but they were back on it pretty immediately there. I do feel like they did prove themselves as a team that earned their spot here. And, of course, they have earned their $1,200 and 5 points from the prize pool and bracket there as well. Dansku came up with the final score there for final MVP, for DEKUBOP as well, but I gotta say, it was actually Porsis that was impressing me. He was on the bottom of the leaderboard there, but so active on field, so much control. The midfield was dominated by almost Porsis most of the time. Now, I wanted to say the whole time, but it was most of the time there. Porsis stood up strong, Rhino. I want to see that continue into the next series, but of course, we will have to see that series after a break.
We will. And yeah, I mean, you talk about pauses, and I think this is kind of the 3-prong attack that Deku are being able to present. Pauses sitting around that midfield, setting up Regza and Dansku for those incredibly mechy, incredibly beautiful shots that we see from them. They don't really feel like they need to do a defensive rotation unless Pauses calls them back. And that's such an important way that they're working together. Pauses is making sure that he's marshalling the team. Regza and Dansku, you stay forwards unless I tell you otherwise.
Well, we do say goodbye to Rounds, though, and it's a little bit of a sad goodbye. I feel like Rounds really developed some personality across the last 2 days, and was very entertaining to watch them play, but we have sent home our first 2 teams from the day, and there will still be more to go, of course. We are finishing off the bracket this time, all the way to the grand final, but now we have our our next round of matchups. I was going to say round 2. It's semifinals. Actually, we played out round 2 yesterday. Round 2 of today. Semifinals, of course, will be Luminosity versus DEKUBOPDUMNEM after that earned victory, and Elevate against a very clean, very refined 3 Rats. We'll see you next after the break with one of those matchups. Well, a massive display there from DEKUBOPDUMNEM. I feel like, normally I'd say they finished off well, blah, 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 the whole spiel. But they didn't finish off well. That was just stunning from DEKUBOPDUMNEM from start to finish. A really quite the display on stream from the entire series. Hale, you were sitting on the sidelines. There was probably a lot to take away from that one. I expect you to have some opinions on it.
I was having a lot of cheese and crackers off to the side, and I had a little bit more time than you to get an actual snack in. Dansku is inevitable. Poor Sauce is indomitable, and Regzer just continues to be in control at times. That team overall, I'm almost tired of being right. Deku definitely had the ability and showcased it of how to take care of business, especially with. I feel like the word finish is now losing its meaning and gaining even more with the way all the Finland boys keep coming through and making big waves. So it was a great overall play. Deku showing exactly what they did in the GSLs, and then they brought it again to rounds. Who's going to have to go back to the drawing board, and now they have to go deal with the same thing with Luminosity.
I feel like this is the bracket that everybody is going to be tuning in for, though. Grand Final is always the most exciting, but as far as importance go, this is where you decide whether you can be a LAN-appearing team or not in APAC. Yep. And Three Rats are still in it. That is the big name to watch right this second, I feel like, for the region. The full APAC team making it into the top 4 is huge, but they have to take down Elevate, and that is not an easy task. Luminosity down there in the bottom, another one of those big import teams, though, really. So the matchup there may be less impactful to the region as a storyline, I feel like, but no less exciting.
The conversation since before the season started has always been Luminosity, Elevate. Luminosity, Elevate. That's been the conversation that a lot of people have been having. Who takes APAC? But there are two teams here that no one, well, Three Rats maybe a lot of people were talking about, but certainly no one was talking about DEKUBOPDUMNEM before the season. There's no way that people would have expected them to be here in the semi-finals. So they're an unknown quantity. They're representing something that people haven't seen yet here in APAC. And it will be interesting to see how Luminosity deal with that challenge. But at the same time, Three Rats on the other side of the bracket versus Elevate. What a match that should be.
Three Rats, sure. I'll give it to you, Three Rats. Exciting, lots of talk about Three Rats. Who was expecting Three Rats to get here over Kinotrope? I don't feel like a high percentage of people, and we dropped Kinotrope off early. It's such an unexpected thing. Yeah, okay, all right. Hale, you have something you want to say?
Three Rat believer over here. Look, I thought the Kinotrope actually may be in lockstep with Three Rats, but I knew that Three Rats LCT looking for his third land berth, man. Like this is definitely a team that has some experience. Why wouldn't I be a believer? I mean, one of the big question marks was if they could have some of that extra, I guess, learning curve be established with Corrado also coming into the mix, and they've done just fine. Now, they're still in class. The bell is rung, and they're definitely kind of getting the professor to give them a quick, Spark Notes version of it. But no, yeah, Three Rats, I feel like they would be here. And Kinotrope, I'm hoping they bounce back. I'm hoping they don't get too down on themselves for what happened.
I want to establish something here. LCT thinks I hate him. I don't know where it came from. My opinions have always been based off of my expectations for players, and my expectations for LCT are high. They have always been high. They're huge. But I think there has needed to be some corrections there. The fact they're here at all, the way they played that last series, it looks like those corrections to me. Finally. I've been asking for it for a long time, but they were looking stable. They were looking like that could be the consistency I've looked for. Rhino, do you think that's possible?
I think it absolutely could be. I think they've shown over the last 2 days that it absolutely is something that 3Rats is going to be able to bring forwards. It's going to be a tough test against Elevate, but at the end of the day, all we need to see is that consistency. If they keep the level that they had against ZeroSec earlier today, they will battle for that final 2 spot.
All right, thank you very much for the final take here. We're going to let you have your one break of the day as we take it away. Oh, Hale, this is going to be intense. This is going to be so intense.
This is going to be a matchup, again, Maxu and LCT on opposite sides of the line. Obviously, you have the Flying Dutchman, wombo combo of Ocelon and Tho, and then you have the concept where you have Croato that started fast, and Balleries took over, made everyone very rest assured that they can be able to get back to the midfield, but Balleries doing Balleries things. That previous matchup was a 4-0, but it cannot be forgotten, 3 overtimes to get them over that line.
Yeah.
So this is going to be telling if they can play it as close and still conquer their demons in bonus Rocket League.
I mean, what might seem crazy to you, though, is that it's actually the overtime wins that give me a little more confidence in 3Rats. The mental has been conquered. Overtimes have been an issue for this roster, and their defense has been an issue under that kind of pressure. They corrected that last series. If they can keep that up, they will convince me that they not only have earned their spot today, but maybe permanently in this top 4.
Yeah, I very much agree with that. If you can play it as close, but sometimes when you're having to have that requirement, that's perfect Rocket League. That's a sweaty mindset, but you gotta be sweaty and hold your controller just as tight if you're gonna contend not only to get to a grand final through these semis, but also into a land birth position. Game number 1, semifinals unlocked online. It's Elevate versus 3Rats.
Also on with the ball. Balleries up to challenge very early. 3Rats have seemed to click onto the kickoff game recently. One of the APAC native rosters to do that, in fact. But challenged back again immediately. It might be one of those slower start-offs, I think, here as well, as much as they're trying the kickoff strats and everything. I think Elevate and 3Rats, they've got history with each other, and they will want to make sure that that feel-out time is available to them.
Yeah, this is definitely a team that Elevate likes to kind of measure and go through their paces. Definitely take their strides, seeing what's going to be brought to the table. You have Maxu with a flip reset, just to bring that to the backboard. As one of the initial threats here in the first game, in the first minute. And Balleries wants to extend this. You don't think that Balleries wants to be as slow the way they played in that previous series. They want to keep ramping things up.
One thing that was insane to me at the beginning of this series was seeing the name 3Rats without Maxu in it. Maxu and LCT, the 2 confirmed members of 3Rats for the entire history of APAC, really here. That they're the consistent ones there, and yet Maxu sits across the field right now. This is there is friendship there between LCT and Maxu, but also a very, very staunch rivalry.
Yeah, it's who's the greater Rat King, trying to reclaim their throne of the full Rats ring. Seeing if the 3Rats can really be able to dominate over Elevate. But so far, it's all been about possession. LCT had a chance. They did extend it. Balleries stepping up a little bit too far. That's giving a chance for Elevate to be able to counterplay upfield, but that connection is intercepted.
I think that final touch from LCT was a good choice as well, Balleries. It's hard to calm that in time. I don't really have any blame for either member of the team there, but disappointing for 3Rats. The Balleries weren't further back on that pass attempt, but oh my goodness, what a shot on target. Balleries somehow, with the last vestige of boost in the tank, gets there and pops it out, and they continue to survive. An open net opportunity. LCT won't miss that. 1-0, 3Rats stand up to an onslaught and fire one back.
Talk about a flying Dutchman. Ocelon just hit the wheel and decided to spin far to the left. So that ends up careening to the other side of the pitch. And the Three Rats will take advantage of that miscue in midfield. So Elevate surrenders the first one as the first one comes to its halfway point.
Back again, Ocelon trying to open the field here. That bump will only serve to send Three Rats into a more defensive state here. Possibly a good thing for Elevate. However, they want the defenders gone, and it doesn't happen. Out to that midfield again. Three Rats continuing to find their clears and early challenges from the likes of Cruado now. LCT gets one forward. Can't re-attempt a touch on that ball, though, and it's going to get banged on target here. Maxiu can't quite find it, and it'll be a reset for Tho.
As open as a window during summer, just couldn't quite get the arm to kind of reach out through that angle. Maxiu's going to reattempt, but they get demoed just before anything's able to manifest. Corrado hoping for a chance, really kind of been muted at this point so far. And Ocelon hanging out in the blue stripes just as Three Rats sees some open green grass. It's an undercut touch ball reach LCT. Then they get caught in traffic as Tho will find that one right at the goal line.
Your little analogy there, the open window and so on, that's probably the most wholesome thing I think I've ever heard on a RLCS broadcast, but you calmed me right down with that one. No, thank you. This is a hate message. I want to hype up. This is the match for APAC natives and Three Rats. They lead right now. How hype is that?
Summer breeze turns into a tornado as quickly as it was peaceful before, trust me. And, you know, as a native Texan at times, I see that far too often. Corrado trying to absolutely spin as a vortex to that top level, going right above the crossbar. Elevate has not found the back of the net. This counterplay, looking for a second time, and it will! Balleries again! Scores for Three Rats.
The issues are so cleaned up. I have the faith. Three Rats, they're giving me the faith in them now. This is consistency. This is power on the line. Not only are they in here with a leading scoreline on Elevate, they have proven it time and time again throughout Elevate's challenges on them that they're standing up to this. They will need another one now, though, and it's gonna get back to them. One goal back for Elevate here as Tho gets it long.
A bit of a messy play. LCT, he ramped up to the backboard, recognizing just a bit too late that ball was dropping much quicker. Tried to dive after it. Now you're going for the possession play. Immediately getting after Maxiu. They get that demo, but he's still at least got a punt upwards, trying to weaponize Ocelon, who's been a bit quiet. They run past it, can't quite get the pass to denigrate over to Maxiu. That one stays to the corner, and Elevate wants to squeeze this space, get some blood out of this rock.
Race out looking for LCT. Does reach him, but by non-standard methods, Maxiu taking control and more chances for Elevate, but not a lot of time. They're going to need one pretty immediately. Back to their half, 10 seconds on the board. Elevate with control. Ocelon challenged on the line. Reese with nothing. May have just been able to secure the match with a single touch. Cruado, though, lets one go. There's a chance. To ground it goes. Three Rats winning game one and probably stunning the region right now.
I mean, game one. Sometimes Elevate surrenders those later term games in the series. Game one, mayhem by Three Rats, and not without a ball knower, knowing that Three Rats will bring that fight early on. I'm so glad to see the way, though, that they're playing with this level of energy, not leaving it to Elevate to dictate how those plays were going to go. They met Ocelon and they met Tho in open space, and you actually saw Maxiu in lieu of the Dutchman duo being the front man for them. Maybe some of that will be changed up as we go to game two.
I will never admit to you being ball knower as long as you stick to the opinion that you don't like rule ones. That is not a ball knower. That is a sin.
I've got a statement about that. Look, there are organic rule ones, which I'm like, okay, cool, that happened in real time. Then you have rule ones that are the equivalent of trying to give your stepdad a high five. Stop doing it. He's not going to love you. Just leave it at the table. Three Rats, though, they scored early. They got those high fives for real.
You'll have to show me point one of those unnatural rule ones out to me at some point, because I think I need to really see that for the analogy to make sense.
There's some. All right, everyone's like, oh yeah, let's get together. No, turn away. If it happens, it happens. You guys know what a real rule one is.
I would be so concerned. RLCS, and you're just going, let's just agree to rule one. Let's just do that.
Have you not seen that? Look, I'm pretty sure that's happened a time or two. All right, at least 3, maybe 3 rats, maybe. So, yeah. See, I forced that one back around just like high fives. Either way, game 1. I mean, how stunning actually is that? It's an opener. It's a tone, and Elevate's the kind of team that receives something like that, and they're immediately going to respond. There could be an absolute barrage brought by Elevate here soon.
Yeah. I think nobody was expecting the opener to go so heavily in the favor of the APAC natives there. 3 Rats stepped up to the challenge very early, and it was only a comeback really right at the end there. But I agree with you. While the region might be stunned by that first win, Elevate will not be. There is an inbound change, and Elevate will have a response ready immediately. Let's see if they have it off the kickoff. No, Ballerice wins it there as Tho grabs the boost, though. Might get back control. Croato underneath. They are looking for something early.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to force this dagger to go through almost immediately. Ocelon, you gotta think that Ocelon definitely left some things on the table that were better left unsaid or better left unseen. Wants to improve going forward. Oh, but what a drubbing! LCT up the bouncer, straight from a pass from Ballerice.
Yeah, I'm just staring down at my notepad again. Drubbing, correct. That is an unbelievable touch there, but an unbelievable leave. Ballerice handed that off in such an unexpected fashion that Elevate couldn't respond in time. Great shot out the gates here, and Elevate's gonna have to respond. I mean, we might be kind of here looking for the APAC side of things to step up here, but Elevate as an org has been in this region for long enough that there are a big fan base for Elevate as well, whether they're bringing in internationals or not into that roster. You've still got Maxu there. I want to see that step up from Elevate as well. There is no bias here that tells me I don't like Elevate. This is just 3 Rats, though, showing a good show until they're not. Aslan with the shot and slots it.
Absolutely pays off. This is the kind of play style that you get out of Elevate. They make use of such wide open angle space to make these longer passes that go directly to the box. If they can get into that actual rotation, it's almost impossible to stop, especially with the speed at which they can execute those. The thing that's been so impressive at this point is that 3 Rats, well, they had stopped them from it. Maxu will find 2 very quick.
Yeah, I mean, it's been the stop from 3 Rats, but they don't stop it here. Twice in a row, Elevate getting through here, and Maxi with a near solo effort on that as well. Gets the touch out of corner, gets the read, and gets the demo all in one smooth motion from that shot.
Those kinds of demos always just feel like a bonus round. You weren't exactly aiming to make sure that happened. It was just kind of cool to add to the highlight reel. Ballerice is looking for a bump, even with no boost in the tank. And though that first play was fantastic out of 3 Rats, the next couple have given Elevate a much better position to work with, and Ballerice is going to take a long drag to move this one up.
Ballerice out, looking for a Croato here. I think the big difference between last season's 3 Rats, or at least the roster that had half of these players, or 2/3 of these players, and this season's 3 Rats, it's the ability to stand up despite being down by a point here, and 3 Rats have had the tide turned on them here. They have not changed their gameplay style. They have not stepped back or down here. It is Elevate to step up to bring themselves a lead, and 3 Rats need to respond.
Oh, the up and down portion of this pitch. Just one way you see 3 Rats working for open space, but because Ballerice and LCT had plugged all the way up, you have Croato hoping he can just get a touch onto this arc, and it was fed from end to end in a snapshot that took a 1.5 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, Croato definitely was in position there. It wasn't bad defense, but Maxiu's touch off of a brilliant outfield clear. He was just so fast to turn. He was upfield before the touch came by a mile on that one. An unbelievable read for that upfield play, and they benefit off it into a 2-goal lead now, and looking for more. With control right now, Tho going to turn back the other way to Wall, looking in, looking for it himself, and he finds it. LCT not quick enough off the backboard, and Tho will dribble it home.
Simplifying the game, Tho really is that point man that pays off for Elevate, and LCT just a step too slow with the way they brought that from sidewall on in. Doesn't need the same level of passing to try and get that one to work for the squad, simply run it forward. And that's the thing, 3 Rats had an answer in game number 1 man-to-man, but Elevate has been really able to maneuver and navigate so much more fluidly around this 3 Rats defense.
I still think 3 Rats are playing relatively well here as well, but this is just showing a little bit of a class difference. These internationals coming in to raise the quality of the region, and Elevate is possibly at the top of that. One of those top 2 teams for sure. The argument is there, but Elevate have been stepping up this series at the very least, and now have a 3-goal lead to convince us of that.
Ooh, tight angle, trying to get that one straight off the crossbar, and you know, it really has risen their level of game, and as we've seen, be it 2/3, be it 1/3, be it just a full mixture, scrims and all, there's definitely been an improvement across overall with APAC, but it also depends on what you can get working between them. Croato on the reception there up in the corner of the pitch, hoping to offset Ocelon, and they do, but LCT can't quite weaponize the same thing with Balleries.
Oh, the
jump,
bump!
skip, and they're able to get through. Hey, that works out. They cut this lead to 2.
This is huge with time left as well here now. 1:37 for 2 more, and the pace of game does support that is possible for 3 Rats here. Elevate have certainly made more in less time in this game already. If they can fire back at that same level, it's an ask, but it is doable. 3 Rats looking for more, but it's Maxiu with control, and the defense will come out from 3 Rats.
Biggest thing is that Elevate loves to bury opponents under just a full-fledged offensive barrage. So if you contend to deal with that, you're going to have to get through and still get beyond. And look at the bump plays. All right, if you can't outshoot them, get physical, get them out of the way.
LCT just decides that Elevate doesn't get to exist anymore. It's easy to play free play, so let's just hand the ball to a teammate and make sure nobody else is on field.
LCT goes to the gym. Man finally proving those muscles work. And absolutely,
he's lifting people, yeah.
Yes, he's getting his 1-rep maxes right now on top of the Dutchman. So making sure that kind of works out. Balleries finds that one and navigates quickly through 2. Has a ceiling reset. Has to be able to get this one. Looking for that soft musty if they could. 60 seconds to go. It's a 1v2 as Croato has to take this one very concertedly under fire by Elevate. And that's sub 1 minute though, and 3 Rats is building.
Huge control by LCT there. That 50 was beautifully taken and forced out by LCT as well. Wanted it from the beginning. It's come back their side, but a transition here. LCT can't quite continue it forward, and it's intercepted in the midfield. Now, defense has to hold. Balleries will get this out, but maybe some dire circumstances for 3 Rats. A demo might just create them an opening for a counterattack, though, but Tho fills it in.
Corrado on the reception again. Really just kind of a feature to that back wall. Not where he wants to be, but as long as LCT and Balleries find chances upfield, that's all that matters. Corrado hunting Maxiu, but Maxiu survives, has eyes on the back of his head. Ocelon has an isolated Corrado, and that will be able to put it away. 7 seconds to go, up 2.
It's all over! 3 Rats, they drop their lead. No! This is disaster for the boys in blue. Elevate, they are dominant here, but not the way I would like to see it off that last goal. It seems like 3 Rats were just pushing to the absolute limit, and everybody was scattered everywhere. 3 Rats, they've got to come back now. It's understandable with such little time left, so little chances available, but they will drop their lead here, and 1-1 in the series we go.
And the biggest thing that we got to see out of this game, Elevate obviously punching back. That they received a bunch of jabs in round number 1. We go to round number 2 into this, and a haymaker was thrown in counter. It was starting to look like a pattern was formed by LCT and Balleriz. They slapped that ball harder than babies when they get born. Yet, a stack of goals were accumulated by Elevate as they really were showcasing they're not going to go down too soon.
Yeah, they didn't start crying was the difference on that slap, but Elevate back in this and looking like the top tier team that they are. Look at this scoreboard here. Elevate up by 5 and starting to really rev up across the board. Not actually a big difference between these two teams despite the 2-goal differential.
Yeah, this was also a reawakening. I think Ocelon may have been slumped in his chair, recognizing that the first series was going to start. And I think it was mentioned actually a little bit ago by Rhino when 3Rats was able to have their 4-0 sweep over 0 sec. Well, they were already at game speed. Elevate, that was their first game. Had to be able to lock in for real pace when you get up to competition's velocity. And 3Rats took advantage of their first game, but Elevate definitely hit back.
Yeah, didn't they just? But 3Rats as well, that scoreboard was so close as it was, and LCT didn't earn the points he really deserved out of that one. He was working the midfield and going for those bump plays time and time again. LCT really did put in the effort to try and keep that field free, and the offense was looking good for them, but they need to stand up to just such a high level of play in their own side of the field right now, and I'm not downgrading their defense, but there is a lot to stand up to right now.
And LCT is an unselfish player, and we got to see so much evidence of that with the way he was playing physical to open up chances. And we got to see yesterday exactly what the survival was for 3Rats. The reactive, last-ditch effort defense is not going to pay them any dividends, especially against an offense like Elevate's that is going to take advantage by absolutely nipping at your heels and forcing you to land face first into your own back wall. Have to be much more concerned and concerted efforts put towards that back third. Corrado kind of faded. It was very reliant upon Balleriz and LCT to keep that ball on the other side of the pitch. You want to see if you can kind of get that pep talk, but because now we're in best of 5 standards, game 3 will be pretty pivotal to see if this becomes a pattern.
I think that it was still playstyle. Like, Corrado was where he was meant to be for this team, but he didn't really get given the opportunity to do his job very well here. He is the third man of this roster, and while certainly they aren't lacking in rotations, they are playing their positions very, very well here. It's just that it was so dominant on that backboard, that positioning, those shots, and the opportunities being created by Elevate were dominant against the playstyle being used specifically by Corrado there as well.
Yeah, we got to see Corrado trying at least something different by the end of that game, and it's not exactly like we haven't seen Corrado the bulldozer be exactly that a few times in other games and other series, but it felt like it manifested a little bit too late, and so they were trying to chase down both Ocelon as well as Maxiu, seeing if they can make them uncomfortable. If they can do that alongside the Devil May Care rotation that LCT was bringing, disruption, all-out offense could be brought back to the forefront for 3Rats, but I mean, you still have to get beyond the heavy shooters that we got on the side of Elevate. And Maxiu, I think he was like, you know what, Tho, take the front side of the pitch and see what we can work with in that previous game.
Yeah, I do love the playstyle that we are seeing from 3Rats being brought in, just when in comparison to last season as well. It is a stark difference here because where they were last time we saw them under Sailing, I believe it was, they were very standardized in rotation. They were trying to bring this down to almost ranked gameplay, and that does not work at this level. This time around, we're seeing them really work around the players and the makeup of their team, and it is working for them, so they need to make it work a little better. Just bring it back in harder. You have to make those adjustments, yes, to your gameplay to suit your opponents as well, but play your gameplay. Do not let Elevate take control of that field and pace.
I also just want to see the continuous attitude that LCT and Balleriz definitely shine with. Balleriz in his series yesterday, had to take go under the wing of Big Brother LCT. That ended up working out. Got everyone weaponized. Today, Balleries really started to level up, and it was looking so good. Now that both of those guys are in the same pocket, you've got the other side, because the Dutchmen are going to be coming through, both Tho and Ocelon. It felt like Ocelon was kind of tripping over themselves a couple times, committing some silly mistakes, but that's also what the early games in a best of 7 are for. Get your mistakes out of the way. Don't make it detrimental to the squad, and be able to just kind of get things going. Game number 3, it's not, to me, the most important match. That kind of sits around that game 4 especially, but both these teams, I mean, it's a sweatfest out there, and the storm is brewing.
One thing I love, that we are in this day and age of APAC Rocket League where, yes, there are still those unforced errors occasionally, and we did see them out, like you said, but we are now in a top 4 existing region where you cannot wait for the mistakes. You have to force them. And both of these teams know that. They are absolutely on their A game when they are trying to force errors, force gaps, make the field open, make the net open, and make something happen.
Yeah, this is not the geriatric league where I put something onto the backboard and I pray that someone's just gonna miss and drop back down off, and then maybe I get a chance to dunk into it. No, you go up and you create your own destiny, which is exactly what both these teams are really, really good at. Be it physicality from the post line that we got out of 3 Rats, or simply outshooting and outpositioning, outpacing 3 Rats. So that happened by Elevate to them. We are waiting to go into our next lobby, setting everything up. It's APAC. It do be what it is. Yeah, you're not dreaming. You've been here before, and we're still here.
The reason I'm pinching myself is that I just said that 3 Rats are not making enough unforced errors to expect them. This is not reality. It can't be. But I just felt that. We're here. This is where they've come to. The likes of LCT and Balleries, they've come back in here. They're holding their mental. They're looking quite good. But now they've dropped a game, and I want to see game 3. I want to see that they can hold that. I want to have that proof in the books that these guys can hold, even if they can't win the series.
Now, how do you feel walking into whatever happens on the other side of the line here? Because obviously this is a semifinal.
Scared?
Working overall into, hey, don't be too fearful. But hold my hand for this one. We go into a grand final. One of these teams is going to be there, and then Luminosity sits on the other side. We'll get to kind of explore that feature, because both of these teams have a big chance of representing this region based on how this one all pans out.
Well, game 3 starting now, and I feel like while this might not need to be the absolute pivotal moment of this series, it sure will set our expectations. If 3 Rats can handle themselves and continue to play the way they have, this is going to continue to be close. This is going to continue to be a push, and there's one on target! Cruado, he strikes it well, but I don't know how Tho gets to that.
Oh my goodness, yeah, he completely backed on up. An off-pace shot from blinding heaters. Wow, okay, so 3 Rats is really opening up the playbook. Their direct line shots, really nothing in terms of passing. They're just trying to dominate at the post line and force Elevate to meet them in the field.
It's something I'm not used to, particularly when LCT's on your team. It's so heavily mech focused, and to bring in the basics at such a high level now, it's a really good look for LCT in particular as well. I love that he's getting involved in that, but oh my goodness, wow. Speaking of basics, just open up the field, get a good pass in, and Elevate sinks it.
Go fast, be fast, destroy fast, score fast. That's exactly what you got to get done. Ocelon made that first touch, and then the rest of it was looking for someone to get out of the way, and it was the third man that mattered the most that would have stopped that overall shot that became a score. Elevate. Great crisscross applesauce to turn themselves into a 1-0 lead outside the first minute and 15. Booming clear. Cruado already up on the ladder, but he can't get that connection.
Cruado just letting the team down for a moment there. Can they retrieve it? They're one down. Cruado again pushing up. And it's disappointing for Cruado there because he's been playing so well in the first minute and a half of this. He has been so on the forefront for the team. He's been pushing, he's been demoing, he's been at everything. LCT now, though, with an excellent save to keep them alive.
It was starting to look like a copy-paste, almost boring. from the way that Alsalon was setting up maybe another
Maxu.
bump play from that outside corner.
Oh.
Maxu with a fantastic extension, does another flip reset and drags that one all the way upfield. That's an open net. Alsalon thinking, they could take an opportunity of that chance. LCT trying to force Maxu to jump, just wants to scare him off his feet.
I'd love to hear some of the choice words out of Maxu when his ex-teammate goes to the demos and bumps and... Oh, I see the response though. Alsalon's on to find the demo, but Maxu will take advantage.
That is the second demo score here for Elevate and for Alsalon, now with a head count, adding everyone onto pikes as they keep spiking that ball through right after a pre-goal explosion. Thank you, chat.
I kind of love when this happens, and it happens all too often. You see a team get really demo heavy, like 3Rats did, the physical play in general coming out from the beginning of this game from all three members. They've been so heavy on that. And yet all it did was activate Elevate to play the same, and now 3Rats are suffering under this.
Yeah, it's one of those, just, you don't want to wake the sleeping giant situations. Yeah, I'd rather let those dogs lie, but instead they came out barking and biting, and apparently they've got a bit of the rabies, and they are just going crazy out there. Ballerius, not a lot of boost, aiming for control, calls up LCT, but both are going to be very short on the tank. And Croato, though, even with that kind of calm call out, ends up going forward, and that creates this awkward situation.
2-0 up from Elevate, and they're looking like they could even generate some more. Needs to be a response. 3Rats might find one. Ballerice with a great shot, but it's a solo effort, and it allows Elevate to have everybody in net and confident in their own defense.
Ballerice has a bounce DLC because that man, every time he gets a flick, is able to create so much extra power than I thought was possible. LCT underneath Croato. Yeah, just trying to be able to get as much of the extra physics. You guys didn't know it, but there's bonus physics in the shop right now. Maxu
now to receive that as a pass, looking for the backboard. Might look for it himself if he had the boost, but instead goes for another bump. Maxu is just using his positioning so well. It is so good to see how this player has evolved. He was called out in the first season for APAC as the player to watch. LCT still stepped up and almost robbed him of that attention a bit there. They shared that limelight very heavily by the end of the season, but Maxu continues to evolve as a player as well.
It's just a difference of how many picks you put on the gram. Oh, Croato! Hoping to be able to get that one. And yeah, it's kind of big brother, little brother syndrome situations as well, considering how both those players have just been able to improve. Another big demo, this one by Croato as they defensively rotate back. Ballerice has nothing left to give it though. Even with a flip reset, they get it upfield. We have less than a half minute to go, and I mean, 3Rats really hasn't been given plenty of, or a lot of chances. They gotta earn them. Well, that's a free back line, and they cut this lead in half late.
The caster curse strikes again. You said they have to earn them right as Ballerice was handed that goal. Not what you want to see out of Elevate if they're going into the grand final here. It has looked like that would be the case, but 3Rats with 20 seconds, they have the opportunity for an answer here and to go actually up in the series, not just even. This would be their second win here, and 2-1 still possible, but with 10 seconds, have to make their move immediately. LCT with not enough boost to carry this forward. It's Croato up, but gets sniped. LCT gets the boost. Do they have the chance to hold it high? Ballerice under it just in time. It gets up the wall, and it's back to midfield. Croato off the backboard. Can they finish it? No, it's on the line. Elevate by the skin of their teeth. Take game 3.
Oh, gravity is such an evil mistress as it drags down the hopes of 3Rats looking for overtime. That ball about 75% the way through, but then stopping like a chill guy, just looking up at all the players, just like, you know what? I don't want to score just yet. You know, gonna hang out right here.
Like a chill guy. We're back to the brain rots from Hale again. At least Kevin's not here. You can't call him Skibbity this time, but I'm sure you'll find another way to break my brain by the end of this series, but it's Elevate breaking my brain right now. They were so good in that match. However, there was gaps. There were chinks in the armor, and I do see the ways that 3Rats can get in there.
I really do too, and it was up to them to kind of keep up with the early pace. And let's talk about how this was so close, regardless of it being a 2-0 for like 4 straight minutes. There was a score, and you say it was unearned. Balleries had to be there at that midfield line and
he just had to exist. That's crazy.
He had to exist, and he did. That's up to rotation, and they made it work. And that ball not getting over that line is just like a finger wag at Croato not being redeemed, because that was a heck of a shot.
Yeah, no, I agree. Croato actually is who I would be pointing out on the 3 rats. What a step up. Was still participating on the back line, but sending him forward. I think actually they solidified their rotations better by doing that there. They were all available on field. It actually seemed to benefit the playstyle even more. Croato still able to play his position, but also effective on the front lines there. And look at what he got there. But it's all about Tho, that game, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it really was. I mean, also look at the demos. We had so many out of Ocelon. I don't know. Is there an award for you get 3 as a savior medal, you get 3 as a playmaker? Is there 3 for just demos? Is that?
Well, it wasn't even like, yes, they got the 1 demo goal, but if you counted just bumps there, Maxiu would have been topping charts. Maxiu was just absolutely on them on goal line. I want to see that stay at a high level. Both of the teams really activated on that right now, and I think they are at each other's throats for it too. They want those bumps.
Yeah, I feel like that also kind of is perpetuated from the way that these two teams know how to have fun at that, just hanging an arm and leg out the window while going 90 miles an hour down the interstate. Just going and cruising just at the most insane speed to execute the way that they do. And now that we've gone through the first 3 games, we've established who does have a series lead. Game 4 becomes a very important factor here, because it's going to either have match point, or we get to go and find ourselves tied, and we continue to play for a little bit longer. Either way, 3 rats have been in this kind of position before. See if they can bite back.
Well, 3 rats, I had the question of whether they, despite a loss there, could hold up to the way that they were playing, and their mental did seem to hold up. But there is a kickoff goal from Elevate that might put even more question to it. I hadn't been questioning it, but it's certainly able to be opened back up to the panel.
Oh, wow. Okay, I was wondering how Ocelon got that just a little bit before Balleries, because he looked like he had a chance to intercept. That quick wave dash really rocked the boat at the very last second. So, a good look. LCT trying to find one, almost an answer, and Ocelon gets stuck, much like Spider-Man on the side of a building.
Oh, ball! That is a quick response. Tho comes out of nowhere, just appears. He spawned in the back of net, I'm sure. Maxiu, though, a full dribble downfield, tried to solo it, but a rotation quick from 3 rats that we may not have seen in previous seasons.
Yeah, no, not at all. And this team continues to find new ways to navigate through that same traffic. So, take control, tell everyone to separate and calm down at this first minute. These first 40 seconds, a bit too crazy for both the sides to kind of keep at that same level with. Maxiu looking for chances to operate. And it feels like they've allowed Maxiu to kind of really just be on an island. Ocelon gets this? How in the world did it find it to the post?
I don't know. This feels like maybe a defensive error here. I mean, Croato just went wide, expecting Ocelon to make that cross across the net, though, and I understand why there was the fake. The turn towards ball was then made far less aggressive to put it towards the front post, but there was nobody to pass to on that right-hand side. The choice would have been odd. The ball needs to be covered, not the player.
Yeah, it feels like they aren't really seeing the field for what it is, kind of the sense of where everyone else is, and as well as the options to continue just kind of keeping that offense moving upfield. So that first game has definitely been turned into a memory, as the last couple have definitely been a pattern in favor of Elevate. Now, with 80 seconds accumulated, Ocelon is showing up and is making quick work of the 3 rats.
Love that Tho shows that experience there. That's not making it past me attitude on the backboard there as well. And it was a great defense put on by Elevate just there. Back to midfield again. They haven't been allowing it past this point often, but the chances have been there for 3 rats when it has made its way past there. Balleries now trying to generate that again. Out of the corner, it's Croato with a quick pass in. LCT is there to receive it as well. What a play!
Mr. Clean out here, as that was squeaky. Corrado not going to the wall, feeding it immediately to LCT. That was so quick and so hot. That was undefensible unless you're going to have someone directly reading that ahead of time. You got to be a psychic to stop that one. Gets that one at least down to a 1 goal difference.
The standard play from last season be damned. They're playing well right now. Elevate not able to predict that one or that. Baller sends it past both his teammates in the opponent's net and finds one past the defense too.
LCT and Corrado, they were like, you know what? We are making sure Ocelon stays in this net. You are boxed in, buddy. Welcome to the NHL. But that one goes across the other side. Placement shots coming up huge. 5 cars collectively sitting in the middle of the pitch, and Tho will have a breakout.
Not only are 3Rats holding their mental through losses, they've now held their mental through a 2-0 deficit that came out so early that it felt like Elevate was dominant. Now back again though on the goal line, and Tho will slot another one. 3Rats taken apart on this play.
Yeah, this was a bit messy. Balleriz gets bumped in by Maxiu. He did not want to extend himself out of the box, and Tho will recognize when his teammate is putting in the extra off-ball effort to find their way to the back of the net. So a 2 for 2. Do we continue with the doubles onto the scoreboard?
There's certainly no defeatist attitude out of anybody on 3Rats right now, but Croato I'm starting to see a little bit of panic on. That one should have been a cleanup by Croato fairly easily. It was dropped just about on him. He didn't have the boost and decided he was going to flip early. Misflipped, and it spelled disaster for 3Rats. Elevate now up by 1. It can be corrected. Plenty of time on the clock for it. Maxiu with a weak shot will be blocked away with no issues, and now Croato now. It has been shortening his name since the beginning of APAC. It was, I'd have to go and look it back up. I was remembering yesterday. Croato Evolution originally. Now it's just K.
It's just like the most vexing text you could ever get back from someone that you sent a full sentence text to. K, you know. But eventually, maybe he'll go back to okay.
Very
and I feel like that's exactly... I feel like that's where LCT and Balleriz are trying to get Corrado to. Because at times he's panicked, made a couple of issues. It's not completely his fault the way that these games have obviously been going. They just want him to get kind of standard and just let LCT and Balleriz get creative. Wow, what a heater.
K does put on the defense there and forces it out to a defendable position by Balleriz. Just barely gets there as well, but the whole team was needed to make that out of net. One down here in a minute, 13 on the clock as it starts to close down. Those nerves are only going to get worse. A big demo there. LCT, it's left open for him as a result. What a play. I believe it was Croato with the demo as well. And you've got to give him credit for that. No assist on the board, but you can be sure he wasn't making it without that.
You know, that's pretty K. I'd say that's K.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that's okay. That's cool. Yeah. Oh, wait, no, sorry. Too many letters. My bad. Well, 1 minute to go. We've seen answer for answer between these two. The equation continued. We went from just rips and minuses, all formulas. They find one more. They got a bump. They parked the bus. Ocelot with a backflip save, and Tho will get a clear.
Okay, Croato, no boost in the midfield. Very forgivable there. I was wondering where he was. Totally understandable now. LCT, though, another bump play. Maxi will get back to it regardless. A pass off to Tho, but there's no boost there. They've been starved and will continue to be. Croato steals that one. Ocelon, with nothing, will pass out to the midfield. It has to be controlled from 3Rats, but they're hesitating a little. They need to generate their lead now. They don't want to give anything up, though.
Croato had called the number, said, I can either bulldoze for you or be an open man for that shot for LCT's possession. We go to the latter 10 seconds. Don't fumble the ball now, boys. 3Rats aiming for either OT or something magical. Elevate trying to just climb the ladder, get over the mountain. LCT with a whiff. See if he can bait anyone upwards. Croato will have that taken away. Balleriz aims for a big boy shot. That goes the other side of the pitch, and Ocelon will turn it into the grass. This one for all the marbles to either get match point or tie this series.
The first overtime we have seen between the two teams, and it is LCT versus Maxiu here. This is a grudge match in the region, and these two rivals, they have been teammates, and now they sit across from each other once more. As we bring it back again, it's Elevate with control, but stolen away by LCT. A boom downfield will leave it with Balleriz.
He's going to go over the archway. You see Ocelon already posturing to that side wall. They're going to connect with LCT. LCT hoping to drag down to the floor line. Instead, Maxu has a chance, giving it to Tho, who was crossing from that backside corner. They're going to aim to get rid of that corner boost, and so that's going to make things a little bit tougher for 3Rats. They don't have a lot in the tank. In fact, they're stealing that entire side. LCT has nothing. A no-boost warrior, and he gets cut down as Elevate begins to press back.
Maxu just has learned so much from his teammates. He takes to it, gets it off to Tho, and there's the shot. They're going to finish off the overtime just before we reach the minute, and they are taking the series to 3-1 and on to match point.
They recognized off of that shot, LCT was rotating in from backside post into mid-net. That's how you do it, but they caught him just as he was turning his car in. So now Elevate, they go to match point, and for all the extra efforts that 3Rats brought into that game, that one feels a bit like a backbreaker here, Gex, as now we go into game number 5 here in a moment.
What a crucial game 5. I mean, it's going to be crucial from here on out, really. It is do or die for the APAC natives here. 3Rats are going to be sweating, and if anything was ever going to put to test the newfound unbelievable ability to just play under any circumstance that they have been showing, it is going to be this now. They are under unbelievable pressure, but Tho again stepping up to the MVP position from that match. It's been 2 in a row there. Ocelon was the early step up, but now Elevate seem like everybody on that roster is playing their set roles so well.
Look at the wall that you have to get through if you're playing against Elevate. 3 saves accounted for by everyone, and yet it was 3Rats as well as Elevate that both postured up, I believe, quick math, 11 shots on either side. That was a high-intensity offensive style game, obviously with 7 goals to show for it. And you had moments where there was everyone kind of scrambling. It was a very wide-open 2-0. 3Rats answered with 2 in a moment. And I feel like 3Rats had chances where they kind of gave up some of these quick goals. They just have to set themselves very standard from kickoff.
The worry I usually have for 3Rats is defensive, though, and they aren't making big defensive errors. Elevate are playing well. They are outplaying them, and there's no shame in losing to a team that very well could win the grand final today. Elevate are pushing for that stat, and this is going to be really interesting to see how you step up to that, how you continue to have that kind of play against a team the quality of Elevate.
Yeah, you play. It's a bit of copium right there, because you're like, you know what, we're playing against a really good team and losing. No one wants to be at that position.
That's true.
And I feel like this is an experienced squad that recognizes that they have been scraping the side of 3rd, 4th place. They don't want to be there. They want to go hand over fist and take control. That game, with the way it ended up finishing out, that might have kind of really hit the mental, and that's where everyone on 3Rats has to take a long breath in a moment, because especially with the way that LCT has been that leader, you don't want him getting down. I don't think he will, but we're going to go over into what could be the deepest part of the ocean and see if this squad of 3Rats can at least begin to survive. Elevate, though, they're 1 game away from grand finals.
Hey, hell, you remember the name of this one yet? You got that one locked in? There we go.
Yeah,
He's corrected from yesterday. Yeah, okay, all right. You got it from yesterday. Good. Corrections everywhere, though, and it's needed from 3Rats. I gotta say, like, my point wasn't necessarily that it's acceptable they're losing. 3Rats don't want to lose this. It is acceptable they're getting scored on, though, and despite good defense was the main point. I love that there's good defense coming out of 3Rats, but it's like this every single time. It's good defense, and despite it, Elevate coming up with shots like this, they just keep creating them.
They're just consistently forcing 3Rats to have to jump at so many chances, and the way that they have so fluidly brought in that physical play, the way that those rotations have gone. You were talking about how the boost starvation meta and so much kind of was very prevalent in the previous season.
Oh, no.
Well, it's the exact same way here. They get caught again off this early kickoff rotation.
They are starting to look a little uncertain now. Cruado certainly had the nerves early on, but everybody jumping too often maybe from 3Rats now, and they've been pushed back multiple times in just over 30 seconds here by Elevate into their net. Now 3 Rats starting to suffer on all fronts. LCT does get a touch there. Might have helped Ballaris get a little control here, but it's straight back. The speed starting to drain out of 3 Rats as well.
Yeah, it feels like it definitely flooded the engine here in Shallows. But, you know, it's all of a first minute. See if they can get around Elevate, the giant mountain that they may be. Ballaris is not going to have much in the way of boost because Max U was able to get it just as Ocelon was working in the middle of the pitch off of some of that extra dribbling. Corrado getting dunked on by Tho, and Ballaris hoping they can get it to the sidewall. Max U making it tough. And it was a wonderful, at least, way to get some extra floor space. Ballaris, they wanted more to that touch, but LCT will keep it moving forward.
I think it was a planned back pass, but like you said, definitely wanting more out of that. It didn't really reach LCT with enough time to generate control. A single touch was all that was available. Now LCT does have some space to work with, though. Max, you eventually cutting that off and just bringing it straight back to that blue half. Max, you trying for the solo play, even tried for the read off defense, but it does make its way back to midfield once more.
Maxi has really been able to sharpen his teeth with the way that the confidence is there around both Ocelon and Tho to give him those extra chances, and that's exactly the kind of way you want some ego brought into some of these plays, especially with the way Rocket League is just handled, and he's done so well. This is actually at least the half-dozenth time that Maxi has taken on a 1v3. Ocelon, it's only Croato to beat because Ballaris got demoed by Maxu. That's going to be a big clear, but Maxu's already to that back third.
Sharpening your teeth. I hate that. That gives me weird sensations just thinking about that. It's like, yeah, chalkboard. Nails on chalkboard, except the feeling. I hate that. Oh. Thanks.
Yeah, no thank you, but I guess it's cool if you're a rat, right? You know?
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be useful, for sure. Max, you forward. Corrado now to the sky and looking for the fake on Tho. It's not gotten past, and Ballaris will have to enter back on their own half.
Ballaris retreating. Ocelon trying to deplete this defense, but you have this 2v1. Everyone else from Elevate kind of scattered to the wayside, and Corrado just kind of left to flounder, unfortunately. Remember, we had late-term theatrics in a couple of our games with 3 Rats finding at least a point or so to either force OT or otherwise, and that is a wonderful play. Corrado getting a bump that forced so much open space to finally get the score.
Exactly, it's so much is the right term there, because I don't think I've seen it quite this forced open before from 3 Rats. This is a great attempt upfield and just opened completely. They will sink that one inevitably there, and Elevate now only holding by 1. They may start to question their lead.
A little bit of a question, and we will go to a pause. All right, so a tech pause being called at this point in time, and less than 2 minutes to go. Let's take the field. First off, awesome organ pipes back there, just super polluting the exhaust directly into Salty Shallows. So you saw it here first. But
I don't know what kind of pumps they've got on that thing either, but if you watch those go off when a goal is scored, the amount of air coming out of that, gotta be insane.
Just bananas. But all right. 2-1. If the point the scoreboard stands, I don't know exactly where the tech pause was handled, so maybe something happened before, after. Either way, that's exactly why we got admins in the first place. So Elevate with a minute 52 to go. They're within range. It felt like after they got those first 2 scores there, Gex, something of a lull was created. We got to see some of that happening yesterday, and that's allowed 3 Rats to get at least into a position to pounce.
It really is only a response to their own lull, though, which is concerning to me. They can't allow that back in, and oftentimes when we get these remakes, the lobby issues, the pauses, that little bit of time can get into the heads of a lot of players, and I feel like if anybody is vulnerable to that right now, it's got to be 3 Rats. They're the ones down on match point against them, and they're going to have to be very, very mentally strong coming into this one. I have had a lot of blame on them in the past for not holding mental. I would not put them on them here. This is going to be tough.
Yeah, it definitely is, because it will feel as if you're going into a brand new game for at least a few moments, because there will be a reset just to check pings for everyone. And if it feels like that to them, that's not good, because the first 2 minutes of every single game, save the first one, have been dominated by Elevate establishing the early tone, playing from ahead, and forcing 3 Rats to catch up. They're already behind. You don't want to suffer when, the kickoff rotations and just being kind of, pushed into a locker and getting bullied like that have happened way too often. So the fear definitely is there. off of a reset. Now, to that end, it's like a timeout. You get to chill. What are we kind of having the troops talk about? Is it all laughs? Is it all fun? Is it just keeping the vibes up?
Well, I'm going to go out. I don't want to make too many assumptions, but I don't think it's going to be that last fairly open section of play there. If we've got that tech issue called straight after, I have to assume that opening on the field was to do with that as well. So if you're looking at Elevate's side of things, I don't know if they're going to be making too many major corrections here. It might just be fix this issue and move on with what was already standard for them, because they have been, like you said, dominating.
Yeah, that's very true. We don't exactly know the current outcome and what the lobby is going to look like as we get back in. I did see the rotation going into that third goal of the game, the first three rats, and it was, I mean, Corrado was careening towards Maxu, who was coming in from that other corner, so I don't think that there was anything of issue there. There might simply just be all of a, hey, I'm lagging, let's chill for a second, I'll unplug my router and get a sandwich for my mom, see what kind of works out from the hotel. Well, you know, the team manager mom, I'm sure they wear an apron. Either way, just hanging out with everyone, kind of chilling in your own like little LAN lobby. And at this point, you have Luminosity that is looking at both Three Rats and Elevate, getting a lot of film, getting a lot of recognition of what they got to do. And I mean, what's the most glaring thing that maybe even Three Rats can take advantage of as much as Luminosity might be able to do in their one if they can get to this team?
I don't know. That's tough. There are definite gaps in here. They are struggling to deal sometimes with the bump, so obviously the bump is maybe meta against this team right now. But I don't know. It's just, I think this has to be played out at a world level. I think you've got to answer by playing to the meta. You've got to get up and just shut down every play. Don't give mechanical chances to the likes of Maxio, to the likes of Ocelon. Like, you cannot afford that.
Yeah, open floor space, isolation style, 1v1ing play, 1vx play, if you will. Yeah. And you can't let that develop. So that's definitely, that's true. And I feel like that usually happens whenever you run scared, when your defense feels not as confident. And so floor space exists, or is that simply a speed execution position that's allowing Elevate to get more of those chances?
Yeah, it's interesting to look across the team and see, trying to pick a flaw in a team that is at the top of a region before they face anybody else at that level. That's a task. But that is kind of the relevant point here. I don't think Three Rats are at that level. I love seeing this level of competition out of them. I love seeing them pushing the limits of a team this good. But Three Rats, they were always going to be taken to task here. You may have predicted the victory, Hale, but as much as it might have been the heart pick for me, my head tells me that this was always going to be Elevate.
You know, I just don't ever like making the boring pick. If I'm gonna be added on any social medias, I want it to be either for being a hero or being the absolute zero.
I had to make the boring pick here. Teams have started paying me not to pick them. All right, it was all just entertainment picks before now. They're starting to not trust me, man. I don't get it.
They're like, no, please, this is as bad as saying we're an undefeated team. Shout out Zero Sec, who was seen as that undefeated team, and then they got slapped. So, seeing what we got with this coming up, we are in fact remaking the lobby that has been confirmed by Prod. So thank you, Prod, for all the updates. We're going to be going back into this. I don't know the exact score line that's going to be setting up, and who knows? This could actually cool the jets of Elevate. This could do just enough. And when we saw them come in cold, they did not look good, especially in that game number 1. But it was also Three Rats that were on something insane. So maybe a rat with his tail on fire is going to be enough to kind of at least get some extra space moving down this pitch. But then we got another semifinal just around the corner with Deku wanting to be those unsung Finnish heroes to take out Luminosity. That could be a crazy one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see it happening for them. I said on Desk before that I think if there is going to be the separation more clearly seen, I think it would be in that series. However, I just haven't seen enough out of Deku to know if there is that extra level in them. They weren't put to the test as cleanly as they probably should have been. Rounds getting 4-0'd by them there. It means that there could be more left in the tank that I just haven't seen yet.
I mean, that one's going to come down to, can Regzer do mechanical things? Can Porsas be consistent? And can Dansku be an absolute Chad? I feel like everyone looks... Because Dansku did crazy defense yesterday. If you didn't see the VOD, you better go watch the VOD, because Dansku was nuts. Even more so today, to really kind of lay themselves out as the king of Finland. Are they a monarchy? Wait. Is that, I don't know. Do they have a presidency? I don't know.
I'm going with it. King of Finland. If there's not one, I'm putting my name in the ring. I don't know if you can elect a king. I think that's the opposite of how a monarchy works.
Monarchy?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, exactly. That's yeah. I don't actually. I gotta defer. That one's gonna go to Rhino if anybody's gonna pick it up.
Oh, of course. He's the interim king of Finland. Just the Finnish delegate, if you will, from
Rhino's researching
the
in the back. He's invested now. He wants to be the king of Finland. That's
we're gonna see Rhino come back on just completely blue and white. Like, yeah, you know.
Yeah, except it's gonna be like royal robes and like he's gonna crown us.
He's already been
elected in the background. Apparently we're electing kings now. Yeah.
Oh, so there's no king, but there is a prime minister. How
it means
boring.
The opening is there for you, Rhino. Congratulations, you are now the king of Finland. It's unofficially crowned.
You want to be? Okay? Has the scepter. All right. Well, as we've already now made at least a third of our desk some level of royalty, we are going to be seeing if maybe the kings of APAC might stand with Elevate. This is an organization, like you said, has been here for at least the last year whenever they were in RLCS 2024. Now having the consistency and the wherewithal as well to consistently pick top talents. They recognize that as Gladiators exited, they were able to go and grab Maxi with Tho and then Ocelon coming through. So neat to see that they recognize this very early. And I mean, Luminosity kind of picking up some of the crumbs that with Sphinx and then Sosa coming over. It's not exactly an inevitable collision course, but there's definitely some two heads to buck right there. Do you play into recency bias with the way Elevate has gotten the job done, or is Luminosity on a comeback arc?
Well, first of all, I mean, what an entrance from Luminosity as well. We're giving a lot of credit to Elevate for staying in the region for so long, but I mean, Luminosity has a name behind them as well. So I don't know if there's a villain arc there to have from Luminosity there. They are the new entrant, and I think Elevate holds kind of the hearts in the region if you're putting those two head to head. But as far as how they match up, I think Elevate has come up on top anytime these two teams have met so far, really. But I just don't know how much relevance that has when you haven't seen it in grand final setting. That's where it's really going to... It's a different beast entirely. You're on broadcast, you're under the most pressure you can be in on a series, and that's going to be where it's proven today. I don't have an opinion on who could come out on top of that until that happens.
You know what? That's fair. Most people that act by numbers are scared to put their heart on the table. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm here for it. I feel like this is the moment. Sphinx has proven that they have grand final features behind them, and they're not going to fade from that. Yeah, you like to Sphinx too as well, right? Yeah. No, too far.
I knew it. Okay. I knew there was going to be that moment where my brain just breaks. It's Hale. It's what he does to me. This is. I swear this is some sort of vengeance for that one Twitter post, man. It wasn't aimed at you.
I'm here for revenge. I'm so here. Well, we're also back on the pitch, by the way. There was 3 seconds added to the total, and now it's still 2-1. It does stand a little bit of lag, but now we get ourselves to the final 90 seconds.
Back to back post, and Elevate is not going to take that last goal lying down, straight back to their 2-goal lead again off of the kickoff. That's a brutal way to enter back into this, and it makes me scared that 3Rats maybe did suffer from that timeout.
Yeah, this one feeling much like the beginning of every single game, and it always has for the last 3 games gone the way of Elevate, especially with that demo. This is a bullying team. Everyone, LCT may be getting the swole gains, but Elevate is really finding the strength to put this team down. Balleries will get a save as Ocelon at least threatens them, but 75 seconds from now, and Elevate might have just secured themselves a grand final entrance.
Good to see 3Rats still putting on a display here. They are looking for as much defense as they can now out into their opponent's half, which is where they're going to have to stay. They need as much out of this as possible. And LCT might just be there for it. No, it's denied, and less than a minute left now for 2. They need one immediately.
Looking for a redirect, see if they can be able to get one on target. Croato immediately bearing down upon, I believe it was Ocelon. LCT backflipping. This is a wide open net. Croato going to the back post. Ocelon hoping to at least take out a defender and secure their way. And 3Rats being buried under pressure and under a lapse of time. They can't afford these seconds they're spending.
I just had a small frog jump on my foot. That's interesting. All right. If anything's going to get my heart going more than this match, it might have been that for a moment. 3Rats now, 2 goals down again, and it is out of time, you've got to say. Elevate have been absolutely massive in this series, and they've had to step up to a force against them as well. 3Rats looked so good for this, and they are going to get out of... I placed them 5th in this region coming into this. They are immediately at least 4th here, but they are top 4, which means they're going to be equal 3rd and 4th, regardless of what happens in the next series we see. But it is going to have to be decided by the likes of Luminosity and DEKUBOPDUMNEM as 3Rats drop their match to Elevate, who are going through to the grand final for the first time in RLCS 2025 for the Birmingham Major in the APAC Open #1.
An unfortunate, at least, end to the campaign for 3Rats, but like you had said, there was some expectations and some doubts about where this team may end up, at least into this first Open, though there is recent history to be said that this from placements from 3rd, 4th, or worse have not made LAN. It is not a terrible place to be. A top 2 obviously would be much better, and obviously first place is all the same. But, this one's going to be a segmented highlight film. Elevate definitely just wanted to finish the job.
Yeah, and I think it made it a little easier on them that we did have that tech pause as well. Elevate came in much stronger mentally after that. I think it made 3Rats nervous. They knew they had to fight that, but they came back in only 1 down, and it just didn't last very long at all.
Yeah, and Elevate, I feel like they were definitely on a warpath. They took care of business yesterday, dropping only a game. This time they did so in the very first, and I felt like that was the best opportunity for 3Rats to establish that level of pace. And hopefully, with forthcoming games, Gex is able to pick up his feet, not squash a frog, because we'll be leaping into those very soon. Yeah, is one of those like really cute ones that like sits on the leaf and like has giant eyes?
I don't know. I'll tell you during the break.
Okay.
If I can find it. It's disappeared. So, yeah. We do have that break coming up, though. It is going to be after we see some amazing stuff from this series. It was unbelievable. It was something to talk about. 3Rats, certainly, while they may not be making it into our grand final, have given us something to talk about, Hale. And I think that might have been the best look I could have expected out of that team, and I didn't. I did not expect that good a look.
See, I was a 3Rats believer. Still am. I have at least 3 or maybe even 4 rats. Depends on how the cats are acting. Somewhere outside. But
is this like a star rating thing? Or?
about 4 cheeses on 3 rats. Somewhere between that. If you
James Cheese.
Actually,
now we're going back.
That would be a fantastic way to do hotels. Yeah, this one's about 3 rats. Like, what does that mean to you?
Is that like the negative rating after you run out of stars to go low on? Yeah, that's.
Yeah, you don't leave a 1-star review, you put 3 rats. You just, it just gets lower from there. But they're going to be exiting in that 3rd, 4th position. Now we get to see what's going to be coming up next as Elevate sits in the grand finals, and we'll be waiting out this next semifinal. I'm very excited. I know there's a lot of Luminosity OG stands out there waiting for this one to happen.
Well, don't go anywhere, because I'm sure you won't rate this next series 3 rats. It's going to be Luminosity versus DEKUBOPDUMNEM as we establish the Kingdom of Finland for the first time since 1917. We'll be back on desk with Rhino Casts in just a minute. Don't go anywhere. Well, the frog is gone, but we are back. And, Hale, I'm sorry, I couldn't find it for you, buddy. I have no idea what kind of frog it was. It is very wet around my part of the world at the moment. We're in summer. I'm sweltering in here. You guys get to wear jackets. I'm jealous.
I mean, you know, it's been frozen outside. I actually had to work through some snow. Yes, actually, literally today. I've lost all perception of time. I hope that there's not a puddle with your desk. That's electronics, sir.
No,
Like,
not in here.
okay.
It's not been raining in the room. It's,
Okay. All right.
It's not big enough for a weather system.
Yeah, no toaster bats right now, man. You got a job to do, okay?
But we, Rhino, we left you off that one, and it was kind of insanity in there. It was very hard to read outcomes game to game, but some pretty high quality displayed across the board, despite a dominant series score there. How did you see it from the sideline?
Yeah, I have to say it was nice to get something right on the desk for once. 3Rats coming in with the warm hands, being very ready to take down Elevate in that game number 1, and then they just could not keep that pressure up for the rest of the series. Elevate coming through, showing their quality, showing why they were often considered as one of the top 2 teams in the region, and they take down a 3Rat squad who, it's fair to say, put in a really, really good showing. They should improve as the season goes on, as they start to get together and make a few more of those connections between each other. But yeah, Elevate just too strong right now.
And yeah, I mean, it's nice to be on that side with you, Rhino. We get to dominate over Hale's prediction, just like Elevate dominated over the 3Rats. But it's time to make our predictions into the next one, I think, and that's going to be crucial. I don't know about you, but I think this, I would expect this to be fairly dominant on desk as well. Rhino, I'm looking at you not to break this, but I want Hale's first.
Okay, well, if I'm to believe chat and my heart and my head, which are actually communicating in the right wavelength this time, it should be Luminosity. I mean, obviously, Catalysm was looking great yesterday. Sosa is apparently a gift of the divine. And, I mean, you got Sphinx, so who's pretty good. So, should be able to make this work, but I've heard that there was a kingdom at one point, invasions, and that Finland is important. Rhino
is.
Well,
we're watching.
You know what?
Rhino.
You know what? Top 4 is a pretty good effort for Finland. I'm gonna say that they're gonna stick there. I think Luminosity are gonna come through this one. I'd love to go against the desk. I'd love to start my villain arc, but it's just not gonna happen right now. Luminosity, one of the top 2 teams in the region. I think they take this.
Well, they've already made it further than they could ever make it in the EU. They did play over there for a bit as well, and they came over here to make better results. They've done it. I mean, this isn't a call-out that's negative, Hale. I want to make that clear. They have made a better position here, but APAC's proven that they are no slouches here, and I think that that's going to continue to be proved in this series. I think this is where the run ends for Deku. Luminosity are going to step up here to have a very dominant series from my bet, and I could even see this going 4-0.
Yeah, this definitely has the makings of doing exactly that. We might have 4-0s on the day all the way for the most part, except for, you know, the 4-1 we had a little bit before. But we're going to leave you behind, Gex, as me and Rhino are going to go on a date to check out this next matchup.
That's
so
fun, guys.
final thoughts, but maybe you and your frog friends will be cheering for someone?
Yeah, I mean, I've got the frog here, so why not? I might have made my prediction, but I'm going to go away. I'm going to root for DEKUBOPDUMNEM in the background. That's going to be my own personal little fandom in the background. I'll be cheering with the frog.
Wow. Okay, so Choir of Frogs, as it's going to be Rhino and I taking over and going into your last semifinal before the Grands. Rhino, I know you're a big believer, an advocate, a stan. I don't know what it is about the Scandinavian area, but you know what? Me too, man. Me too. Deku looks strong.
I've done nothing. I've done nothing to garner I've done nothing to garner this reputation that I seem to have got. But I mean, look, I am very happy that there is competition here in the APAC region. What these Finnish players are coming in and doing is making the region wake up. We are realizing that we need to be better. And that is exactly what Luminosity and Elevate are working to do. And here comes the game for you. Our final semi-final of the day. DEKUBOPDUMNEM taking on Luminosity. I know what chat are rooting for. I know what we're rooting for on the desk. Hail, it should be a banger.
Yeah, it definitely should be. Luminosity, I want to know what beast that eye comes from, because it definitely has awoken going into this matchup. And DEKUBOPDUMNEM, I feel like they definitely have to fight through two separate things. One, the obvious ability to create very non-standard offense that just so imaginatively gets into back thirds and then wins, as well as obviously getting over that Ethernet borderline. There is a lot that stands before the Finns to find themselves in the winner's circle, and I've seen a lot of desks be very wrong. It's up to Deku to make that happen today. Luminosity in blue, Deku in orange, one left seat at the grand final table.
See who is able to get there, as it's a triple commit really from Deku as this one gets moved back. It's Regza picking this one up on the left-hand side, cleared away by Sosa, and now LG can start moving forwards. Sphinx on the right-hand side. Has he got teammates? He fakes out one. The bump comes through. It must be the finish, and is Sosa over the line. DEKUBOP behind after just 25 seconds.
Sosa with a nice bump. They park the bus, backflip in, and a rose and a seed of doubt planted into the goal line of DEKUBOP. Sosa has been, has lored that he has actually been gifted directly from the heavens, and apparently, able to do exact divine things like that. First 30 owned right now by Luminosity, but Sphinx is turned into an afterthought, ashes and echoes as they look for that clear.
Yeah, and Dansku collects. Over to the left-hand side. Regza wants a double, just doesn't find the second touch, but he has Dansku in the middle. Sphinx will be able to clear for the moment. That's a big clearance by LG. Off the backboard, dangerous. LG are going to push forwards. Ball off the backboard. Ooh, Dansku doesn't get there. Chance now for Regza. He has to get in front of the man. Does, but can he get in front of the second? Yes, he can. Regza, a stalwart in the backlines for DEKUBOP, but they are giving up opportunities. And there's another one that Sosa takes.
Regzer looked like a man just undoubtful of his ability, but Sosa, much the same. He skirted all the way to the opposite side pipeline as soon as that ball was bouncing into that corner, waiting on an opportunity for it to just kind of crawl across and then securing yet another goal. So Luminosity finding some very early footing, and yet look at the challenge by Porsauce. This is the player that has to pop off for DEKUBOP.
Yeah, I'm looking at this and I'm wondering if it was unexpected from the Luminosity side. Oh, there was a miss just over the top. Castleism was left stranded. Luminosity 2-1 up still, but DEKUBOP getting back into it. They know they can score now, and that is a confidence booster like you would not believe. Sphinx over to the right-hand side. We've been singing his praises all weekend. Not able to do much with that one. Catalysm pops this one high. Will get up first as well into the corner. Actually, neither man is able to hit anything. DEKUBOP should be able to bring this one away, but only as far as halfway. Missed touch by Sphinx. It won't lead to too much.
You say that, but Catalysm immediately gets the handoff. It could have just been the fastest back pass ever, but regardless, Luminosity makes it look like it was planned, and Sphinx eventually will find this third goal, just vivisecting this overall defense. What a challenge by Sphinx and the floor pinch.
Followed that one through. Not a lot of boost in the tank, but Sphinx doesn't need all that much boost to look good. And he gets that second goal The first goal for him, I believe, of this game number 1. That's a shot early from Dansku. Sosa over to the right-hand side. Trying to clear this one away. Ball off the backboard. In the middle from Catalysm. It's dangerous, but Sphinx is going to be there first. Dansku now just looking to bring this one under his spell, but a bump comes through Sphinx. Regza with the big clearance.
Sphinx saw all the tape from Elevate and decided, you know what, let's try out being physical. Let's see what we can do body on body. Really get rid of Deku as any kind of level threat or defensive effort by them. A midway mark. It feels like we've been already seeing this game forever right now, Rhino, but that's because of 4 goals and a lot of replays, but we're finally getting to the halfway portion of game number 1. Sphinx gets some boost, but gets shut down before he gets that pass.
Yeah, and actually Catalysm's got around the left-hand side, needs another touch, just wants to play that one across the face of goal. Sosa collects on a hat-trick, not going to find it here. Dansku with the clearance, but it just keeps coming back towards the DEKUBOPDUMNEM goal. Sphinx into the middle, looking to challenge off the ceiling. Who's the second man following through? It's Sosa, but it goes wide.
Bit of a double commit. You have both Dansku as well as Porsauce trying to work for anything, and because of that, Regzer was on just an island by himself, and yet it was enough for Porsauce to at least come back before that one became a hotter score. Sosa working the back line, a soft flip reset with this 3-1 lead. I've seen these before, and I've been a bit scared of them since yesterday, but with 100 seconds, it's looking like Luminosity is really not batting an eye at what Deku's bringing to the table yet.
Yeah, not yet. This ball cleared out to midfield. So now Sphinx turns on it, and you have to say, other than 1 or 2 scares from DEKUBOPDUMNEM, it has been Luminosity who have looked like the better side so far. Sosa going to fake that challenge, so Regza gets demoed by Catalysm as well. Very aggressive style, as you said. You saw from Elevate is coming through from Luminosity as well. Sosa to bring this one around into the middle. Has 3 members of DEKUBOP chasing him down. That ball onto the back lines. Just over a minute. Luminosity don't necessarily feel like they need to score by the looks of things. They're just kind of putting the pressure on Deku, making them think about it, making them defend. That's a good demo. Coming through as Catalysm, but he won't be able to find the finish just yet.
Yeah, Sphinx clearing the back line just in case whatever Sosa wanted to do in these solo moments did work out. And yeah, they got the 2-goal difference. They had it up at 3, and Deku was able to get at least 1 off of a great challenge with, I believe it was Porsauce earlier challenging that back linesman, but either way, they've really not been concerned about adding more to the total unless bonus time will allow for it. Dansku puts a lob out, no boost to really chase for it. That's Catalysm. That'll put a bowler. That one should put the rest of this game on ice.
Yeah, it's a professional game 1 from Luminosity. We saw Elevate maybe get a little bit surprised by 3 rats in game number 1 on the opposite side of this bracket. But not the same response from Luminosity. They are very, very much in the ascendancy, very much in control of this one. They get a 5th on the board as well. 21 seconds still on the clock. And unbelievably, I wouldn't really put it past Luminosity getting another one. They feel that dominant right now.
I mean, it's shooting practice. This is the same thing that the coach does before a game. They make sure that they put the cones on the ground and everyone gets a chance to put foot on ball. And it looks like Luminosity is treating it just like that. Another day at the office to open up this best of 7. Catalysm can't quite get the bump after that nice air drag. 10 seconds approaching. And Deku, you know what? The great news is that this is game 1 of a best of 7. Still a long marathon for this semifinal to finish.
Yeah, maybe just 1 for the road. Sosa slots into an empty net. Deku started to move forwards. They thought, well, might as well try and get 1 back if we can, but that bump in the midfield onto Dansku is just flat out disrespectful, to be honest with you, Hale. There's no need for it. There's no reason to work that hard to get your 6th goal, but Luminosity do. They make a statement in game 1.
Oh, well, okay, there was all of 1 extra effort and reason, and it was a Brazil. You know, we haven't seen one of those yet, but, you know, shout out to everyone not letting those develop because no one wants to be memed yet. But Luminosity, they don't even have to worry about any of those just this moment because they take out the squad in game number 1. And Deku, obviously, they're playing behind 2 great obstacles. One of them staring you in the face with that giant blue eyeball. And Sosa, I think, established the pecking order early with the way he got those first 2 goals.
Yeah, totally agree. Sosa set the groundwork for what Luminosity were able to do in that game 1. Sphinx was a great player as well, getting those aggressive touches. And that third goal as well cannot be underestimated, how much skill it took for him to get that one over the line. Catalysm as well, pulling up the rear, but mainly the third man really for Luminosity, putting in the work in the midfield to make sure that they had their offensive chances. So impressive from Luminosity. This is the Luminosity we expected coming in to main event weekend, and I'm so thrilled that we get to see it here. So
with Luminosity kind of acting the way they are, obviously we give some credit to being at game pace, but it's been so long now since Deku was able to play against their fellow countrymen in the way of rounds. None of that same advantage was able to really permeate into this matchup. So obviously they have to find a way to keep Luminosity from being mechanical at their doorstep. That cannot be where all the extra flash in the pan is happening, and they must meet them in the open field. A couple times that happened in game number 1, but it was so long ago, it's kind of an afterthought at this point. Good news for them, game number 2 is going to be around the corner.
Yeah, game number 2, Forbidden Temple. And we will see if there is a response from the Finns. Us Regza, Tansku played off the park in game 1, but they can shake it off. They can go again. They can see a fresh slate as we get into the second game of the series. Luminosity build up from the ground again. They've been here before. They know what to do, and Sosa already taking an early opportunity off the sidewall, looking for the top shelf. 5 seconds is all it took to remind Deku that no, this isn't a clean slate. Game 1 happened, and we are still better than you.
Quick, swift swing. That one is absolutely brutal. Poor Sauce putting on the flag. That's the way you bring it out. You know what? A bit of nationalism to try and attack into this APAC region if you can bring in DEKUBOP. And Poor Sauce trying to bring the heat as well. Nice flip reset, but it's shut down by a great defensive effort by Catalysm.
And this one over into the corner. Collected, and Catalysm not going to get up for that one. Porzos has a double, just doesn't quite have the boost to find it. Sosa, big booming clearance, putting the pressure on the defense quickly for Deku as Catalysm doesn't find a pass there. Maybe going for a bit of a fake, actually. The Sphinx picks this one up from back lines, looks to go over the top. Dansku there with the save, and it's all hands on deck in defense for Deku.
The good news, though, is that Deku has not surrendered the surplus that they had given before. What a play! Again, Regster, highly mechanical if they are given some time and some space, which comes at a high premium for DEKUBOP to even get in line. That one's going to fall short of the wall. Regster's going to try and hop up early, and Dansku does as well. Good communication, an extra effort. Sosa will win that challenge to force DEKUBOP to start from their back third all the way deep to the wall.
Yeah, but Sphinx intercepting, and there's a double commit on the sidewall. There's a chance here if Luminosity can find the shot. Dansku pushes it away. Rex is going to chase that, but he won't get there before Catalysm, who pops that one high. Regza takes charge, but he jumps past the ball, really. Now there's a chance for another counter-attack from Luminosity. They have been devastating with these opportunities. Ball into the middle! And there's the man that we do discuss quite a lot when talking about Luminosity. Catalysm off the backboard to Sphinx for the bottom right-hand corner, 2-0.
A late leap by the backside defender, hoping to get there. I believe that was Dansku. Either way, you had 2 defenders locked into the box, but Sphinx just operating at a much higher tick rate, and doing so immediately from the kickoff rip.
Yeah, and that is now Deku starting to question whether they have a say in this series at all. Luminosity coming through with a 3-0 lead inside the first minute and 40 seconds. Deku just... I don't know whether they were expecting this or not, but whether they were expecting it or not, they have got to deal with it now. Sosa near post, cleared away by Dansku. Popped up by Regza, off the ceiling, and back down! Sphinx with the hat-trick. Tip him if you've got him. And less than 2 minutes played, 4-0 to Luminosity.
Unfortunately for Sphinx, I left mine on the old line out there, so let's go get it. But they get theirs immediately as they put the topper on. Sosa opened up the barrage, the cavalcade in favor of Luminosity, and Sphinx has otherwise been holding it down. Sosa sees that one just kind of careen off the pipeline, but you said it, Rhino. At this point, Deku really hasn't had kind of a hand, a word, any opinion that's been offered openly for Luminosity to receive, and they've just been dictating overall tone of this game.
They have. Oh, that's a miss in the air. Sphinx has to calibrate a little bit, make that adjustment, and Will with no issues. We're just about ticking down to the halfway point, and it's been a shooting gallery for Luminosity so far. This ball into the middle, cleared away by Sphinx. Danscoot will collect on the right-hand side. Pull back in off the backboard. Another chance for Luminosity grows. The top of the goal, and that one will be sent away by Regza for the moment, and Luminosity will regroup. And this is something as well that Luminosity have got the luxury of doing, is they don't have to overcommit. They don't have to, if they don't like the look of a shot, just back away, reset on defense, get your rotations in, and go again.
Yeah, but it's a long telegraphed positions to try and just take over as well for Deku. They have to have so much extra space to really work with, which has been unerred by Luminosity. They recognize when some of these longer extending plays happen. Big demo, Sosa will sew that one right up. I was thinking that this one might be able to escape, but Luminosity proves otherwise.
Yeah, Sphinx just about getting that one through. Maybe a smoke screen play as the demo onto him, but the finish at the back post. Luminosity 5-0 onto DEKUBOPDUMNEM, and they really, really have been second best so far. And the problem for them is there's at least a minimum of 2 more games after this one. They are going to need to regroup, and sharply. 6 now as Catalysm gets himself on the board with a wonderful play.
And this is an improvement for LG. You have Luminosity that have surrendered 1 goal. I think it was like at a 2-1 mark in game number 1. This is a clean sheet. This is looking about as dominant as you can really post up any region, any team at this point in time. And DEKUBOP looks like they've kind of become just a timid puppy dog at this point. Right on the leash, stuck to a post, and Deku obviously operating at a different tilt than what Luminosity has. What a redirect by Sosa. Hey, they grab a cap as well.
They're having fun now. That ball in. Catalysm passes back to Sosa. The redirect into the top shelf. And Luminosity, they are starting to style on DEKUBOP. The question now I have, Hale, is do they give them the goal? Do they do the meme?
There's a difference here. One is memeing it out if it already happened. The other one is literally just laying it on the table and telling you this is what it is.
Yeah.
I don't think that Luminosity lets them score. I believe that this is going to stay cleano if they can help it. And a big fat donut's going to stay sticking there if Deku is unable to get some level of purchase. Catalysm wants to get their own. And you know what? There's 2 hat tricks out there for Luminosity. Maybe Catalysm wants to get 2 scores for themselves, make it a full hat sweep.
Why not? Why not? Triple hat trick? Sounds good to me. Deku have 45 seconds to deny that reality. Nice work from Regza. Really nice work from Regza. But there's Catalysm at the back lines. And Catalysm once again making the save. So solid in defense for this Luminosity Gaming roster. Catalysm comes up big. Maybe he's just looking for a hat trick of saves. Maybe that's where he gets his kicks.
that's at least one style of hat trick. Big punch up by Danscoot trying to get Poor Sauce involved, but 15 seconds remaining. Sosa from the outside edge, and I don't think they're going to get Poor Catalysm their own hatties. So Luminosity will settle for just keeping this one scoreless. Oh wait, hold on. I spoke too soon. There's a chance. This
would be one of the craziest caster curses I've ever seen if they kick off and Catalysm gets on the board here. That would be absolutely wild, but I'd be here for it. 8-0, Luminosity taking down DEKUBOP for the moment. Catalysm is on the kickoff. Sosa comes through, ball on the floor, and it will be 8. So 2 goals for Catalysm, but in the end, it does not make much of a difference when the opposition are scoring 0, and Luminosity, well, they are defending APAC pretty well at this point.
When the desk is getting hyped about the numbers versus getting hyped about the overall level of play, then you know that this is turned at least inside out for the moment. Luminosity finds themselves in 2 very dominant wins, currently totaling a 14-1 1 score differential for the first 2 games against DEKUBOPDUMNEM, and I mean,
oh my goodness.
The tape tells its story right in front of you.
I feel physically sick looking at that post-game table. That is absolutely grim. 2 over 70 scores on the side of Luminosity. They shared the wealth. Everything around there is kind of even among people. You've got, what, 15 shots to the 7 of DEKUBOPDUMNEM. It's an absolute battering, and I think Gex might need to get his notepad out again, because when we go back to him on the desk after this series, he may be pointing right at the bottom of that page.
Yeah, the way that the tune of this matchup is going, you could call it drubstep, with just absolutely taking over. It is a fast rhythm with the way they're getting all these extra scores. Game number 3 will be coming forward, and this is okay. Deku, they have to reset. Mental is all right. We let 2 games go. Obviously, this team is really good. We are top 4 at minimum, but now we got to prove that we deserve to be here, fighting, biting, hoping to at least be competitive. Game number 3, they need to aim for this one to just be close. But I'm also seeing the Dansku car out there, so I don't know.
Oh, yeah, Porza's also in a bit of an interesting change of scenery as this one comes across. Sphinx gonna look to go for this one, and far be from me to say that this isn't going to be competitive, but maybe what I would suggest is that DEKUBOPDUMNEM are very happy with the fact that they've got top 4 in this region and might just be sticking with that.
You know, the good news is that they actually have not surrendered a goal inside the first minute at this point in time. I have had 2 curses today, so the third one might be right around the corner with that statement. But Luminosity is having to fight through rather large SUVs at this point. So maybe that's been all of a size difference. That one does eventually drop in. Hey, Catalysm, they get a hat trick 2+1, right? That's how it works.
Yeah, you get an extra kind of 50 seconds on the other side just to make sure. Yeah, absolutely. And that one drops in. Sosa wanted that from him, by the way. Absolutely chasing that one down. No teamwork whatsoever. Sosa wanted to steal that goal. Wasn't able to catch up to it in the end. Catalysm is credited as Luminosity start as they mean to go on, and as they have been doing so far in this series. DEKUBOPDUMNEM just really have not shown up. Or, to be honest with you, I do think it is just that Luminosity are on another level right now. The way they're playing is so crisp, so clean. Catalysm looking for a double. Get yourself it, pal. Not going to be able to. That one flies away. But Luminosity having some fun out there today.
You know what? And I don't think that they're actually in a bad mental because of it. You've definitely seen that, all right, hey, let's change up the cars. Let's have fun into this game. And let's see if that anything can maybe come from that. Just kind of patting themselves on the back and, you know, developing something in a silly way, be that car changes or otherwise. But Deku definitely has seen that Luminosity came in with a purpose to this region. They're playing with it very much the same. 1-0, and that's a great sign for the DEKUBOPDUMNEM defense. Sosa about to take on a 1v2, treating players like uprights, but can't quite get it through the pipes. Yeah,
I do wonder if Luminosity, that they are now scoring again. Catalysm with his second of the game. He's the striker now. And Luminosity, you don't have a say in that matter. But yeah, I was just about to say, they've not been able to score as many early on as they were in the previous game. I wonder if they're kind of just like checking out the decals on the cars on the other team, just kind of like, oh, that's nice. I like that one. As we do get a bit of a fashion show from the DEKUBOP side. But either way, this one coming through. That one's cleared away by Sphinx, but still in the Luminosity half. Until Sosa is there with the clearance. Back in from Regza. Up first is Sphinx. Looking for this one through. Redirect from Sosa. Cleared away by Dansku. But it was all 3 of the DEKUBOP members going for that save.
Warsaw looks like he's driving the post-apocalyptic soccer mom car. Just straight up. Big save by Regzer. Does have their savior medal, but that's not the one they really want. Hoping to get downfield and begin some scoring attempts. Catalysm. So looking for another opportunity as that one at least drops nearby. They haven't had to score or needed to score as many. Same level of effort has rendered them the same chance as now they've, between just 2 separate games, gotten themselves to 10-0, regardless of what the first one was. But off of a demo and a massive save through the smoke by Catalysm.
I was just about to say they have completely let Catalysm off the leash this game. He's just running around doing whatever the hell he wants, picking things up every which where. But there, he's back on defense, back in position and making a solid save. Luminosity do not want to concede to this roster. They do not want to let them know that they were even good enough to get a game. Sosa over the top. That is gorgeous. Luminosity 3-0 up with 1 minute 36 on the board. This series feels like it's going to be done real soon.
Wonderful control. You know, it wasn't going to be done soon if they kept scoring at the amount that they had. So instead of going for volume, they've gone for quality in this third iteration. And the only difference really is that they have to, at minimum, play a 4th game going into throughout the semifinal. Luminosity proving that they are worth the while for not just an org, but for everyone to kind of give them some views and purchase. That one doesn't go through, but still an equal threat that kept Deku on the goal line.
Something else I do want to mention while we're here is the fact that this is a chance for Luminosity to get one up on Elevate. Elevate only beat DEKUBOPDUMNEM 4-1, remember, yesterday. So Luminosity coming in here, I reckon they probably saw that result from yesterday, and they were like, well, just to make a statement, just to declare that there is war between ourselves and Elevate, if there wasn't a declaration enough already, we're going to come in and we're going to sweep these guys, and we're going to show that we're better against this import roster, and at the moment they're able to do that.
Oh my goodness. So in case they get beat later, they're like, yeah, well, we beat that one team better that you beat. So, you know, statistically, we're the champions, regardless if you beat us. I feel you. A little bit of extra cope and hope to add to the other side of things. 20 seconds to go.
It's all about the one-ups. It's all about the one-ups.
Yeah, just having enough. You know, a bit of finger wagging from outside the car. Luminosity, they're getting the job done, though, and they post up another clean sheet against Deku, unless this one contends to change. It doesn't exactly bode well for it, too. Sphinx pre-jumping from the back wall with no boost. And still, Rexer might find something extra, but this falls harmlessly, and we're at 3-0 with a 3-0. Luminosity good to go to match point.
They are very good to go to match point, and I mean, we talked earlier about the possibility of people coming back. We've seen a couple of sweeps today, and we're like, 3-0. There is still a chance for that reverse sweep. There is still a chance for the comeback. This is probably the game which has the least intrigue going into game number 4, and I'll keep trying to spin the storyline. DEKUBOPDUMNEM can turn this around, but it's going to take a monumental effort, and it will also probably take a natural disaster for Luminosity to not win this series.
In case anyone is trying to audio bite fish for some absolute bias out of casters, we say what we see, and we see what is real, and you know what? Ball knowers, ball don't lie. It's happening right in front of your face.
Yeah,
so
it's not bias if it's happening right in front of you. We can absolutely see. Right, okay, hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. We've got a message from Gex, which is very, very important. He's got something going on right now that if DEKUBOPDUMNEM do come back in this, I want to see that world. I want to see that happen. Now, the chances of that happening are very, very slim, but Gex has put something on the line which we will only discuss if we get to Game 7, and I'll make that agreement with everybody. Only if we get to Game 7 will we have that discussion, because it's irrelevant for this particular moment in time, because I don't think we're going to get there.
So we either reveal it at the actual next segment, or we get all the way. You know what? Luminosity might throw for content. I don't know.
Maybe
they do it. They do it as an org, depending on who you are, and sometimes maybe the players will also be listening. Regardless, all roads at minimum lead to Utopia Coliseum at the midway mark, or maybe the end mark if you're a 4-0 sweep of best of 7. Luminosity in a great position. They want to take advantage, get the job done. They might have themselves an inevitable date with Destiny and with Elevate.
It's so funny, by the way, when you see these kinds of teams doing this kind of thing as well, because it's at this point where most people by now will know that I would probably say that Luminosity can't get overconfident. They can't start to let Deku back into this. I don't believe that in the slightest right now. If Deku even do get back into this, Luminosity look like they have all of the tools to be able to bring it back around. Even if Deku win this game, I do not see Luminosity being able to lose from this position. However, I'd love to be proved wrong. As I mentioned before, the Finns, they are coming in, they are trying to fix up, and they're about to make it to a minute without conceding.
But Sosa wants to change that narrative, see if he can get this storyline rewritten, and yet the extra challenge game, which it's definitely difficult for DEKUBOPDUMNEM to do in the first place because they're playing from beyond the Ethernet border. It makes it so tough for them to operate at that high tilt. Love the double tap, the attempt, and Sphinx, an off-pace pitch behind two streaking defenders will find the first goal outside that first minute for Luminosity.
It's, yeah, a double commit from Deku, flying across the goal line. Really tough to read, that one, and Sphinx just finding the bottom left. So, they did survive a minute without conceding, so, you know, no caster curse from me. I still need to improve. I still need to get better at casting, because apparently I'm not able to do the caster curse as often as I'd like. That one off the ceiling. It's going to be a chance now for Sosa to move forwards. Rexer drops this one down. Chance for DEKUBOP, but just so much quicker a Luminosity across the field, and they continue to make DEKUBOP move back into their half.
We may even see this one just come and be a 1-0 for a long time, if possible. Catalysm with a great flip reset, and it's going to be picked up and otherwise fielded by Rexer as Densku's turned into ashes. Maybe a tie ball game? No, not quite the trampoline-style passing play you'd want. Sosa reading that from the ceiling so fluidly, and he recognizes that he has two teammates that are just kind of scuttled all the way back, one into the third. Porzov's looking for a bump. Can Densku get a shot? He does, but Sosa is right there in his way.
Yeah, this one over the top, cleared away by Porzas, as this one moving back forwards, and Sosa will collect in the corner. It's past one, gets past the second. Can he get there first? Yes, he can. Sosa to finish off a beautiful play. No, it's going to go over and wide on the left-hand side. That was a beautiful run by Sosa. The way he was able to keep possession there, so nice to watch.
Sphinx, you know, trying to run into Deku in as many ways as possible with as zero boost as possible, and buried into their deep line. It's just literally a hand up outside of the window saying, "You see me? I got this. Let me dunk." Gathered by Sosa. A couple of defenders go screaming outward into the night, and for the first time since 0-0s in any of our games, we've got a tie ball game off of this counterplay.
We do. And Luminosity pushing too many men forwards down the field, not expecting that counter-attack. Porzos will get on the end of it, and it's 1-1 in game number 4. The road up the mountain is long, it's winding, and it runs through the monster that is Luminosity, but does not mean to say it's not possible, as Porzos waits on that one. Probably ill-advised. You got to be speeding up in that instance. There's a chance now. Backboard cleared away by Densku. Sphinx will be up to bat, trying to clear this one away. Gets the better of Porzos. Needs to get a second touch as well. Rexer drops it down, has the reset, ball into the middle, and Luminosity try and build once again.
Rexer's rotation was a bobsled, just hanging out on the back of his car and trying to put it onto some bricks. A nice 1-2 leapfrog pass. Gex is not here, but apparently that's what Deku has become as they end up leaping beyond one another. Sosa trying to get ahead of that ball for a bump, but Densku will get right behind it instead. So 70 seconds approaching. Deku has been able to keep this level now. Catalysm off the tip of his nose. Oh, but he gets just pushed right back to the ceiling.
Yeah, and I think this is the point at which Luminosity kind of needs to just lock in just a little bit. You still need to win this game. You still need to close it out here. Don't believe there will be any problems with that unless Deku able to get a goal here off the backboard. Cleared away by Sphinx. He will maintain possession as well. Challenged in the air into the corner. Ball dropped down. Cleared away by Catalysm. Not doing very well on defense. They are making sure those rotations are in. They're not triple committing as they did for that goal. Nice bump, but in the end, it doesn't work out for DEKUBOPDUMNEM. 30 seconds left. Luminosity 1, DEKUBOP 1.
Goomba stomping to try and open up space. That's my favorite kind of bump mechanic, if you can get right on top of him.
Oh.
Heck of a shot, though. One of my second favorites is just simply making a nice level heater to go to the opposite post.
Yeah, Sphinx rising highest, getting the better of one, and then flying across the goal. And that's 22 seconds remaining for DEKUBOPDUMNEM to try and save their open qualifier. I'm not convinced they'll be able to. That's a wild pinch from the kickoff. Regs are going to take this one, but it's pushed over to the right side. And Luminosity just have to hold the fort down for another 12 seconds. Might even try and get an extra goal. Sosa going to challenge. Big demo onto Regza. Ball still popped up. 5 seconds on the clock. Ball just needs to drop if you're a Luminosity fan. And there it should go. They keep it alive. Off the backboard. Want the dunk. Luminosity. A date with Destiny versus Elevate in the grand final after a 4-0 sweep against the invading Finns.
Collision course, so written in the stars for the RLCS APAC Open #1. The Birmingham Major looking for its heralded heroes, be them a composition of multinational squads or pure APAC. Luminosity and Elevate, they've answered the call to at least get to the table first here for our first Open. And Deku, well, they got 2 goals in the total of the series, and that is the stat line I will tell you about. Otherwise, Luminosity, I mean, they went to the office, they settled their suitcase, they pulled out a bottle of water, they got to work, and they made it out by noon.
They did. Yeah, they do not get paid by the hour, let's put it that way, as Luminosity make their way through into the grand final. I do have to make a point that I am a little bit nervous. And the reason that I'm a little bit nervous is because for the last 2 games, Luminosity didn't especially take the DEKUBOPDUMNEM attack too seriously. They were sitting a little bit back. They were kind of just having a little bit of fun with it. Whereas Elevate had to pretty much fight for every game that they played against 3Rats. So they're going to be locked in. Luminosity, can they turn this around? Can they turn that kind of fun, free play atmosphere into, we are playing against our biggest rivals for the region. We need to settle down.
I feel like that's going to happen from that game 1 position. Game 1 obviously is, all right, who really was the most ready, who's most studied, who's already having to fight fiercely against previous opponents, and who's otherwise been kind of in a free play mindset. Luminosity obviously not facing a quality opponent like the likes of Elevate into this previous semifinal. 3Rats gave Elevate a scare, forced them to learn, really kind of gamer lean forward, especially off of a game 1 loss, and at least another OT that forced them to go the distance. So I agree with you. I feel like Luminosity will have to deal with that game 1 urgency, but they might be able to settle in pretty quick thereafter.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the trick, isn't it? It's game 1 is going to be really interesting, but weirdly, the one I'm excited for the grand final is game 2. When the teams have learned what they're doing, when the teams have figured out what they're looking at, game number 2 is going to be fun. But game number 1, all important as well. It's the best of 7, of course. And yeah, Luminosity, well, they've stamped their authority on this bracket now, beating DEKUBOPDUMNEM 4-0. What an impressive result for them. DEKUBOPDUMNEM, I'm sure we'll see them in the next Open qualifier. Hopefully they'll come back stronger.
I just expect a full finish run to get into this. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't even want to say welcome back. What happened? All right, no, this is on me. I predicted 4-0. Guys, I got to give it up to you guys. That's a tough one to cast. You got in behind that and gave it everything you had, but there just wasn't that much on DEKUBOP's side there. That was a real toughie.
It was. The good news is there was a lot of scores, so we could talk about all the times that we got to see the scores.
Let's just go through them one by one. No.
Yeah. Look, I feel like the influence from Sosa cannot be understated. Everyone knew it was going to be huge. Catalysm actually could casually take a back seat, and there was a lot of the Sosa and Sphinx show, but that team is absolutely catastrophic for anyone to have to face.
Well, I'm about to go put that on my wall somewhere for the future of that team, but yeah. All right, I love it. I love that we're through. I love that there's a dominant Elevate and a dominant DEKUBOP coming, Luminosity, coming through here. Yeah, I linked the script for next week, sorry.
Right. Okay.
And, yeah, Luminosity versus Elevate in our grand final. It has been a run to get here, though. Let's take a look back through our rounds to get here. Rhino, what have you seen?
I have seen some amazing Rocket League. That's what I've seen. You look back across this bracket, we've had everything. We've had 7-game thrillers. We've had 4-0 blowouts. The one thing we've not seen is a 4-2. Will we see that in the grand final? Yet to be decided. But, I mean, it has just been a wild, wild ride here in APAC. And Luminosity and Elevate in the grand final of OQ1. Who could possibly have predicted that before a ball was kicked?
or the stream was turned on, or yeah, I think this one might have been coming for a while. Hale, it's been a long couple of days for us coming in here with all of the 4-3s, but we've had the exact opposite and just a couple of those 4-1s sprinkled in. Do you think this is likely to continue this trend as we head into the rest of the season?
Today, I felt like everyone just wanted to get on with it, and yet we did it in different ways. There's a lot of 4-0s and a 4-1 kind of put in there as well. I think this one ends up going back to going the distance. Obviously, in recency, 3-2 and 3-2. Elevate versus Luminosity in both of those, and both went the way of Elevate. Now that we're in best of 7 land, uncharted territory, and I feel like they want to send it. The way that Luminosity was playing, Rhino had touched on it earlier, it's free play versus actual challenge, because 3 Rats was forcing their way forward. So I get to see from the sidelines as both of you get to enjoy that one. I can't wait to see if I'm right or wrong. Either way, this is the collision course we were waiting for.
We'll see you again very, very shortly, Hale. After our grand final, we're heading in to the... it's the Eclipse. It's the ultimate showdown for our first time back in a long time, man. I feel like people have been waiting to see a grand final on the main desk of the main broadcast in English here for the first time in a long time. Rhino, it's great to have you alongside. It'll be your first grand final here on RLCS as well, too.
Yeah, my first RLCS weekend, my first grand final. Here we go. We're going straight in at the deep end, folks. And why not? For APAC's El Clasico, Luminosity versus Elevate. I mean, this really should be everything that we've built up to this point.
Well, I certainly wish to drown you in only one thing, and that's good vibes here. I hope the chat can send it over to Rhino as well. But let's get into it. Luminosity out of an unbelievably dominant performance up against Elevate, who per game did have some struggles against 3 Rats. Now, I take that away as a good thing for 3 Rats. They've solidified their position, and they've gone up 2 rankings in my books. I think that they're in 3rd for this region for me right now, and that is such a good look for them. For APAC, that maybe even with a step up, we have another grand finalist position available to somebody here, but this is the predicted one, and Elevate did come in with a bit more of a difficulty. Do you think that's going to be reflected in the scoreline despite the previous matchups between these two?
I think it's going to be interesting because you have to remember there's also been a cool-off period for Elevate, right? Since that difficult game, but nothing in the past matters now. We are only focused on the present and the future. Luminosity versus Elevate in the grand finals of OQ1 here at APAC RLCS 2025. Let's play some Rocket League.
Getting it underway, and this one, I expect it to start off with this paced, kind of very, very prepared nature from the teams. A couple of shots coming out, but not really the pressure being put on yet. Both of these teams are going to want to get a feel for how this series is going to go. They do know each other. They have met up, and these would be the matchups that they have been preparing for the entire offseason.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the game that they knew they would come to. Of course, they played each other in that group stage, Elevate and Luminosity. That one was a best of 5. It went the distance, all 5. And Luminosity came out as the losers of that game, 3-2 to Elevate in the end. Luminosity looking to change that tune, cleared away by Ocelon on the goal line there as takes this one down the left-hand side, put forward by Sosa, has a pass over to Sphinx on the left side. He doesn't have a lot of boost, so can't do much with it, though. Has to clear away, wins the 50 against Catalysm, and Elevate can build.
Max Yu with a chance here and boost to spare as well. Gets the bump. That is a brilliant play out, but it's not turning into anything just yet. Ocelon with some to work something out here, but it's a missed opportunity. Catalysm downfield. I gotta say, I have been an Elevate fanboy from the beginning, really, but I might be jumping sides here. Luminosity is bringing on Sphinx, and I just can't turn down Sphinx. He's the golden boy of APAC right now.
He's so good. He's shown that all weekend. See if he's able to show it again. No boost there. Maxiu intercepting and now coming forwards, looking for the bump play, I think, onto Sosa. Does enough to stop that, but still moving forward is Ocelon.
Oh!
What a save, Sphinx! But there surely will be the follow. And Maxiu scores the first goal of the grand final.
And it is fitting, the first goal of our grand final, and the first one back here for APAC, scored by an APAC native. Max Yu coming in and bringing it home strong here, but 3 minutes of gameplay is a lot of time left on the board, and Luminosity, they're not going to go out without a fight.
No, you know for a fact they will not. Sosa off the backboard, sending that one over to the right side, but Elevate just trying to pen them in here, cleared away by Sphinx. Sosa, enough boost, but Ocelon, was that like a quad bump on the sidewall? Demo onto Sphinx. Catalysm looking for a double, but that one goes right across the face of goal. No second man following in for Luminosity.
Maybe with a little boost, but nothing to spare there. Unfortunate for them, as Luminosity now is still making their waves in onto their opponents, and the tide is coming in for them right now, but Elevate may be able to draw it back out. Sphinx is going to push it away, and it is controlling the tides by the moon right now. It is a task and a half to get it away from Luminosity, it seems, right this second.
Does, as Maxiu, no boost, but his opponents don't know that. Oh, off the post! So close to a second for Elevate. They're looking for daylight. They're looking to be able to get that second goal on the board. Just under 2 minutes left. Luminosity, they want to build. They want to find that equalizer, and Catalysm might be the catalyst.
No.
Ball into the middle, but Maxiu's equal to it.
Elevate, they do control the moon apparently. They've been able to bring it back into their favor. The tides have shifted, and now Maxiu looking for a second. Can't beat Sosa on the back line of defense. Catalysm down from the ceiling. Sosa now looking for one in return for Luminosity, looking to even it up. It's Sphinx with the drop down, but 2 defenders to rise and meet it. Maxiu bats it away.
Big demo from Maxiu though. Catalysm taken out for the moment. Ocelon, backboard, waterfall. Sphinx deals with it. Time is running out for Luminosity. Still enough in the tank just about, unless those able to find a teammate here. Actually, he doesn't need a pass. Though, from the angle, finds the bottom corner. Elevate double their lead.
Sphinx got a water to save here too. Brutal. I think it's come back into him for a pinch into the net, and Luminosity sitting down by 2 right now as Elevate have been putting on a display. They don't want to just take a grand final. They don't want to just start their run. They want to threaten to look like the best team in the region determinedly right now.
Do, as this one being brought away by Sphinx. Takes it forwards. Maxiu goes for the challenge, and we'll go all the way back to Ocelon. 50 seconds on the clock. Luminosity still believe that they can turn this game around. But Elevate, their defense is stout. Catalysm demo onto Ocelon. This one being moved down the side. Catalysm once again trying to move it across. He is in a much more advanced position than maybe he normally is for Luminosity. They are chasing this lead desperately, but they're not able to get it over the line yet.
Right choices by Catalysm, though, to keep the ball in their favor, or at least in their control. Sosa, now a 50, should go over to Tho. Now another chance for Elevate as they set themselves up. A beat on Sphinx, has to be another one. They've still got control. No chance for a shot here yet, though, and Catalysm leads it out and gets right behind it for the 50.
Sent way into the corner from Tho, and that should be enough. Pancakes the ball pretty much into the ground. And that will do it for game number one. Maybe one for the road for one of these teams. Luminosity trying to be that team. No. Dunked into the ground. Elevate are not here to play games. They're here to play Rocket League. And they've won game one.
Oh, and they look good about it as well. Elevate coming in very, very strong. You can see exactly why this has been the team to come up on top when these have matched up before. However, it has not been easy for them in the past. That game there, I don't see it getting any more of a blowout than that. A 2-0 lead between these teams is actually massive.
Yeah, and this is the situation. It was Elevate who really had most of the possession. You can see that in the scoreboard here. Sphinx going absolutely nuclear on the side of Luminosity. 4 saves on the game with 2 shots. But on the other side, it's all very even, all very spread out, and Elevate are playing as a well-oiled machine.
Luminosity actually got a decent amount of shots there as well. They did have some threat on, but they should have had more considering how long they spent in their opponent's half there. They just weren't generating their chances quite well enough to sink it, and that shot counter was reflective of that.
It was. Although Luminosity had moments, they had slight times in that game where they could have got that ball over the line. It never felt like it was guaranteed to happen. It never felt like it was one of those opportunities that you were like, oh, they're gonna score from this. It was always a chance. It was always maybe. Whereas Elevate on the other side, you maybe thought they could have had 2 or 3 more by the end of that game. So Luminosity got a lot of thinking to do in between these games. But I mentioned in between games last time that game 2 really fascinated me for this one. What is the adaptation from Luminosity?
Yeah. I just want to see this get closer. To me, it doesn't matter who the outcome of this series is, as long as we prove here on the first day back here, or the first weekend back, I should say, this needs to be proven that we have 2 teams in very, very close competition, and it's looking right. Luminosity striking back immediately, and Catalysm to capitalize.
16 seconds, Catalysm off the left-hand side. That demo is everything on the back lines. And Luminosity, they weren't able to score in game 1, but they start the scoring off in game number 2. And Elevate will need to fight back. This one falling into the middle. Catalysm will be able to bring it away. Ocelon to challenge, and challenge he does, but it's only going to go to Catalysm on that side. No boost to follow that one through, though I'm not sure he was expecting that one to bump quite far away from his car as it did. This one sends into the midfield. Luminosity, they are pressuring. Catalysm down to Sphinx, but it's pushed into the corner.
I just wonder, after that goal from Catalysm, if maybe Hale had the wrong day planned out for the cat shirt. He was thinking it was Cat-a-day. It's like Cat-un-day. That doesn't really work as well, but it seems like maybe the wrong representation day. You've made the wrong choices, Hale.
Maybe. I tell you who hasn't made the wrong choices. It's Sphinx, just sitting on that backboard saying, you want to shoot with me here? Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm going to block everything. And he does make that save. Sphinx trying to get, losing out that 50, but it's a great cut. Ocelon back into the middle. Tho takes it through. That's on target. Saved away by Catalysm. So good on the defense at the angle from Ocelon, but that one's not going to find its home either. And now Luminosity having to defend for their lives.
Yeah, they're shoring up their defense, though, after game number 1. Catalysm going to leave that down to Sosa. It's going to be a second one. LG have reversed the tables, and Elevate now in a deficit by the same amount they won last game by.
And this is what's scary. Elevate, they wanted that equalizer back so badly, they overcommitted, and then they just didn't have anything at the back to defend against the Luminosity counter-attack. Able to see it over the line, so Elevate, that's not a great put. Sosa puts that one on target. Maxu with a save. Catalysm playing this one. They're saying anything you can do, we can do better, but Sphinx is going to have to try and take this one. Puts it on target, away by a low boost Maxu, and followed through by Tho.
Would have loved to see that one go in. It would have been probably the play of the match so far. Although we've got a lot ahead of us, and I expect there to be very, very high quality goals in this series. Of course, both of these teams so fast that they kind of take away the ability to make this pretty. It's always going to be scrappy if it makes its way through, because it's going to do so by the barest of margins most of the time.
Yeah, it is. And so, let's be really, really careful here. That one's over to the far side as Sosa collects, and this is a very different beast from Luminosity. They're not sitting back. They are not just letting Elevate come onto them. Catalysm fires and scores. Luminosity 3-0 up on Elevate.
Fantastic wall read from Catalysm, and not just to get to it, not just to put it on net, but the perfect placement there as well. Close to that back post was the only place that was unsavable, and it was reached. Luminosity now leading by what seems like and feels like an incredible margin over a game between two giants in this region.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just one of those questions, isn't it? Like, I don't know that Elevate have played a lot differently to the way that they played in game number 1. The only difference is they went behind early. So then they had to capitalize to try and get that equalizer, and they've overcommitted, as I said. Luminosity just made sure that they make the most of those opportunities. That's a wonderful, wonderful goal by Ocelon. Dunks it down from high above. Top right corner, Elevate. Maybe, just maybe back in it, say it softly.
Yeah, I mean, 2 minutes, it's more than a minute a goal here actually right now for Elevate, just barely. And I'm just glad to see that game 2, we already have a game that is not just a blowout for one side. There's no lockout against Elevate like there was against Luminosity in game number 1, and that could be reflective of the ability to recover this for Elevate yet, and yet not right this moment. Sosa back the other end. Can it be? No! Taken away in Catalysm. Back to try to stop the counter.
It's a nice shot by Ocelon from his own half, but Sphinx will be equal to it. You got to do better than that if you're going to get the better of this Luminosity team, as this one goes over the top, off the ceiling. Ocelon will not win that against Sosa, but Maxiu, a little bump, just a little friendly hello as this one moves forward.
It's just a reminder. That's what that is. That's a little reminder. Like, yeah, you're here in the midfield. You feel safe. Just a little check-in. You're not.
Yeah, just keeping them on their toes. Absolutely is. Though on the right-hand side, Catalysm, going to leave that one for Sphinx. It's going to be pushed away by Maxiu, and I can guarantee you this is not the position that Elevate wants to be playing Rocket League right now. They want to be in the other half. They want to be camped there and putting shots on net. Not happening yet.
50 seconds, less than a minute remaining, and still 2 down. Suddenly, this looks very, very different from the 2 minutes we had originally. Elevate starting to get doubtful about it. They're going to have to score quickly here. 39 on the clock, still ticking, and nothing coming out of their half. Sphinx will go back. Catalysm with control, trying to set up another. It's a pass to Sphinx, and the shot blocked by Maxiu, but defense is not what's needed right now.
No, defense is good, but at the moment you are 2 goals behind. Maxiu's trying to turn defense into offense as Sphinx pops that up. It's awkward for Catalysm, but he gets around one, gets around a second, and breaks the pressure. And that one will be Ocelon over to the side. Tho sends it forwards. An extra goal here would do wonders for Elevate. What a save! Sosa denies them. What an outrageous play.
Somebody clip that. That is an unbelievable clear. Normally we're getting hyped about, it's the post pinches, sure, they get a little bit of hype, but it's normally the goals that we're getting really, really revved up about. That was an unbelievable, not just save, but a pass out that they converted upfield instantly. Luminosity showing real threat, real fear in the eyes of their opponents right until the last second of game number 2.
But here's the thing now, Gex. We are 1-1, and the goal difference is 0. Both of them have scored. It's pretty even, as I say. So, who really comes out on top after that exchange? I wouldn't like to tell you, but let's have a look at the scoreboard. And Catalysm coming through with an MVP. Absolutely deserved for him.
I mean, you would expect a bit more of a drastic difference in the scores on players with a 2-goal lead here, maybe, but I think the player scores here are more representative of how these two teams are playing against each other. That was, don't get me wrong, very dominant by Luminosity there as a game. However, everybody's still playing pretty peaked right now, and I expect that kind of score differential between the teams.
I expect that as well. We will see exactly what happens in this game number 3, who will take the momentum forwards in the series, and who will struggle against their opponents. It's adaptability versus adaptability. Both teams need to be able to work out the other. And at the moment, Luminosity are the ones to make that first adaptation. Will we see a response from Elevate?
Well, a message out to 3 rats. And it is, once more, the defense wins world championships. It certainly can win grand finals here today, and it is going to come down to epic defense. We saw some in the last dying moments of that game from Luminosity. I want to see that kind of quality coming out of their own halves throughout this game number 3.
Do you see that kickoff from Elevate? 2 people on the ball and then a follow through. They are not messing around. They want to get on the board early in game number 3, as this one sits in for Luminosity. This one off the backboard. Sphinx going to leave it for a teammate. That surely will be 1-0. Sosa fires in, and I believe it's exactly the same amount of time that it took them to score in game 2.
Here we get trips on the board. It's an easy one to remember. But I didn't think Sosa was going to get a clean shot opportunity on this. I thought that there would be a block on Sosa there. It was a clear pass out. I don't think that first man was going to be able to reach that at any point off the backboard. It was too sharp an angle to reach up to a second time. And Sosa got gifted an opportunity a little bit by an early commit out of the defense, but it shows the fear. Elevate taking their opponents seriously right now.
They are. They absolutely want to make sure that they do not let this get out of hand. That's a clearance by Ocelon. Back in by Sphinx, but once again we look back to that game that happened in the group stages. It was Elevate to win game 1, it was Luminosity to win games 2 and 3, and then Elevate came back to win 4 and 5. So we are following the script. We are following exactly what happened the last time so far. Luminosity being ahead in game 3. This is not going to surprise Elevate. They've been here before.
Luminosity in behind it again as they try to take control. It is only 1 up, and anybody's game, anybody's series deadlocked in the series score right now. Game number 2 and then into 3 as we see Luminosity continue their lead. Elevate need to respond now. Great 50 in the midfield to get that to Maxiu, and back to Ocelon. This is an unexpected play. He's going to play it off the ground as well. It's a pass out to Tho, but Catalysm is quick off the backboard to convert back to a counter-attack. Can he make it work? Up, down from the ceiling, and Sosa can't make it in time.
Great work from Throw as well to keep that one away. Now down the right-hand side. Luminosity just trying to defend this one away. Sphinx will take it through, but Maxiu with a huge block there. Back into the middle. Catalysm will send it back to halfway, but picked up by Maxiu. This is where Elevate wants to play, but intercepted there by Sphinx. He beats the back man as well, but it's just not on target. No one back to defend it. If that's on target, we're talking about 2-0, but we might be talking about 1-1 as Sphinx makes a save at the other end.
Look, with these two teams, I don't expect scorelines to get out of control. They both know how to safe up a game a little bit. But in saying that, Elevate, they're going to have to respond very, very quickly if I'm convinced that a 2-0 lead also isn't enough to win a series as well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's Maxiu down the left side. Sphinx will clear this one away, though. Break through, but Catalysm, he's going to bring this one away. He's not got a lot of boost to work with. Ocelon just playing with his food a bit in the corner. Has, though, coming through with like a freight train, trying to get on the end of that ball. Maxiu going to have to collect. Gets past 1, flicks over 2. That's going to find its home. We're all square in game 3.
Catalysm just a little late with the commit back from the wall, had to spin it around and wasn't able to do so in time. Elevate, they're going to even it up off of just some good pressurization of Luminosity there.
Yeah, for sure. And that one it's going to be very interesting now to see how both teams react, because Luminosity had not been playing badly at all. Their defense was staying really stout, but it's something we weren't really able to see in that game 2 from Elevate, which is a sustained period of pressure and attack. They were really just camped in front of Luminosity's goal, didn't let them cross the halfway line. They got the goal. Will they be able to do that again, or will Luminosity be able to break through? At the moment, they're the ones who have the offense right now.
So with a flick upfield, and now I expect if this doesn't make it in, and it does, it wouldn't have mattered. They would have had that pressure back on again, but Tho, he doesn't even need it. A single play upfield, the flick at the end, the placement, that back post again utilized, and this time by Elevate.
Knew exactly where the defenders were going to be to try and make that save, and placed it past them. Great work from Tho there to read the play beautifully, and Maxu wants more. Ball in the left, but he gets taken out by Sphinx, and maybe it's time to start bringing out those demos and bump plays. Sosa certainly believes so.
Osselon bumped underneath and gives Sphinx a chance here, but no boost. Still, the flip reset gets him back to a 50 at least, but Osselon just takes to the air with it. He does not care where the touches are coming from, where the ball is going. It's coming back with him.
Certainly is. Ball backs. Chance for Osselon. Flicks it forwards. Cleared by Catalysm, and Tho has to play this very carefully indeed. Pops the ball up. Sphinx has a reset. Gets through, but he gets bumped away. And that is where Sphinx is going to be challenged quite a lot, you would think. Elevate, I'm pretty sure they know about this young man, and I'm pretty sure they want to shut him down at all opportunity.
Big bump there. Catalysm going to really big commit towards that ball, but it's a predictable outcome as well, and the 50 goes in Elevate's favor as a result. Sosa now reading it out of corner. It's a good read, however, it's out of control as well. Sphinx, with no boost, somehow gets a mile into the air. He's made of magic, and he's using it like a carpet to just ride it straight to the ball at ceiling height.
Huge demo from Sosa there, and this is going to put Elevate under a lot of pressure. 10 seconds left. The Luminosity to push this to OT. Can they get the ball across? Catalysm can. Back post. Is there a chance? No. Cleared away by Tho. And he will push this back into the Luminosity half. Sphinx keeps it alive. Down the right-hand side. One more chance. Musty flick. Needs more. Keeps it popped up. Sphinx. Chance at the challenge, but it's pushed away. And Elevate should be able to kill this ball. And they will. Elevate win game 3.
What a game and what a comeback. Elevate. They won game 1, and it looked like a very different game 2, but they've brought it back, and they have made the changes. They don't look like the same team. It wasn't the same way they won game 1, but whatever they need to do, they're making it happen.
Much more measured than game number 2 for certain from Elevate. They were amazing in the way that they rotated, in the way that they took challenges. And let's take a look at that scoreboard now. As you see, it's a relatively low-scoring game, all things considered, but as you say, Gex, we're not expecting scores to get out of hand. These two teams know how to defend, and they know how to defend well.
And again, pretty much looking at very, very similar scorelines to both of the other games right now. It really is predictable that the outcomes are going to be similar per game. It's just about who can come up on top to make that result theirs.
Yeah, absolutely, and they were just doing everything that they needed to do to be able to see that one over the line. They went down early, but they didn't panic. And I think that's the biggest thing that we saw that's a difference from that game 2. They didn't panic. They didn't try to rush and get that equalizer. They let it develop naturally. They played their game. And that's the main difference that I saw in that game from Elevate. So really impressed with how they managed to change their mindset and consider exactly who they're playing against at this point, and we'll see if they're able to continue that in the series. But game 4, I mean, all of these games so far have been super interesting. I have no reason to suspect that game 4 will be any different.
Well, this is just what the best teams do, right? They will come in and they will adjust and they will readjust over and over again. Now it's chance to see that from Luminosity again, and I feel like, Rhino, this is, if you were ever going to get in for a grand final for your first one on RLCS, we're going to get a great series out of this. We've already had one. If it ended right here, you would say this was an excellent series between these teams, but it is just going to keep heating up. The pressure is rising from them like a poorly, lazily cooked chicken here. The pressure cooker is on, and let's see who comes out the top.
We are so blessed in APAC to have two teams right at the very, very top of the region. Luminosity, Elevate, will go toe-to-toe this season. They will continue to vie for the top spot in APAC. They will be at the top of people's tier lists, and everyone will have a different team. Sosa on the board early, but as far as Luminosity go, well, 1-0 in the lead is not going to do them any favors after last game.
Well, tell me that goal isn't going to earn some fans as well. Sosa just seconds in, bringing back the fandom for Luminosity here. Elevate, they may have earned it back with a lead in the series in the last one, but it's not without its response. Catalysm now trying to find another one. The last time Luminosity lost a game, they came back in a big way and really put the screws to Elevate. Can they do it again?
Can they do it again? As Catalysm over to the far side. Oh, big interception, big pinch. There's a chance now. Maxiu keeps the pressure on. Slom wanted that bump, not going to find it. Catalysm gets challenged, but he wins the 50. Still moving through, not a lot of boost to speak of. So he will eventually secede possession. It's this one now, moving into the middle. Free shot from Sphinx. You do not want to give that boy a free shot in front of your goal, but Elevate do, and they make the stop.
Catalysm keeps doing this, though. He's been such a facilitating player to get that right in front of the net and make it threatening, worry Elevate time and time again. He's going to worry him again. It's a shot to finish it off as well. Catalysm, you've got to be kidding me. He is just functioning on all fronts.
Always from deep, always from Luminosity's own side. The vision that Catalysm has to pick his spot. Go, not yet, not yet, not yet. Okay, go. And then all of a sudden, he's attacking your goal. He's getting a shot on target. 9 times out of 10, he's picked his spot well enough that there's not a defender to say anything about it. That one, Sphinx, getting the reset flip. Not being able to get over the line, but you love to see that tried out by the young'un.
Yeah, I mean, the camera angle suggested maybe that was a shot on goal. I don't believe he was awarded one there, so may have been off to the left and looking for the team play. Did not enable it in the long run, and now Elevate with their chance for a response in-game. We haven't seen either team be able to do that mid-game yet, and that is what we're waiting for. A change from Elevate here required mid-game if they want to take down Game 4.
Yeah, for sure.
Well,
Elevate, they're going to try here. They need the pass. And I mean, it could have been either of them, to be honest, to get that goal. I think they both wanted it, as though did the heavy work down the right-hand side, had enough boost to work with, got the pass across to Arsalan, who, you know what, maybe just said to his teammate, there you go, have a goal, son. And Elevate back in the game, still 3 minutes left. That is a long old time in Rocket League, Gex, to get back into this one.
You're denying Catalysm there. He had a good old crack at making that his goal too. It was
yeah, that's true.
There were not a lot of options there. It was a defensive fault from Luminosity, leaving the field open, and it was chased down, hunted by Elevate, and they get it very, very quickly. Punishing big mistakes is going to be crucial for big teams.
It's exactly what they're going to be looking for. Certainly Elevate at this point, but you also have to remember that in Game 2, Elevate got a little bit over-complacent. They got a little bit too eager to get that goal back, and there's another opportunity for Luminosity. They don't find it on this occasion, but they will keep doing those counter-attacking plays. Great 50 there by Arsalan. Up in the air from Catalysm, challenged by Tho, but very effectively. And now this one down the side. Maxiu wins that 50 over to the left. Arsalan probably won't get there first and won't pick up the 100 either. Wanted to get the boost steal. Not able to do so. Elevate still growing. Off the backboard. Need more. Arsalan at the angle. Not going to find the goal this time. And Sphinx gets a demo onto Maxiu in the backlines as well.
Still not convinced that a 2-0 lead can't win a series here, as Elevate's only been able to respond to one of those, and they did the same thing last time that Luminosity was able to bring out their win as well. They dropped a game there, it did not stop them taking it and coming back to even in the series. Do we see the same again? We would need one more out of Luminosity to reflect that same scoreline. However, they don't need to reflect it to win this game.
Do not, as this one played across. Elevate just trying to basically throw stuff against the wall and see what sticks. That's a wonderful pass, but intercepted. Brought back by Sosa. Gets the reset, goes low, wins the 50. Has a chance, though! Equal to it. But that would have been one of the goals of all time. No doubt about that one, as this one comes off the corner. It will be Catalysm trying to bring this one back. And Luminosity, it looks like they feel like they need a third.
Sosa looks like he is warming up here, and okay, Sosa definitely warmed up, and maybe Sphinx just can't get out of the way because he has no boost.
Could be the option as this one on the left side. Double commit coming here from Luminosity, but Sphinx pulls his teammates away. Does manage to get that 50 down into the ground. Chance for Sosa following through. It's going to miss at the angle. What a save! How does that one stay out of the goal? I have no idea. Elevate's still alive, but they are on life.
And Matthew used to make that save as well, so was able to get back out of the net and continue his defensive run on that ball, which is the only thing that kept them alive from a second attempt there as well. It's got to be more than defense, though. I said that last time Elevate was down, but this is a closer affair. A single goal, even with 5 seconds left, could take them to overtime and possibly to a win, but can they get it out of their half? Sphinx looking for ground. Now it's Sosa, gonna shoot forward. It's gotta be saved, but that should give away possession, and ground is found. Luminosity evening the series once more.
Well, this is just everything that we ever wanted from this grand final and more. All square after 4. We need 7 games to separate these guys. They are so closely matched. At the moment, it's Luminosity coming from behind both times. But after that game, they're going to be feeling pretty good about themselves, I'm sure.
Oh, absolutely. You've got to be, but probably not as much as they could be. They could be ahead in the series, and they're not. That one will even it up. Luminosity definitely with some... They are showing that they have the power to win games, but they didn't win the first one. And as much as it's a caster's dream to get that back and forth, if you're not the team that wins the first game, it's not what you want.
Yeah, for sure. And it's funny how many times, certainly in RLCS, that we see this back and forth. You know, the odd games go one way, the even games go the other. It almost seems like one of those things that you just can't explain. It's a weird phenomenon, but we are seeing it right here and right now. And as you say, if the odd games are going to elevate, then they're going to win the series. So Luminosity have to change that tune quickly.
Yeah, they won game number 1, and they could lead us out with a win in the last game, but yet to be seen if we see the response from Luminosity. 2 back-to-back is needed to put them in a winning position even here, not necessarily to take the win.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what's concerning about it for sure, as Luminosity, they will take to the field here. They will want to capitalize on the momentum they have just gained from that game number 4. We are over halfway through this series, and I've got to believe, Gex, based on what I've seen in front of me, this one is going all 7, but only one of them can get series point after game 5, and we'll decide that right now with 5 minutes on the clock.
I think the problem for Luminosity here is that there isn't any real momentum. Even these game wins that they're getting through, they're not on top by much. But that goes for Elevate as well. Neither of these teams are dominantly on top of the other. There's no tide to sway here anymore, and Elevate now have every bit the chance to even this up gain a lead as Luminosity do.
Yeah, and I think that's a really important thing to say. We always talk in Rocket League games about the momentum swing and how momentum is so important. This is just 2 teams playing at the top of their level, going horn to horn. They are really trying to get the better of the other. There is no momentum. There is no kind of vibe of we're winning, they're winning. No, this is 2 evenly matched teams. The players will know that. All the fans will know that. And that makes for a fascinating contest.
What I do like about that contest between them, though, is that it's very measured. We've used that word a few times, but I mean, this is like, it's not the big right hook swings from both teams over and over again. These are the little shots that get you the win eventually, and that's what they're trying to play out for.
See demo onto Sosa, Luminosity. A little bit low at the back now, as this one does get cleared up to halfway, but Maxiu will be able to collect. Plays this one off the back. Will it waterfall? Not really, but he will get another demo. And this is where Elevate have now started to come into this game 5 with a different game plan. Maxiu getting those demos in the back lines, and that's not really a thing that we've seen them do before in this series. We've seen them do it before plenty in the bracket, but this particular series has not been very demo heavy until today, until this game.
Hey, you prompted it, kicked him into gear there, but oh my goodness, no! That's not how you want to see the first one go out for either team. So, panics, wants to pinch it off the post, I guess. He was successful. It just that was never going out though.
All right. That's a goal, sure. As Maxiu now going to fake out Sphinx, goes on the right-hand side, makes him look silly for a little brief moment as Catalysm down the left trying to get the better, but Maxiu, another demo. Those aggressive plays are really coming through from Elevate. Backboard double, good save, Sosa. Is there anyone on the follow-up? Ocelon scores, and we're all square.
Elevate trying to do it once again, to just completely change their gameplay style here and surprise their opponents, and it works. Elevate, they go up again here to even the game, and this, finally, we see that the first team to score is not the one to lead.
Yeah, it's taken a while to get to that point, but finally, Sosa with a demo onto Tho as well. I'm so excited to see that stats graphic at the end and see how many demos we've had this game, because
yeah,
it feels like a lot and we've not even had half of the game yet.
You did this. You're to blame.
Yeah, it's my fault. Yeah. Hey, if people are starting to play bully ball off the back of me saying something, I will take that like a badge of honor. I love this style of Rocket League. Ocelon down the left-hand side. Intercepted by Sphinx. What can he do off the sidewall? Not challenged. Gets the reset. Goes low. Musty flick. Good save, though.
Sphinx, the APAC native, bringing out one of the most mechanical and precise shots of the series so far, and yet still blocked away. Catalysm will not be able to read that off the backboard. Sosa comes through for a shot, easily blocked by Tho. Now, Catalysm with another opportunity, but he'll sail past that as Tho waits for the ball to come back to himself, and Sphinx will 50 in the midfield.
Chance here, pushed away by Tho, picked up by Sphinx, looks for this one, bottom left, no, will go wide. And now this one back down the other end, Maxiu in the face of Luminosity, this one over to the right side, ball in by Tho, one's at the back post other than Sosa, so he'll try and clear this one away. Nice pass to Catalysm, back is Maxiu, who does get the Savior badge as well, saves on the game, and Elevate and Luminosity, they are still jockeying for position.
I mean, looking back to the old roster with LCT as well, and Maxiu having to step up into a more defensive position as they as the region kind of raised to meet their offensive level, it really has been Maxiu as a defensive powerhouse within this region time and time again. Whenever you think nobody's there, Maxiu makes it just in time.
Yeah, he comes out of absolutely nowhere. Bit of Randy Orton about him as this one over to that far side. Sosa pops the ball into the air, tries to get by, but off the backboard, it will be away by Ocelon. Defending that backboard well. Something that both of these teams are very good at is making sure those backboard attacks come through. Big clearance by Maxiu, Tho into the corner. Nice pass to Ocelon, who will have a free shot, who will score. Elevate turn Game 5 around.
And I'm not sure how Luminosity give this one up. Just a big miss by Sphinx there. Wonder Child making the mistake, and they have been punished for it. Elevate now leading with 40 seconds. This is a different game to the rest of this series, though, and I like that. We are so less certain of who is going to lead this in. It could be Luminosity still as they get control. Catalysm to the backboard, trying to get that 50 out towards Sphinx, but it has to be the third coming in. Sosa with no boost will reach their backboard without much input on the ball, and straight back their end as Tho takes a shot.
Yeah, it's a different game in the server based on how the teams are playing. Sosa flies through top right corner, but give a little nod to Sphinx for this play. Just getting by, getting a bump, I think, as well, making Tho miss. Sosa finds the top corner. Could we find the first OT of the game?
Sphinx is locked in, and not on an individual level. He is playing as a teammate, and the one that you don't want to go up against if you're Elevate. That was an unbelievably selfless play to get off that ball for the shot that it could not have been scored despite the bump without the second touch, but he had the faith in Sosa, and that is epic to send us to overtime.
Needed from the side of Luminosity, something they were unable to do in that game number 3. As they were 2-1 down in that same one, looking like they were maybe going to get back into it, but weren't able to find the goal. This time around, they can answer. And now Tho going to try and challenge this one. Double commit from Ocelon and Tho.
Sphinx again.
Ball into the middle. Sphinx looking for the shot. Sphinx with the goal. Luminosity flipped the script and Elevate are sat wondering how this happened.
Hey, bring up the page now. Sphinx can earn my MVP any day. He is just absolutely ruling the pitch right now. Every touch crucial, every touch threatening. He just finishes that off in style.
Yeah, he does. I mean, we've spoken about just how good this kid is, and there is a big example of how he's able to read that ball, which is not moving especially slowly, out of that corner and finds the finish into the top of the goal. Just beautiful. And Luminosity. Yeah, absolutely. And they will take game number 5. They're on series and grand final point.
I mean, there was defense there. Luminosity was not capitalizing on mistakes. They were just outplaying Elevate there. But they had to do so at the absolute last second. Elevate, they really, really did take them to the limit. We didn't think we were going to see overtime at all, and yet Luminosity bring it back. We asked for them to show us that they could take 2 games back-to-back. They did it immediately. Now, like you said, they are on match point, and it would feel so unfair to me right now if we didn't see this at least go all the way to Game 7.
If you're not going to do it for yourselves, Luminosity, do it for the people. Do it for the people.
Exactly.
Let them just have this one. Let's just all turtle, get a goal, wait the 5 minutes and go game 7. I want to see this game extended as much as possible, because there's a reason we call this the El Clasico of this season of APAC. These two teams are going to be fighting so many times, and it's proven right here. They are going back and forth, blow for blow. Who will land the fatal punch?
Here we go again, and the chance here as Elevate now have been unbelievable. They just haven't been able to hold their lead. It is going to be unbelievably important for them to get the next one, not because it saves this series, but because we're looking for a season out of this team. Elevate and Luminosity both. We have to see the life out of both of them. We have to see the contest, and we have to see it go all the way.
And I don't think there's any reason why we wouldn't. Neo Tokyo, game number 6. It is the gatekeeper to game number 7 to Champions Field. Will Luminosity see this one over the line? We've not seen a 4-2 yet on mainstream this weekend. It's down to Luminosity to try and change that. 5 fresh minutes. Elevate have it all to do.
Hell, if you manage to get that one out, I don't know if you even call that a curse, but I'll give you that. That's a crazy prediction. Oh my goodness, it might come true as well. Sphinx off the kickoff at the beginning here as well. This is his 3rd goal in a row.
Yeah, he has absolutely come online in the last game or 2. And he gets on the board once again. Not quite the exact same time that Luminosity have been known for scoring. Not the 4:44 we're very used to. But they've managed to get it done even before that. Maxu, reset, goes low. Chance, but Sphinx, he's picked their pocket. He's going to go for the bump. He finds it too. Bottom right-hand corner. You're playing with your food, Sphinx.
You may as well give Sphinx this goal as well. I mean, it's now, I think it's roughly 4 goals for 3 touches on the ball from Sphinx. So this is crazy. I don't know if that's actually the true stat, but it feels like it. It has just been every single touch from Sphinx for those last 3 goals that have come out so fast across these 2 games.
And I tell you what, this is not the way that Elevate would have wanted to start this game number 6. Sphinx,
no!
Pancaking it. Another chance of Ocelon. But there's a chance now for Catalysm. Good save again by Ocelon, being very agile, making that save. There's another chance cleared away. But Luminosity, they're knocking on the door. They're not happy with 2. They want a 3rd, but there might be one back! So able to get on the board for Elevate. They overextended a little bit too much.
And misses the save by a pixel there as well. That is a brutal way to get that goal back from Elevate against you. And let's hope the Luminosity don't take that to heart. Elevate, they have their chance back though. They certainly want this to have an effect on Luminosity. And they have their chance off the kickoff again, winning possession.
Yeah, they do. And it's that man again. Sphinx, reset, tries to get by. Maxu equal to it. Now, Ocelon sends this long. Sphinx intercepting off the left side, wanting another one, pass back, but Catalysm can't get there in time. Lots of challenges. Sosa bottom left. Oh, he'll force his way through. He'll bundle the ball over the line. Luminosity have regained a 2-goal lead.
Just muscle here. He's asked LCT what protein powder he uses, and he's just pushed it into the back of the net with unbelievable strength.
Yeah, just get on the weights, elevate at the end of the day. Get down the gym, guys. As yeah, clearly not strong enough to deal with Sosa pushing through. As this one, Sosa over to the right. Now it's going to be cleared away by Maxiu. He fine, no. Catalysm in the corner. Chance for Maxiu to take this one through. Is there someone at the back post? There is, but it's a Luminosity player. And Elevate will have to build from their own half once again.
Who am I kidding? Maxiu knows exactly what LCT is using for his strength builds. Back away again, though, and Elevate with their chances. They might have to capitalize here. Demo on Sosa can open it up. Great angle there, but Catalysm sitting right in front of the ball is not going to let that one through.
Not yet. Still a long time left in this game, by the way. 2 minutes 50 on the clock for now. And Elevate, they are starting to elevate their game as this one over to the near side. Ocelon will take that one through. Though doesn't have any boost, so he goes into the corner. Maxiu is up for this one. Needs a double. Does not find it. Sphinx will clear. But Though is there on the midfield. Sphinx is again pushing this one away, but the touch that he was searching for. Maxiu find a pass into the middle. Maybe he can. Maybe he can, but there's no one there. No second man for Elevate.
Sphinx sends it high, but it's not in control. Catalysm might get it back. A demo as well there. Nearly opens it, but it's going to have to come out of corner. Sosa misses the double out of that corner as well. He is not Sphinx.
He certainly is not. Catalysm off the ceiling. Ocelon not going to find that one, but Though is going to try and go coast to coast with this one. Gets the bump. Is there more? No. Sosa's going to be there on the save. Ball didn't look like it had enough pace really to trouble Luminosity, but the bump plays coming through from Elevate. They know the plays they want to run. They're just not able to make them stick yet.
But Luminosity is predicting the plays, and that's what's really keeping Elevate at bay right now. I mean, that challenge was not to get the ball away. That was to take the bump. They knew it was coming. Sphinx now leading it out for Sosa as well, and can they get their own play started that Elevate cannot read? Catalysm now into the air, down to midfield again, and it doesn't look like that offense is going to be successful.
Great challenge by Ocelon, though. Working around the side, getting past one, but it's always a second man. There's always another defender for Luminosity. They know if they just keep this scoreline the way it is, they will win Open Qualifier 1 here on the road to Birmingham. As now it's Ocelon. Backboard, though, all goes by. Real chance for the dunk there, but not taken.
Elevator making progress here. They're getting closer and closer to that shot on net, but it just isn't making it through, and I don't know if they can get there in the time required now. Less than a minute for 2 goals. Once again, Elevate have been in this situation before, and Luminosity made them pay. Can they beat out Luminosity's lead right now? They have only been able to even answer it once this series, and it doesn't look promising.
Not yet. As this ball into the middle, there's a chance here for Though, but he's going to get challenged by Catalysm. That's going to be the dagger for Elevate. 23 seconds for 3 goals. You're not going to get that at the pro level, and that is going to be Luminosity taking home first place in OQ1.
Yeah, it's all over from here. Elevate, I mean, we have seen 23-second comeback in APAC before, but APAC has evolved, especially on defense. And now that is never happening, especially not between these two teams. This has been such a great display of defense from the region, and these import players, they are bringing an effect to the rosters that they are on at the very least, and I think there's more to be learned from their opponents too. There it goes. There's the leave at the last second there. Someone's unhappy. Elevate getting sent home in the first grand final back for APAC in RLCS 2025. The Birmingham Major Opens have only just commenced, but the first one is going out with Luminosity as your champions.
And this is gonna sting for Elevate. You know that one's gonna hurt, especially because you've beaten them twice before today in the qualifier. Elevate, they they just weren't able to keep up with what Luminosity had to offer on the day today. This is the one that mattered. This is the one with the most pressure on it. And unfortunately, Elevate weren't up to it.
Man, we couldn't have asked for a better weekend back in, though. I mean, it has been so long since you guys got to be here with us on desk, and I know there are faces that have missed here as well. They've been missed by you guys at home. A big shout out to all of our old desk as well. We do hope to see them in the future, even we can get on guests or whatever it might be, but there are so many faces to thank. I'll get onto that later, though. We don't have a show finished just yet. Stick around because we are going to have an interview with one of those players, and my fingers are crossed. Please let it be Sphinx. I want to talk to Sphinx after that one.
I don't blame you. I think it may well be as well. Sphinx coming in here. I mean, we don't know. We won't know until we get there. But yeah, any one of the Luminosity Gaming players just would be able to tell us how they managed to get that over the line, because it was one of the most professional Rocket League performances I've seen in a very long time. Not many double commits. If they were on the back lines to save that goal. If they were communication, the passing plays, everything perfect for Luminosity to get around the Elevate defense. It just looked so good for them. They must be ecstatic right now in their VC.
Oh, I certainly would be. I mean, what I loved the most there, though, it was the energy just coming out of that team. Once Luminosity got up, once they got some confidence in them, particularly Sphinx. I mean, I know I keep coming back to it, but that progress of those 4 goals that he either scored or was responsible for, you could just see something in him. He just had his eyes light up, and he was so confident that he was going for stuff that you never thought he even would have tried. The attempts there were ludicrous, and not only that, he pulled them off.
He pulled them off, and he pulled them off with style. He pulled them off with aplomb. He looks so good. We talk about him as the wonder child of APAC, and he's proven right there why that is the case. Sphinx, so solid today. Again, not to take away from the supporting cast. Sosa, so important in the first few games. Catalysm, a stalwart in defense, and incredible offensively when he got the chance to do so. But the headlines will read, Sphinx and Luminosity take the victory.
Won't it just? And they, like you said, it was style, it was grace, and I'm afraid if Hale was here, he would call it something along the lines of mindfulness and very demure, something like that. I regret it, but Hale is going to have to come back onto this desk shortly, but we get to another look through that. Yeah, cool. Good, thanks. I regret what I just did as well. Good, yeah. But we get another look there through those highlights, and what a highlight it was. The whole series, really. There is going to be so many clips of that. Share it around Twitter, whatever you want to do, and I just can't wait to get underway with this interview. No matter who they send on, I have so many questions here. Yeah, me too. I think there's a lot to still find out. The fact that we're in OQ1 means that there's a lot that we're still figuring out about all of these teams, about how they're communicating, how they're working. So yeah, we absolutely cannot wait for this interview to come through. I'm sure we will get it very soon. But with that said, we've got to also talk about the second place team here in OQ1, Elevate. They ran through the bracket. They looked fantastic. Just today, after kind of that 4th game, it looks like they ran out of steam. It looked like they ran out of belief. But they will be back, mark my words. Yeah, I mean, they got beaten. It's a fair statement. They did get beaten here, and it wasn't off mistakes. They did not play badly, and they did have maybe something left in the tank as well for the next time around. This is not going to be how the road ends for a team as big as Elevate. And a big shout out as well to all of the APAC native representation that was in this match. I mean, we talked about Sphinx enough. Maxiu, he was massive at times, and really did not slouch in that team. The defensive plays out from Maxiu kept them alive at times. So another big shout out there,
Yeah, that third man way that Maxiu just loves to play, marshalling that midfield. When Elevate are on, it's because Maxiu is in that midfield causing problems and getting 50s. He's so good at that and making Elevate get those offensive opportunities. Though an Ocelon, we know what they can do in the air. We know what they can do in the offensive positions. But Max, you really is that linchpin that Elevate require to be online if they're going to get things over the line. So still a fantastic performance from him in the games that they won. They all looked phenomenal. And I have no doubt this is only the first chapter in the battle between Elevate and Luminosity.
And there could still be that third. 3 rats. I think they've got more to learn still, and they did put a test to Elevate, who were looking at the beginning of this series like they would take the win. I mean, when that back and forth was on, they had the advantage. If 3 rats can learn from what they see here today in this grand final, we may just see a full APAC representation team in that grand final still. I think it is possible, but it will need to be a bit of an adjustment. Rhino, though, one thing that seemed to really get your attention, and I think everybody will know your answer to this already, but was the demo play, the physicality on field. Give me your opinion. Come on, I know what it's going to be.
It's the meta. That's my response to you. It's the meta. It's what currently works for teams. I personally love to see it, but as always, have fun, but have fun by being disciplined. Okay? You can't just go around taking people out and getting demos all over the place. You can't go demo chasing. It's not that. When it works beautifully...
Yes, you can. Do it. Do it.
Do it if you don't want to get back to the grand final. But the way that Luminosity and Elevate both worked it out was those demos onto the goalkeeper, onto those backlines. When you're in the ascendancy, those are the big demo plays I love to see.
Well, I think that was the sound of our interview ready. A little bit hard to hear our producer just then for a moment. But if that is the case, can we get that in right about now? It's going to shock me, whoever this is, because I did not hear the call on that one.
Nope.
There it is. Welcome on. What a series. Absolutely insane. Oh, we've got no... Oh, no, yep, we've got sound. We've got sound on our... Yeah, we missed you for a second there as well. Welcome on, Mektos. Absolutely massive for Luminosity there. It's great to see you, and man, you got to be feeling good after that one.
Nah, definitely. For sure. No, we put in so much work this past week. Like, there's a lot of things we had to change, and I just love how going to that series, it all came through. We figured it all out. I love it. Super proud of the team.
All right, so my first question, though, it's going to have to be just, you started off poorly. That first game was not yours. You knew that you had a back-and-forth series on your hands, I'm sure. How are the guys getting trained and getting ready? How are you all mentally prepared to make sure that you know you can win those 2 games back-to-back to put yourself ahead in a series?
I mean, yeah, to be honest, that game 1 is not what we wanted at all. Like, we knew we were better than that. Honestly, it didn't stress us out too much. Like, we knew what we had to do. We knew the things we had to play by. And we talked about that between the game, and we just brought it back into game 2.
Yeah. It looks super good as well. I mean, I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the guy that we've been talking about a lot on the desk. I got to ask you about Sphinx. He is doing so well in the server. He looks great at the end of that game. I mean, talk to me about what this guy's like to coach.
Nah, Sphinx, I love, he wants to win, he wants to learn, he wants to get better. I love that about him. Like, honestly, also, obviously, coming onto a team with 2 high-level pros, Sosa and Catalysm, like, he has a lot, like, on his hands, he has a lot of expectations. And the way he's adapted with this team, it impresses me so much. Like, he's always willing to learn, always wants to get better. He loves doing replay reviews, improving. I just love that about him. And this series, I think he really stepped up, and people saw that.
I mean, he hit a peak there at one point as well. I mean, he objectively got you guys out ahead there, and it was 4 goals back-to-back in like a matter of about 30 seconds, and very, very few touches to do it as well. Is that the Sphinx you're expecting, or was that a special moment for him?
No, that's the Sphinx we're expecting, bro. That's what we're expecting. Sphinx is, I feel like he's so underrated. People like, just think, like, he's not on the level of, like, EU and NA pros and stuff like that. Like, he has so much untapped potential. He's so good. Like, honestly, he could be one of the best players in the game for sure.
Yeah.
There's some people saying that though. Some people are saying that. But
he'll convince them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, after that series, I think people know. For sure.
think there's no doubt about it. I actually want to ask you about your opponents today. A lot of people have said Luminosity, Elevate at the top of this one. I mean, how much credit do you give to that? I mean, how much credit do you give to Elevate challenging you this season?
I mean, obviously we had the 2 matches against them, which were like mostly for seeding, and we did lose those in like a pretty heartbreaking way, I guess. 2 game 5s. I feel like people were looking at those 2 series too much and just they were underrating us a bit. Like people were thinking Elevate was beating us today. Like our team was fully confident, even especially after that second loss. We did a lot of review, talked about a lot of things, and we really knew what we had to do today. Like all of us were fully confident. Especially after that semifinal match, I think our goal differential was like in the 20s or something. So we knew what we had to do. We're confident.
Awesome.
Well, Mektos, it's been awesome to have you on here. I've got to say, got to be one of our better interviews on the RLCS just for APAC as well. You know
I
your
appreciate
stuff
that.
And you definitely know the
that.
team. Rhino, do you got anything else you want to ask Mektos?
I think not. For me personally, I'm just super excited to see what you guys can do this season in APAC. I mean, taking home #1 in OQ1. It's only up from here, guys. I'm very excited to see Luminosity play in the future.
Definitely.
Mektos, thank you for coming on. Massive shout out to you and the entire team.
Sure.
Congratulations on your win, man. Is there anybody else you'd like to shout out or maybe pass on a shout out for any of the team? Anything like that?
My family, of course, all my friends who support me, and the team, of course. Luminosity for helping us with this whole thing. Pretty much everyone. Whole team, friends, family, you know, all those people.
Awesome. All right. Well, we're going to send it to a quick break, and when we come back, we will be on again with... no break. Going straight back. Hale, I hope you're ready.
Yeah.
Bring him back. Come on. All right. We'll catch you later, Mektos. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you guys for having me. Thank you.
Cheers.
Well...
No worries.
We are having Hale join us again, apparently. It's just, he's going to brush his teeth. It's Betty Bo's time for him after this or something. I don't know. No, actually, I think he's moving on to another region. He's betraying APAC. So are you!
So am I. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I got an hour until, different regions. So, it's a good job that we got finished when we did because, we're going to be cooking. But no, amazing interview. Thank you so much, Mektos, once again. That was really a really cool insight. And Luminosity, I mean, they've got a real kind of cool head at the top of the helm. The Mektos really knows his stuff, and he's going to be bringing stuff in.
Well, I'll tell you who didn't betray the region, unlike my co-casters, is Luminosity. What a series and what a victory. A well-earned first one out for the season. I can't imagine a better way for that to happen, except maybe a Game 7 would have liked that, but you got to say, if we're sending a team to LAN, you want that team to be dominant. Now, don't get me wrong. I am not confirming that Luminosity is that team. I think there's fight back left in Elevate. They've beaten Luminosity before, but what do you think?
I mean, this is the situation where you now get Elevate with a chip on their shoulder. Whoever lost this final is going to be wanting revenge in the next Open qualifier, and you saw it by the quick exit from one of the Elevate players. They're not happy with their performance today. They know they can play better, and that just is such a tantalizing prospect for OQ2.
All right, well, let's bring back on Hale as well, because we've got to get his response on that. We've made our predictions all series long, all day long, all weekend long, and you're not bringing in the cat shirt, so, I guess you knew what was happening.
Look, Catterdays are made for Saturdays, all right? So those stay on those days. I'm not at all surprised with the way this one actually kind of panned out. I knew it was going to go as a deep series. Everyone hoped for a Game 7, except for Luminosity. Literally, everyone was like, this has got to get done in 6. Otherwise, it feels inevitable, not just as a 7, but for a win for Elevate. And Max, you, alongside Tho from the previous season, you're saying that, there's going to be a chip on the shoulder there, Rhino. They're not unfamiliar with this situation, having lost out early when it came to the first Open Regional of the previous 2024 season, and now going into this, it's a second place. It's not bad, but it's definitely one to say, all right, there's some level to improve. Sphinx, nasty, ridiculous. You know, at one point you call him the Wonder Kid, and I said when he made a miss, he was the Blunder Kid, and then he decided to just score 2 immediately after that.
Yeah,
I was
he
like,
didn't
man,
care what you
up.
had to say.
No, yeah, absolutely shut me up.
Oh, well, it has been a massive weekend, so I have to look across it. This weekend has been absolutely huge, and it has been huge for more than just the import teams. So let's take a look across at the standings now. Luminosity, obviously, with that beat on Elevate, leave them first to Elevate second, but I'm focused on what's below that, because I feel like there is still more to the depth of this region. You guys have any take? Hale, where do you think, if there is a competition against this, does it come from? Is it 3 Rats?
Yeah, definitely skip number 3. 3 Rats will put up the actual fight today. Deku got by virtue of fighting their fellow kinsmen in the form of a Finnish squabble. I feel like that needs to actually be proven that there is decided top 4 depth with Deku. Obviously really good, but they're fighting across that borderline. 3 Rats holds themselves high. Kinotrope, I want to know if they're going to let that kind of that fumble in that 7-8 range stay their hand, or if they're gonna be able to come back and actually fight for a top 4 berth.
You took my pick.
Also, I just want to say a big shout out to Godspeed as well. Hasn't been in the region for ages, so great to see that name back too. But I think there's a few names that didn't do as well as we were expecting. Any stand out to you, Rhino?
I mean, the main one for me has got to be Kinotrope. They just did not do as well as we were expecting, purely because they crumbled after that first 4 games in their series. They really deserve to be higher up that table than they currently are. But yeah, that's the team that I'm currently looking at to really take charge moving into next OQ2, because I get the feeling they're going to bring it.
For me as well, not placed as well as expected at the very least, but definitely played to their expectation. I think Senza, I would love to see their position get better. That was down to seeding this time around. I think they've got a better run in them if they don't run into 3 Rats immediately when they hit the playoffs. That's rough.
Yeah, and I feel like there's also something to be argued that Kinotrope had to actually reverse sweep over Revenue Redeemers with the likes of Abs Crazy, Kaizen, and Poofy. Very much a veteran squad of APAC overall as another full APAC team. So they might be able to come up. Now, the points difference, that's huge. But in terms of competing into a top 8 berth, that very well could be in the cards going into the next Open.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there is a lot of competition left that didn't even make it into our playoffs, like you said. And maybe if the Finnish invasion can be overcome, Rhino, I know you don't want it to be, but if it can be, we see a couple of totally new entries that could make it even all the way to that top 4. So I'm excited to see if that can be the case.
I'd like to see it. Look, competition breeds excellence. That's what I'm gonna say. And if Deku are able to bring that competition, they weren't today, they were very poor against Luminosity, but if they are able to really put Luminosity and Elevate to the sword in the next few qualifiers, that will then light a fire in the region. We will then be talking about, oh, these invaders coming across and taking our land spots or whatever it happens to be. It never happened with any other region in the whole world, by the way, never once. So it's just one of those things that Deku, I want them to go away, I want them to work, I want them to come back, because once they do, I think Luminosity and Elevate can only improve when the competition around them also gets better.
Well, there's one more question I've got from you guys. If you had to place one on, I know we don't have a screen for it, but if you had to place one on MVP for this run.
Ooh, okay. All right. I feel like we've said Sphinx a lot.
We have.
But Sosa, as, you know, kind of a big northern border buddy to us, or at least to the U.S. coast over here, I feel like Sosa really did come in and shine. Obviously, Sphinx played such a pivotal part. It's cut so close from that cloth because they were always helping out one another. And if it really kind of blends into that, I would kind of halfway default to Sphinx. It's his region. Why not? And I feel like we're going to say that a lot, too.
And you, Rhino, before we finish?
You know what? I'm going to give some love to Catalysm. I know I gave some on the cast, but he really speaks to me as a player, picking his spots perfectly. Keep an eye on Catalysm because trust me, he will slice through an opposition team when you least expect it. It's so impressive to me. So Catalysm is my shout, but I think I know where Gex is going to go with this one.
Well, I mean, you've kind of forced my hand. I wanted to go Sphinx. Sphinx would have been the first pick, but if we can crown an unofficial MVP, I'm sorry, Rhino, I've got to land with Sosa as well. I'm going to go there. So we have a determinate desk here. But, the true one in my heart, Sphinx. Anyway, thank you all for coming out. Not just you guys on the desk, but it has been your first time. I wanted to say a big shout out to everybody who's made this possible. Not just our internal crew here, but everybody in the history of the APAC desk. It has been a long time coming that we got this back, and it couldn't have happened without the original one there as well. So a huge shout out to everybody. To Nish for running the tournament in the background. Everybody has been absolutely epic, and you guys, you have been awesome as well. So if you want to check us out, it's at GexCast and at RhinoCasts on Twitter, and at HellMonkeyMan, I believe, is yours as well, man. Is that right?
You should be able to find it. Throw an underscore in between that. It'll sort itself out.
All right. Well, thank you both for coming on for such an epic first event, and we will see everybody next time. These three faces, this same APAC, this same channel. Don't miss it. We'll catch you next time.